Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you're enjoying our unique takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Today we will see what if Harry Potter defied both wizards and Death Eaters. Here is short summary. Harry Potter, forced to survive without the comforts of the wizarding world, discovers his own path to strength. As he challenges outdated magical norms and faces the terror of Death Eaters, Harry reshapes the very foundation of what it means to be a wizard. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Harry knew something was amiss, though. While in England, and later in America, he had focused on understanding why and how he was able to make strange things, and often succeeded in repeating the feats after concentrating. Not wanting to be discovered, he had honed his powers to help him hide from normal people. In the privacy of his own room in Urbana, he had also experimented, and he was now able to sense if he was watched. This had been one of his main goals since Petunia had told him not to use magic outside. He actually did, several times, but never with witnesses around. In his new house, though, he felt watched all the time. After 10 months, almost nothing had changed. Vernon was managing the factory, thinking that it was his job, and earning a great lump of money out of it. Aurora kept dropping by every few days, and Petunia was having regular meetings with the neighboring housewives. The 4 kids went to school as usual. The main change was their increasing interest in Chinese culture and language. Meeting Chinese children in the school, and having a Chinese course there, the kids learned the language very fast. Vernon was, too, because of his work. They also went to the Henan Opera, one of the greatest of China. 2 events, though, made Harry's life more interesting. The first one happened 4 months after their installation, after a long day at school. He had played a practical prank, without magic, on a fellow pupil, but got caught, something that was quite unusual. He had had a detention and left school in the evening, the sun already setting. He was walking toward his house when he noticed several large shapes in the street in front of him. The large shapes belonged to men, and, judging by their speech, they were Chinese, they were drunk, and they were aggressive. He began to step back, intending to take a detour around them, but got spotted and the men began to advance toward him. Looking around, he noticed that he was still in the shopping district, but that most shops were closed, causing the street to be empty except for him and the 5 men. He turned around and began to run. Their intentions were clear, and he didn't want to be beaten by racially prejudiced people. Turning in one street, then another, he knew that they were closing in and felt desperate. Perhaps he could use his magic, he thought while taking another sharp turn. He stopped. He was forced to stop. He was lying in rubble. The turn had been too sharp and, not noticing it in the darkness, he had fallen on a heap of rubble, drawing blood. He knew that he couldn't run now and the shouts were nearing his position. What could he do? He closed his eyes and desperately hoped to look innocuous enough for his bigoted pursuers. He felt his magic working its way, and focused to speed it up. In a separate part of his mind, he also knew that his magic had never worked that way before, and hoped that his focus would allow him to repeat the feat later. Now, though, he noticed that 3 of the 5 men had rounded the corner and were searching for him. When they found him, he recoiled in fright. "Where has he gone?" one of them asked in Chinese. He didn't understand how they could miss him, and looked frightful. "Don't be afraid, son," another said through his alcohol-laden breath. "Just show us where the little wide-eyes bastard went." Understanding that they weren't seeing him as an American child anymore, Harry almost smiled. He stopped just in time, though, and showed a side street to the 3 men. When they left, he stood up and headed home, walking slowly. On the way, he passed in front of a store, and went to the shop's window to get a glance at himself. And he gasped. The mirrored boy gasped as well. He smiled, and the boy smiled too. Harry was quite happy about it. Not because he was seeing himself in a mirror, no. This he was doing every day. It was because the boy looking back at him looked like a Chinese version of himself. He looked around and used his magic to sense the surroundings too. Noticing that nobody was there, he concentrated on his previous magical feeling, focusing on his real face. After another tingling in his face, he looked at the window again and was relieved to see his usual face looking back. Afterwards, he got scolded by his parents for coming late, even and especially as it was because of a detention given because of a prank. During the whole scene, though, he was smiling internally. If he wanted to hide from the ever-prying eyes around him, he had a way, now. That episode made him think about something, and his thought got a concrete base when the monks from the nearby Shaolin monastery came to his school for a presentation. After seeing a kid his age dispatching a group of adults using kung fu moves, he decided to learn the martial art. He knew that what he was seeing was only a choreographed show, but his evening encounter pushed him to try. After nagging his parents for several days, they relented and took the whole family for a weekend in the southern hills where the temple was. Lucky as they were, there was another exhibition programmed, and the Dursley were impressed too. As the school year was coming to an end, they accepted that Harry and Jamie spent the summer term in the martial arts school there. The two boys were now proficient enough in Chinese to speak and understand the language, and Jamie was always going with his big brother everywhere. Needless to say, several persons weren't happy with this development. Harry felt as if he had been dunked below the polar caps, and he woke up with a gasp. The dream had been short and to the point. He was actually drenched in cold water, and a monk was standing beside him. Up, youngling. He stood up immediately. In barely a week, he had learned the ways of the Buddhist monks, and had come to understand that physical prowess was also a feat of the mind. The first day, their head had been shaved, and they were given new outfits to reflect their novice status. They spent their days in 4 shifts. The first was to meditate until the sun rose. Then they would tend to the older monks, breakfast before being allowed to eat. That wasn't a torture but a way to make them conscious of their body and its limits, while reining in their feelings and needs. Several children weren't able to cope, and left after only 3 days. The second shift was about developing their body, running, push-ups, sit-ups, and other moves, before practicing kung fu itself. Before the third shift, they tended to the monks, meal again to eat afterwards again. They then spent several hours meditating with their eyes closed, while a monk struck them with a bamboo staff randomly. It wasn't torture either, but a way to expand their senses, as well as raising their endurance. The fourth shift was a fighting period. At the end of each day, a kung fu fight occurred between 2 older monks, and another took place afterwards, between novices. From the 49 novice kids entering the monastery for the summer term, only 21 made it to the middle of it. Those 21 were now hardened enough to wake up before sunrise by themselves, endure the meal torment and the bamboo wordlessly, and they had begun to learn to fight properly. The following month included more specific meditations, to dissociate the body from the mind. They learned to practice uncomfortable postures to enhance their agility and flexibility, and they also learned how to use a weapon. They learned how to walk on burning coals, and how to channel their energy through a shout, the ki. They learned the points in the body that one should target to disable an opponent or to heal a fallen friend. All this was only introductory, however, as they couldn't compress centuries of wisdom and years of learning in a 2-month period. During the whole stay, though, Harry held back. Everything he learnt, as well as everything he witnessed from the older monks' fights, was quickly memorized, but his magic wanted to add to it. The first unusual event occurred a week into the advanced program, when they had been asked to strike a pile of clay tiles. The monks knew the pile was higher than anything the novices could destroy, and that most of them would go back to their dorm with an aching arm. When little Jamie came to the pile, he was distraught at the previous participant's state and failed to concentrate enough. He succeeded in breaking one tile, but his size and position brought his forearm bone in contact with the tile, and said bone broke in 2. Crying and bawling at the pain, he collapsed on the ground, holding his arm. Despite the monks' yells, Harry ran to his brother and gently took the arm in his hands. Hiding it with their ample outfits, he used his meditation-enhanced senses to see the broken bone, and used his magic to heal it. Just in time, the head monk, angry at him for disturbing the ranks, pulled him by the collar and dragged him in front of the tile pile before striking at him thrice with the bamboo stick. Harry was angry. He was seldom angry, because he knew he had a reduced hold on his magic when it happened, and controlling himself was a paramount in his life. Now, though, his brother had been hurt because of a stupid challenge. He blinked several times, before remembering where he was. The pile of tiles in front of him represented the enemy, it had hurt his family, and it would pay. He concentrated, and struck with an almighty ki, voluntarily adding his magic to the strike. Under his hand, the 20 tiles exploded outwards and clay shards flew everywhere. When the dust settled, the older monks could only watch in awe at the boy. Harry still had his arm down on the floor where the tiles had been, but there was no rubble there. And when the boy straightened up, they noticed something else, compelling them to dismiss the waiting class in order to examine the place. Shaolin monks weren't weak or anything, but they never saw a kid that young achieving that level of control over the matter. After breaking the clay tiles, Harry's fist had continued downward, and it had cracked the floor tile itself. The stone floor. After that, they started to call him Steely Fist, and tried to push him to repeat the feat, but Harry didn't want them to realize it had been anything else than a lucky hit. So he reined his feelings, and went on with the daily routine, steeling himself against the jabs and taunting of the monks. However, the monks' attitude quickly transmitted to the other novices and Harry was starting to get mocked by them too. Only once did another novice try to get a reaction from him. Wang Luqian was an older novice, and, having remarked Harry's protectiveness of his little brother, he decided to pick on him instead. The older teen waited until they were alone, and caught the 6-year-old easily. Holding little Jamie by his outfit collar, he proceeded in telling where white eyes, like them should be, and it wasn't a good place. Harry hated bigotry, and saw red instantly. Raising his head slowly, he looked at the other with a seething glare. He didn't do anything, though, because the offending novice froze at the sight of him, and Jamie used the distraction to kick him in the ribs, hard. The teenager was still in shock, reeling from the vision, and he dropped Jamie, who ran to his protective brother. The two left, and never heard or saw Wang Lu anymore. The only other public occurrence of him losing his cool was during the end-of-term tournament. Families were invited to the proceedings, and everybody cheered as the novice demonstrated what they had learnt, trying to subdue their opponents or throw them out of the cordless ring. There were no separate categories depending on age, as younger adversaries could be quicker and nimbler than bigger ones. However, little kids were still at a disadvantage, and Jamie experienced another bout of hate as Di Hao Tang, a muscular 12 years old, kicked him around the ring, not even pushing him out of it. The teenager got a penalty, but, pained by a broken rib, Jamie conceded the fight and the penalty didn't serve any purpose then. The little boy went back to his parents, clutching his pained chest, and beginning to hate his birthday. Harry had watched the whole scene, and, once again, felt a cold rage taking hold of him. He didn't even notice his next adversary as he tossed him out of the ring. The rough teen was his adversary in the following match, though, and both of them smirked when getting on the ring. One of them had a good reason to, though. Not needing any more attention, Harry wanted it to look like a normal fight, but he wanted his opponent to be bewildered. He attacked the teen first, although his movements were slower than usual. His adversary easily dodged, and, laughing, sent his fist right toward Harry's heart, his fingers bent in a vicious move which could have killed. If Harry had actually felt it. Di Hao yelped in pain, and looked between Harry and his stinging fingers, not understanding. Unbeknownst to everyone, Harry had used his magic to solidify his skin and it was now as tough as stone. He had had 2 months of daily beatings to perfect his technique, and it now wasn't using much magic or concentration, thus making it unnoticeable in this context. Harry, now enjoying the fight, got into a dragon defensive position, right foot in front and both arms raised in front of him, ready to grab his opponent. Said opponent, recognizing the form, adopted the tiger stance and lunged toward him, ready to tear him apart. Harry didn't move at all, and a spark of joy danced in his opponent's eye, just before he struck. When he did, though, Harry grasped his arm and used his adversary's momentum to fling him in the air, landing in a disgraceful heap in the ring's corner. Several people laughed, and Harry was quite happy that his brother did too, despite the pain in the little boy's chest. Di Hao went to his feet, looking between his fist and Harry. Noticing that he was having his back to him, he pounced on him, eliciting a yell from the crowd. Harry knew what was happening, though, and bent forward at the last moment, raising his leg backwards at the same time, and blocking his opponent's head with his foot. Defied, his momentum lost, fell to the ground again, and Harry took a few steps forward before turning toward him with cold eyes. "Did you enjoy beating my little brother? He's half your age, you know. Did you enjoy it?" The Chinese words echoed in the now silent arena, and everyone suddenly understood that this match had an underlying meaning to it. Defied grunted and went to his feet again. He stepped toward Harry, and, looking him in the eye while smirking evilly, he spoke slowly. "I did." He expected an answer from Harry, and was ready to catch him off guard as soon as he would open his mouth. Which he did. "You." A right hook caught Harry unprepared and his head jerked backwards behind the strength of it. Defied began to smile widely, but lost it when Harry looked back at him. There was no trace of him being hit. No blood, no swollen tissue, nothing. "What?" asked Defied. "As I was saying, you'll regret this," answered Harry. What followed was something that could have been filmed, if Harry hadn't made sure that nothing would record his fight earlier. Still, it was a sight to behold, and even the older monks took some ideas for future spectacles. Defied was yelling, striking Harry repeatedly, using the 5 regular animal forms and even unusual others. He was sometimes hitting with 2 or 3 limbs at the same time, trying to get past Harry's defense. To no avail. Harry hummed all along, slapping his opponent's attacks away as if they were mere insects, and whacking the teen's head when he wasn't moving. After 15 minutes, Defied was panting, his whole body was aching, and several hematomas were gracing his body. "Do you yield?" asked Harry innocently. "Never," answered Defied, and he used a surge of adrenaline to attack again, to be slapped away again. After 2 minutes, Harry addressed the panting teenager again. "Jump off this ring, you're not worthy." "AAAAARRRRGGH," was the inarticulate answer as the boy attacked him again. This time, only 1 minute passed until Defied was panting in a corner again. Harry calmly walked toward him, and the tired teen tried to score a hit unsuccessfully again. Harry inched closer and Defied took a step backward, before understanding the other teen's goal. Straightening, he looked at him with all his contempt. "You won't do that, try me," answered Harry, while taking another step. Defied's feeble attempts to attack him were pushed away gently, Harry knowing that it would infuriate the other even more. He continued to advance until his opponent was standing at the very edge of the ring. "Jump off the ring," he ordered once more. "Never, I'll never." Harry merely blew in his face, and the boy lost his balance, falling painfully on his back out of the ring. Harry looked at him a last time, with only contempt in his eyes, as his rage had passed. Everybody cheered, and the next semifinal contestants got on the ring while Harry went to his family to inquire about his brother. He didn't have time to heal him, though, as one of the contestants, a boy as young as he was, pushed the other out of the ring in mere seconds. Harry knew he had to be careful as something strange had happened. It was as if the other one hadn't fought at all. At the given announce, both finalists climbed on the ring, and Harry immediately knew that something was amiss. The other boy was even thinner than him, and he was strangely blonde despite having an Asian face. It wasn't strange to meet blonde Asians, but most of them used hair dye. As they were shaven, he noticed that this one was a natural blonde. Something else which disturbed him was reported by his heightened senses. 2 dark auras came from his wrists, as if he had bracers. But it wasn't possible. The tournament rules forbid the use of external items. However, despite sensing these auras, he couldn't see the bracers and supposed that others couldn't too. Which meant that the boy in front of him could use invisible things. Was he a wizard? "Are you?" started Harry, before sensing a cold feeling taking hold of him. "Winning, yes," smirked his opponent. Harry had to use every bit of his concentration and willpower to still fight, and his opponent was clearly surprised at his resistance. However, his smirk came back quickly, and he slowly but steadily maneuvered Harry out of the ring. Harry fell off, hitting his head on a bench, thus falling into unconsciousness. Just as he was falling, though, he noticed his opponent's name, displayed near the judges beside him. Draco Malfoy. Another peek into the future. On August 31, 1991, exactly 2 years after the tournament where Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy met for the first time, the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was pacing in his office, while his staff looked at him in wonder. Albus Dumbledore never paced the ground impatiently. The old man was reckoned for his patience and benevolent nature. However, with Harry Potter missing and the rumors running loose about a possible reappearance of Voldemort, the headmaster wanted Harry at Hogwarts the next day. "Enter, Severus," he barked, not even concerned about the fact that the door was still closed. The potion master entered the office and looked at the others, which only offered tired smiles and encouraging nods. The headmaster went directly to the point, though, not even offering the once inevitable sherbets. "Did you find anything in the real estate agents' minds?" Severus Snape searched for a seat, and, not finding any, conjured himself one before talking. "I explored the managers first, and found the name of their agents since 1981. The man himself didn't have any information about our target. I then spent the week sifting through the useless minds of those muggles." Despite his self-control, the man shivered a bit. Unsorted minds were always the worst when you searched specific information. And all these concerns about, say, why were muggles obsessed with it? Most of his male targets thought of only one thing, thus encumbering their mind with it: getting between a woman's legs. The women's minds he sifted through were less oriented toward the act itself, but they were still cluttered with thoughts and memories about clothing and feelings. It wasn't until he found the 33rd agent that he finally found something of interest. Shaking himself, he continued his interrupted report. "One of them remembered the Dursleys, but his mind only told me that they left toward America 4 years ago, in the state of Illinois. The money from the house sale was to be deposited to a bank account there, but he didn't remember the number, and the papers burned since." After a silent pause, the twinkle came back in Dumbledore's eyes, and he smiled. "Thank you. At least, we have a lead. Now, do we know someone in America? Someone able and willing to help us, of course." That fateful day, like each year, hundreds of anxious teenagers boarded the Hogwarts Express to head towards the magical school for a year of schooling in the way of wizards and witches. Some of them were especially restless as it was going to be their first year. Little Ronald Weasley, for instance, had been thoroughly warned by his twin brothers, who were ahead of him in school, and he wasn't really looking forward the incoming year. Flashback. The previous evening. "You know, Ronnikins, they will hold a sorting ceremony," began Fred. George gasped, before continuing. "It's a very difficult test. They make you brew a potion with snake fangs and spider legs, and they force you to drink it." You are joking, right?" asked Ron warily, suddenly thinking that going to Hogwarts wasn't a good idea at all. "Of course not," answered Fred, the perfect picture of innocence. "Besides," continued George, "it's not the only test. Before that, they make you sit in front of everybody, and place a cursed hat on your head." My, muttered Fred. Ron looked at him in fright. "What? The hat detects your every default, and yells them to the whole school," said Fred. "And then, it places you in a house, depending on your mental abilities. However, if you aren't deemed worthy, if you aren't strong already, or if you were naughty in the previous week, it simply throws you out of the school, after cursing you to be a squib." Ron was looking between the two in fear. After trying to speak for a few minutes, he finally asked, "But I believed that squibs were born that way." "Really?" asked Fred. "Of course, they would say that. It would depreciate the school if it was known," said George, nodding thoughtfully as if it was a well-known plot. "Remember Joseph Adrianson and Lynn Fearnson?" asked Fred to his twin. George shook his head in sadness. Yes, they had been so happy in the train, and they had to leave under everyone's shouts. "I heard they are living with beggars in Knockturn Alley nowadays. Sad, really, and poor old Percy." Ron's head shot up at the mention of his brother. Percy was a fifth-year prefect and the twins surely knew things about him in school. "What about Percy?" The twins looked between them, before whispering. "He got almost rejected, but he groveled so much that the headmaster accepted him on probation. said Fred. For the entire duration of your education, he added in a voice sounding like an old and wise, and stern, wizard. Ron immediately thought it was Dumbledore. Why do you think he works so much? Confirmed George. The young redhead was already afraid of the next day's course of events, but the scheming twins weren't done yet. Before that ceremony, though, they make you cross a lake where a giant kraken lives, started Fred. What's a kraken? Asked an already shaken Ron. It's a gigantic squid, which beak can crush whole metal-clad ships. And you have to cross the lake on mere wooden skiffs, answered George. Fred continued his speech. They say that the kraken sleeps during the passage, but most years, it feeds on 1 or 2 students on the way. You're joking, right? Asked Ron in a trembling voice. We aren't, they exclaimed together, a hand on their heart. In our year, we lost 1 girl, started Fred again, before turning toward George. Remember that Lisa Rapford? A tentacle took hold of her, and dragged her in the water. Yes, a pity for such a beautiful girl, continued his brother. I'll always hear her screams in my nightmares. They stayed silent for a while, as if reminiscing about the event. George spoke first this time. With the magic we learnt, we could have done something, though. Yes, answered Fred. We learned many spells, curses, and jinxes. He looked at Ron, as if deciding something. But I don't know if we should tell our little brother about this. Please, I want to know, please, begged Ron. The twins shared a private smile, before looking at their brother with concerned frowns. Of course, you can't try anything before we leave for Hogwarts, said Fred. Yes, answered George, or the ministry would have your hide. You have to promise, insisted Fred. Ron looked fearful but decided at the same time. I promise I won't try anything before leaving for Hogwarts. Okay, Ron, now there are a few incantations. The first is to change the color of something. You'll have to use your wand to achieve them, so you can repeat them now without problem. Now, repeat after me, and remember that you have to make appropriate rhymes, asked George conspiratorially. By the winds of the north, maketh magic flow forth. I'm not the worthiest teen, but change this color green. Back to the Hogwarts Express. Ron had drunk his brother's words and they had kept him up late. Of course, it has resulted in a lie-in, and his mother had yelled at his tardiness, something which didn't ease his feelings at all. Because of him, they arrived just in time and had to run to board the last wagon directly, the others being already full. After finding an empty compartment to settle down, the Weasleys parted ways. Percy went to his prefect meeting, and the twins told Ron about their friend Lee Jordan's new tarantula. Ron went pale because of his arachnophobia, and he stayed in the deserted compartment. Once alone in the moving compartment, he remembered last night's conversation, and was soon positively shaking in fear. What if he had to go back home because he hadn't been worthy? His mother's wrath would be more than anything he had experienced. He could try to grovel before the headmaster, but he knew he wasn't hardworking enough to spend 7 years on probation. He decided to test himself in the privacy of the empty compartment, to see if he was actually worthy, and, after extracting his pet rat from a pocket, he drew his wand and aimed it on the quivering animal. Just as he was calmed enough to start the incantation, the door opened and a bushy-haired girl with prominent teeth entered, asking about some boy's lost toad. When she noticed the drawn wand, though, she asked to see him trying his magic. Of course, the incantation given by the twins didn't work at all, and the girl giggled before telling him that spells were always said in Latin. Ron was worried, because he didn't remember the twins telling him that, but they didn't mention the contrary either. The girl, however, stayed in the compartment and began to talk to him about the numerous books she had read about magic, several more than once. She also introduced herself as Hermione Granger, all in the same breath. Ron didn't know what to think about her, because, despite her expressiveness, she was quite disdainful about his lack of reading. After 5 minutes of soliloquy, she understood that he wasn't interested in her retelling of Hogwarts, a history, and, taking her leave curtly, she left the compartment. Ron sighed. The upcoming year was definitely not looking bright. The original timeline, September 1, 1989. Harry had spent a great deal of energy in the tournament, and his parents, after bringing him home, put him in his bed where he slept soundly until early morning. When he woke up, he immediately jumped on his feet, his mind still in a fighting mode. He wasn't in an arena, though, but in his bed, and the covers, tangled around his legs, made him stumble and fall on the floor. His young brother was sleeping in the same room, and the noise woke him up. They looked at each other for a few seconds before erupting in laughter at the situation. James's laugh stopped short, though, and Harry was surprised at his brother's suddenly sad face. "What is it, Jamie?" "Dad said we're moving again." "Moving? But why?" James shook his head. "He didn't say. I only saw that the people in black came again." Harry shook his head. The people in black were those who had asked them to move here originally, so why would they ask to leave now? While waiting for breakfast time, they discussed calmly about the tournament, and about their 2-month stay at the temple. The students had followed different masters, depending on their abilities, and Harry had been quickly sorted with the most advanced ones, even if he was holding back his magic. That's why he had been able to learn such a large number of techniques. His brother James, for instance, had merely learnt 2 fighting forms and 3 vital points. After he tried to explain to his brother the difference between the dragon and the snake forms, their parents called them to the breakfast table. Still having the habit of serving their masters, the 2 kids impressed the Dursley parents by doing exactly that before sitting to eat their share. While Harry was eating his blown rice cereals, though, his mind was replaying his last match, trying to analyze what had gone wrong. Unbeknownst to him, at the same time, a debriefing session was happening in a huge manor far away. "Now, Draco, I am expecting an apology." The boy, the illusion covering his face lifted, looked at his father with fear in his heart. He knew that the man wouldn't hesitate to skin him should he fail him again. However, his education, doubled with the 2-month stay with those filthy muggles, had hardened him enough to hide his emotions now. He drew a deep breath and launched the rehearsed speech he had spent all his recent free time to prepare. "Father, I do apologize. It was inappropriate for me to make the comments about Mother while you were holding a reception, and I shouldn't have thrown a temper tantrum. I'm ready to work hard to repay you in everything." A silence. Several heartbeats of fear under Lucius Malfoy's scrutiny, before his father spoke again. "I might take you up on that, Draco. I hope that your stay with those muggles," in his mouth, the word had acquired a new taste of disgust, "has taught you not to go against me ever. Moreover, I have been told that this particular way of living reinforces strength and discipline." Despite the impressive display in the, what did they call it again? Tournament. "Well, whatever the case, I hope that you will live up to your name from now on. You have already started by staying the whole duration as required, as well as winning this little muggle get-together." At Draco's shameful stance upon being reminded of having lived with muggles for 2 months, with no less than 4 glamour charms to disguise his features, Lucius felt he had to press the lesson harder. The Malfoy name, son, has always been the one to emerge victorious from any and all conflict, whatever the mean used. We have always had power, and the will to use it. Let me repeat our family motto: the end justifies the mean. If I have to put you in a muggle camp to force you to learn discipline, I do it despite my profound disgust of them, and I have no doubt that you would do the same for your own descendants should they be as disgraceful as you have been. I understand, Father. I won't fail you again, I promise. Another pause, and Lucius, face lit with a rare smile. Despite your obvious advantage on your opponents, in the form of the bracers I gave you, I'm proud that you won the tournament without displaying your true power. The end justifies the mean, but you have to stay discreet when the mean used isn't particularly liked. If they had had a wizard judge, though, I would have provided you with another mean to win. Remember this: a Malfoy never loses. Our honor states so. It never entered the formatted minds of Lucius and Draco that it was a twisted kind of honor. But, even if it had, they wouldn't have cared. They weren't Slytherin for nothing. The day was looking bright. September was a beautiful season with the cherry trees starting to lose their colorful leaves. The 3rd day of September wasn't looking bright to the Dursleys, though. Once again, the family's luggage had been dragged around an empty house. Once again, a cab would lead them to the airport. Each member of the family reflected about their next destination. The trio in black had appeared 3 more times, the last one asking for the whole family to attend. They had then told them that they were going to live for some time on the French Riviera. The agents had explained to Vernon that they were happy about his results here, and he was now expected to run a nightclub. Vernon and Petunia had talked about this, but couldn't fathom how he was going to do that. Vernon was the kind of man at ease in an industrial setting, and he was quite afraid of changing his whole environment in one go. The advantages were obvious, though, as Petunia had told him twice. The nightclub itself was located in Monaco, drawing many a customer already. The family would live in the nearby town of Beausoleil, and the children would be home-schooled until they grasped the language. The sunny beaches nearby and the numerous sights around finally convinced Vernon that it was a good place to live with his family. 18 hours of flight and 2 stops afterwards, they arrived in the airport of Nice-Côte d'Azur, where their contacts were waiting for them. The agents had dropped their black jackets because of the hot sun, but they were still recognizable, and the group of 9 quickly left the airport toward 2 white 505s thankfully equipped with air conditioning. Petunia and the girls, as well as James and the still unnamed woman, went in the second, while Vernon and Harry were directed in the first by the other 2 agents. On the way to their new home, one of the agents gave a Walkman to Harry. Curious about the man's kindness, Harry put it on and listened to the music while the man talked with Vernon. The agent, who asked to be called Jones, explained Vernon's new job in more details. He was to manage the discotheque from behind the scene, with the occasional mingling with rich and powerful clients. However, the club was also going to be a spot where agents from secret services around the world, friendly ones, that is, would meet or rest, so he had to keep the 2 activities separate and functioning. And so, the family began to settle down again. The first thing they remarked was that their house was smaller than the Chinese one. However, it wasn't worse at all, given the nice neighborhood made of beautiful Mediterranean buildings. Some of them even had Doric columns in the style of ancient Greece. When they entered, they immediately remarked the large windows providing bright sunlight everywhere. They also noticed the discreet air conditioning system preventing the large windows from overheating the house at the same time. Petunia was impressed by the beautiful kitchen, artistically tiled in a Provençal way, while Vernon loved the overall architecture. There were only 3 bedrooms, but each was large enough to accommodate 2 persons. The twin girls would sleep in the same room, as would the boys do. After a good and long first night there, they met Amélie Dampierre, the woman who was going to help them to settle down. The first month, the family, minus Vernon, only learned to speak French. To learn quicker, they were forbidden to use another language for the whole month, and thus learned quickly the most used terms and sentences. Afterwards, Amélie spent half the day teaching the children more about the language so that they wouldn't be lost at school, and she accompanied the whole family on sightseeing trips in the area. They didn't go far, though, because Vernon was working all the time, and Petunia didn't want to leave the area without him. They visited Monaco's museums and gardens, as well as nearby towns, like Nice, Cannes, and Grasse. Since the frontier was a mere 6 miles away, they made trips to Italy on several occasions as well. Vernon was working on most weeknights, as well as the weekend. He had started, like his family, by being taught the necessary French to use in his new environment, as well as a bit of German, Italian, and Spanish because of the proximity of these countries, implying the occasional client speaking only these languages. While doing his job, he realized that he wasn't impaired by his industrial background. He had always been a man of contact, something which had helped in the industry, and which facilitated his new job tremendously. He often patrolled in the club, having a few words with the bouncers and the barman, and distributing handshakes and free drinks to the usual patrons. When Halloween approached, everyone was doing fine, and they joyfully prepared for the celebration. Vernon had finally managed to open the underground activity of his club, and was more available to his family, even if he couldn't speak about his job to them. However, each time he eluded a too inquisitive question, he caught Harry's piercing gaze. In the almost 2 months since their installation, Harry had often felt that he was observed, even in the house. He thus refrained from using his magic until he was in an enclosed space, with walls all around. Unfortunately for him, the house's large windows prevented this. He could only do so in the bathroom, something he enjoyed. After his loss at the Kung Fu tournament, he had thought about his magic, and about how he controlled it. More often than not, he just had to wish for something, concentrate on it, and it happened. Other times, he had to be in a particular state of mind. He severely lacked proper tuition in that, though, and his parents couldn't help him at all. The boy, before meeting his last tournament opponent, had always thought to be one of a kind, an oddity, and hid his talent most of the time. Now, in the quietness of the bathroom, he tried to expand his senses so that he would be able to feel others like him. At first, he was quickly drained and only sensed the other family members in the house. However, as he progressed, it was more and more easy, to the point of almost being an unconscious thing. He was also covering a larger and larger ground, feeling people several buildings around. Needless to say, when he discovered what these people were doing, he quickly learnt about intimate human relationships. To his dismay, he also discovered the 3 agents who had sent his family to China and here afterwards. He wasn't able to actually hear or see them, though, and only felt their identities. Since their arrival, the family had never encountered the 3 agents again, and Harry couldn't understand why they were so near, and what they were doing with strange-looking material. After several days of mentally prodding around the 3 agents, he started to concentrate more on their location. He felt his magic tugging at him, but resisted the call, and nothing happened yet. The experience made him hungry, and he escaped the bathroom toward the breakfast table, filling himself up in preparation for another day of doing mathematics in French. It wasn't until 3 days past and Amelie left for the Celtic holidays, that he tried to do it again. This time, he let himself be pulled along, but focused on moving slowly. He didn't want to rush into anything. Once he accepted the pull, the whole house around him started to lose its solid aspect, becoming more of a smoky substance. He realized that his magic was pulling him toward the location he had concentrated on, and started to follow the trail. He was a little anxious when he faced the bathroom's smoky wall, but, after noticing that his arms passed through without problem, he continued until just inside the agent's room. Once there, he braked somehow and stopped a few inches from the place he had wanted to arrive. For some reason, he thought that, once on his arrival point, he would be solid again. He wasn't solid. It was the only reason explaining why he passed through walls. However, when he noticed what was happening there, he began to be quite nervous. Now that he was in the agent's room, he could hear what they were saying, and they were panicked. "Where is he? He disappeared. How? We have to find him now. Have a look at the monitors. He's nowhere around. Expand the range. The detector can deliver his signal miles away. Not found. Shall we search the house?" "Yes, go already." Through the discussion's content, Harry understood that they were talking about him. He was beginning to understand a great deal of things, but also knew that he had to come back quickly or else they would crash into his parents' house. He concentrated on the bathroom where he had been before, and allowed the magic to pull him back into it. When he finally reappeared, he heard a frantic knocking sound at the closed door. "Harry, are you all right? There are people at the door asking for you. Are you all right, Harry?" asked Petunia. Harry knew he had a very slim margin and concentrated hard on a bathtub full of soapy water. Once done, he focused on his body being naked, his clothes thrown haphazardly around. He was just dunking his whole body underwater as the lock opened from the outside. Apparently, Petunia had fetched a screwdriver. He then realized something. In his hurry, he had filled the tub with cold water. He couldn't help himself and sat up in it with a yelp. The sound frightened Petunia, who gave a startled shriek too. A pause. "Why didn't you answer, Harry?" asked Petunia, not looking at him directly. Harry had thought about it when constructing the scene, and he answered, "Sorry, Mum. I had my ears underwater. I was washing my hair, and I didn't hear you. You called me." "Yes. Remember the people we saw in China, the ones who sent us here?" At Harry's nod, he continued. "Well, it seems that 2 of them are at the door. They wish to see you." "Okay. I'll be downstairs in a few minutes, Mum. All right. When she left, he sighed, and prepared himself to meet the agents. While doing so, he reflected about them, and about himself. He had often felt observed, and understood that they must have covered the house with cameras, like in China. That would partly explain why they are providing the house each time instead of letting them choose it. However, they must have changed something between China and here, because, while still feeling observed, it was a farther feeling. He reflected that the cameras must be outside here, which would explain his relative security in the closed bathroom. Now the £1,000 question was, why in the hell were they spying on him? The answer made him start, gasping at his reflection. He shuddered at the implication of it. They knew something, and had watched him for 1 year. 2 years. Thankfully, he had felt their watch. He shuddered again upon thinking about what they could do to him if they caught him. The few action movies he had seen about the secret services didn't show them in a good and trusting light. He laced his shoes, his mind still whirling with questions and possibilities. Looking at his shoes, though, he reminded something. The agents had spoken about a detector thingy. They must be tracking him, he reflected, and they must be doing so. How? He didn't have time to ponder about this, though, because Petunia called for him from downstairs. Time to face the music, he thought, and exited the bathroom. Finally, they didn't say anything of importance. The woman agent, who asked to be called Carlita, inquired about his well-being, while Agent Jones looked around. Surprised at the man's attitude, Harry tuned Carlita out and frowned, wishing he could hear the man's thoughts. Wishing, concentrating. A second later, he could perceive a faint voice, sounding like Agent Jones, talking about lack of precautions concerning a certain bathroom. He jumped in surprise upon hearing the man, but covered it smartly by invoking his thirst, and he left to serve himself a pint of orange juice. The agents left soon after, and Harry was left alone to ponder on his life. His half-emptied glass in hand, he excused himself and headed to his bedroom to sit and think. The first question was about their reason for spying on him, and what it entailed. Was it because of his talent? Were they real secret agents? Did they have connections with other people like him? If they didn't tell anything, though, it was perhaps because they hid them. Were they torturing the people able to do magic? Were they making experimentation on them? In his increasingly restless state, he was quick to jump to conclusions, and immediately inferred that he was the reason behind the family moving around the world. After all, the agents immediately reacted when he disappeared from the house. He frowned. How could they know when he left? If his senses were right, he hadn't been actually watched in the bathroom. He closed his eyes and concentrated, in the same way as when he sensed the world around him, but this time, he focused on his own body. He scanned his head, his arms, his chest, his legs. His legs. There was a little something in his left thigh which didn't belong there. Reflecting about it, he supposed that it had been put there in China, when he had made a brief stay in the hospital after twisting his ankle at school. His frown intensified. He wasn't happy to find that he was marked, not happy at all. He wished. No, if the thing disappeared, he would have the agents on his back in minutes. Harry, came a voice from downstairs. Sighing, he lifted his glass again, only to find it empty, and, shrugging, he went downstairs to help Petunia preparing the dining room for Halloween. Even if their dad wasn't going to be there, they could have a good dinner together. A few hours later, in a darkened nightclub, fell USS Verhe ISS. The man was angry, but Vernon had dealt with drunken patrons before, and he didn't think he would have any problems to oust the two men in front of him. While he repeated not knowing about an Oliver Jones, he detailed their strange garb. How could people stand the local heat in their coats and hats? He smiled. They looked like, they looked like spies. And their accent. He lost his smile, and started to look around for help, but there was no help available. The club was just closing, the bouncers had surely left, and the barman was held in check by his supposedly drunken patrons. Looking at them again, he jumped in fright. The muzzle of a 9mm Makarov was looking straight at him, and he staggered backwards, fully understanding the risks of his job now. Until now, He had only built a set of rooms to be used by select people, like a hotel. His feet encountered a chair, and he fell on it heavily, almost fainting from the initial shock. "I repeat," said the man. "Where is Mr. Jones?" Well, I don't know, sir." "Don't lie to me," the man bellowed, before smacking Vernon with the gun. Vernon's lip split and blood began to drop on his white jacket, but the spy wasn't finished. "They saw he go in your home. You must know he." "I don't know, sir. I haven't met any Mr. Jones since 2 months ago. I know nothing about his place of stay, nor how to contact him." Vernon stuttered, staring at the gun in fright. The supposed spy looked at him pointedly for 2 minutes, before calling his colleague in a guttural tongue. Vernon was thinking that they believed him, and was starting to feel relieved. What the man did next, though, sent that notion into pained oblivion. Bam! Bam! Pain radiated from his wounded leg as he crumbled in a bloodied heap on the floor. He was so stunned that he didn't hear the man talking to him, and it wasn't before being kicked in the ribs that he looked up at his assailant. His ears were still ringing from the detonations, though, and he couldn't understand everything from the man's speech. "Arranged by Goen family, until you call this, find Jones, hear me." The man was clearly asking him a question. Not wanting another bullet, Vernon acquiesced madly, before passing out. Smirking at Vernon's lack of resistance, but not wanting the man to bleed to death, the spy called for an ambulance to come there. They didn't wait, though, and left the premises quickly, leaving a dead barman behind as a warning. It was 3:30 in the morning and the street was empty. Even on this November 1st. The 2 Russian spies contacted another pair who were standing guard in front of a house with large windows. Their first target hadn't answered, so they would pass to the next part of the plan, using family as an appropriate leverage. They broke in stealthily, and used sleeping gas and subsequent intravenous injections to ensure the family's slumber during the scheduled long trip. If they were going to detain them, the best solution was to keep them in a secure environment, and it would take them days to arrive to their destination. A week later, when Harry woke up, he immediately felt the beginning of a monumental headache. Despite the pain, he quickly noticed that he wasn't in his bed, nor even in his bedroom. He was in a small room, without a window, and equipped with a camera in the corner facing him. The door was a sturdy-looking lump of metal with a barred window, and a platter with stale bread and dank water was resting on the ground nearby. Looking around, he noticed that he wasn't alone, as his brother James, clad in his pajama like him, was uncomfortably sleeping on the other mattress, struggling as if in the throes of a nightmare. Because of his headache, Harry wasn't able to concentrate properly, and he couldn't even start to think about magic at all. Not having anything else to do, he went to his brother and, lying alongside his quivering body, he tried to comfort him. His own body was still aching from something he wasn't aware of, and he fell back asleep. He woke up hungry like never before. He wolfed half of the bread as if he hadn't eaten in days, which was surely the case. That thought made him stop, acutely remembering his brother. As he stopped eating, he also heard something from outside. Even if he didn't know where he was, the sounds he perceived were unmistakable. There were people fighting out there. Shouts, gunshots, cries of pain. The international language of battles. His headache was gone, now, and he concentrated to feel the surrounding building and the people there. In the cell on his right were Petunia and the twins, and he perceived that they were barely alive. On his left, another prisoner was pacing, mumbling something in a foreign language. In the cells on the other side, 3 persons, 2 men and a woman, were lying on their mattresses, unconscious. There were no guards, and he supposed that they were all outside warring against God knows what. He resolved to escape, but he had to ask about his location first, and he wanted to speak with the pacing prisoner first, hoping he would speak English. Or French, or Chinese. Closing his eyes, he remembered his trip through walls back home, and concentrated on the corridor. Letting the magic pull him, he found himself there, in front of his own cell door, and noticed that there was no locking mechanism, merely a bolt. He went to the cell with the conscious prisoner. "Hey, was whilst du den," answered the man angrily. "I'm sorry, do you speak English?" The man seemed to notice something and looked at him through the bars. His eyes went wide when he noticed Harry. He didn't expect a kid to talk to him there, especially in English. And in his pajamas. Ein bisschen. I say, a small. I want to escape and I can help you too, but I want to know some things first. Who are you? Who are they? And, more importantly, where are we? The man looked confused. Harry sighed. He hadn't thought of the difficulties regarding the language before, and he couldn't very well let the man alone now or he would yell until the guards come back from whatever fighting they were still doing outside. He closed his eyes, and concentrated on hearing the man's thoughts, like he already did with Agent Jones, back home. He felt his magic tugging at him again, although it wasn't about his body now, but his mind. Letting himself go, he found himself in the middle of a strange landscape, with a tendril of magic still tied to his head. Unconsciously knowing that he only had to pull on it to go back, he started to explore what he understood being the man's mind. And he found several interesting facts. First, the man was German. A German spy precisely, and working for the West. His next finding was about the place. They were in Berlin, held in the Russian quarter of the town by some Russian secret service, the building itself being near the infamous wall. Digging deeper in the mind structure, he found something interesting. The man's mind was separated in several parts, and Harry supposed that it was the same for everybody. There were parts about his job, parts about his family or lack thereof, and parts about his general knowledge. Some of these parts were floating around, while others were firmly entrenched in the psychedelic landscape. Harry was going to pull back when he noticed that one of these blocks was labeled, language. He supposed that it reflected the man's ability to speak, and wondered if he could copy the block into his mind so that he would be able to speak German too. The instant the thought finished, he was contemplating, stunned, a floating block emerging from the man's language center, and heading his way. He barely had time to grasp the return tendril and start to pull when the block hit him. Harry stumbled on the floor holding his head, only just containing his screams of pain. The German spy looked at him in wonder. The boy, who could help him escape, had fixed him for a long time before collapsing, visibly in pain. Was hast du, bist du krank oder was? He asked, clearly agitated. Harry looked up, still in pain. Did the man ask if he was ill? He winced, and opened his mouth to answer. Nein danke, ich bin. He stopped speaking, surprised, while the man looked at him pointedly. I thought you didn't speak German. He asked in German. I forgot. Answered Harry in the same language. You forgot. Shish. Listen, if I free you, will you help me and my family to return home in France? The man pondered the proposal. He didn't know how the kid could know he worked for the West, but if they were both from the same side and both prisoners, it was a possible reasoning. I'll help you. Let's free my colleagues too. I hope they aren't too hurt to follow. Judging by the sounds, the fighting stopped, so let's go, quick. Harry unbolted the door, and the man walked unsteadily towards his friend's cells while Harry opened his family's. Waking Petunia first so that she could carry on with the twins, he went to his brother next. James was shivering in fever, and Harry was going to carry him when the German spy entered the cell. Let me carry him. What's your names? His name is James, and I'm Harry. Okay, Harry, I'm Georg, and my friends are Steffi, Gunther, and Uwe. Uwe is the large, bald one, you can't miss him. Thanks for helping us, Georg. Thanks are for later, kid. Let's flee now. He looked around a last time. And eat the remaining bread, you'll need it. They stumbled toward the now silent exit, wary of what lied there. They turned a few times, and stopped once to open a door with a Russian word written on it. Harry, to his utter surprise, could read it, and suspected that he hadn't got only German from Georg's mind. It was the armory. The German spies equipped themselves with AK-47 and spare clips, and gave Harry and Petunia a sturdy knife, just in case. Petunia was barely awake, and the fact that Harry understood and spoke German didn't register her clouded mind yet. When they arrived in view of the exit door, they noticed two things. It was littered with bodies, and there was the faint sound of police cars in the distance. Getting nearer, the spies remarked that the uniforms on the bodies belonged to two armed factions, namely the KGB and the East German police. And there were no survivors. "We don't have much time. Hurry," said Gunther, leading them outside. The others pressed on, still encumbered by their charges. Once in the relative safety of a darkened alley, they sat down, and Steffi, the most proficient in English, began to recap the setting. They were fugitives in East Berlin, with no papers and charges to take care of. They had to pass the wall to be able to bring the family back home, but the KGB agents would soon notice their disappearance, and they couldn't pass as a group. They had to split. As she was speaking English, she agreed to bring Petunia and the twins home with Uwe, while Georg and Gunther would take care of Harry and James. Crying, the family embraced and they separated. Harry felt as if he wouldn't see his mother and sister for a long time. He couldn't be closer to the truth. After walking several hours through small streets and other alleyways, Gunther stopped them and put his hand to his ear to listen. Harry noticed the sound and closed his eyes to expand his senses in that direction. People, lots of people, and they were shouting. What was it about? "Let's advance," said Georg, still carrying James on his back. "We'll be more secure in a crowd." They proceeded and met an enthusiastic crowd. Georg and Gunther looked around, bewildered. No one had seen a happy crowd in East Berlin for a long time. And they were walking toward the wall. They wanted to turn back, not wanting to be nameless victims of the bloodbath that would ensue once the crowd would reach the Vapa's territory limit. The wall guards were renowned for using their firepower on each and every trespasser, and had killed more than 200 persons since the building of the wall. They couldn't leave the pressing crowd like that, though, and were forced to advance. However, the danger didn't take form, as the fearsome policemen didn't even lift their weapons on the mass of people. They were perhaps impressed by the similar crowd sounds coming from the other side. Georg and Gunther looked around, astonished. Was it finally happening? From the front of the crowd, now touching the 12-foot-high wall, they heard unmistakable sounds of hammers on stone, and noticed a demolition engine on the other side. It was happening. The infamous wall was falling. Today was November 9, 1989. In the first months of this new school year, Albus Dumbledore was a busy man. With a school to run and his other, important, activities, he scarcely had time for society life. His days were spent managing the huge school he was responsible of, and most of his evenings and early nights were spent in meetings. Sometimes with the Order of the Phoenix, sometimes with the Wizengamot, sometimes with the International Council of Wizards, and sometimes with powerful individuals who needed his advice on some topic or another. One of these persons was a portly and exuberant little man, bordering on pomposity. Cornelius Fudge wasn't a powerful wizard per se, but he still was Minister of Magic. And, as he had been elected with a bit of help from Albus, he deemed necessary to meet the old man on regular occasions. Albus sighed. There were times like that when a bit of help transformed into a pain in the rear. Displaying his usual genial demeanor and smile, Albus Dumbledore studiously ignored Fudge and let his thoughts turn relentlessly around the same subject, Harry Potter. The American wizards he had contacted had been reluctant to give him information about the boy who lived. The political state of the wizarding world was quite retarded when one dared comparing it to the Muggles. The countries included in the British Commonwealth were considered living under the British Ministry of Magic, as well as some of the nearest, poorest ones. However, the recently finished conflict in the Persian Gulf had thinned the international cooperation between wizarding countries, and Albus Dumbledore wasn't able to use the bulk of his political strength right now, unless he wanted some additional unrest on his hands. He had wanted to get information through the flow, and had been unsuccessful. He didn't have the necessary manpower to send order members there either, especially as most of them were teachers in a school going full swing. The others were already on a quest for information about the break-in at Gringotts. Once again, his instincts had paid off. By sending Hagrid to bring the stone back to him, he had prevented a major catastrophe. He had had inklings about a return to life of a forsaken soul, and since that fateful day, he was quite sure it was Voldemort. He hadn't told anyone, though. He wanted a calm environment to track the movements of the accursed soul, not a full-scale panic allowing Voldemort to realize his dark intentions. His calmness was denied, though, because of the trip he had to prepare in order to seek Potter himself. Nodding along to the chubby minister's words, he planned his trip in his head. Tomorrow was Halloween, and he would use the week-long recess to seek his wayward charge in his new country. He also was to leave alone, because the protections against the stone needed the other teachers supervising. On the evening preceding Halloween, he prepared himself for his many apparition jumps, leaving Minerva McGonagall, his deputy headmistress, in charge. His instincts were telling him to stay, but he had pushed Harry's search away too many times now. Taking his leave of the stern woman, he didn't notice the small rat in a corner of his office. The next day, a troll. There's a troll in the dungeons. The shout, coming from the distressed Professor Vector, brought panic through the Great Hall. McGonagall immediately restored order through a set of loud bangs, and told the students to stay in the hall itself, where they would be secure. There was no need to send children to roam a school where a troll was free to wreak havoc. She selected Professors Severus Snape, Hogwarts Potion Master, Phileas Flitwick, Master of Charms and Dueling Champion, Pomona Sprout, Herbology Teacher, as well as Madam Hooch, Flying Instructor, to investigate the dungeons with her. Hagrid was seldom taking the meals with them, so they couldn't call him quickly, and the other teachers were scheduled to protect the students should the beast cross the massive doors. Turning a last and hopefully reassuring glance through the closing doors, the 5 teachers then left for the downward stairs. Unbeknownst to them, Professor Quirrell used the panicky atmosphere to leave the Great Hall through the professor's hidden back door. The Defense Against the Dark Arts professor scurried through the corridors, thinking that the 5 teachers having left to investigate the troll incident were down in the dungeons. He then went directly to the room where the Cerberus was, taking a miniature harp from his pocket. Once in the room, he enlarged it and the charmed instrument started to play a tune. Hagrid had been so kind as to tell him everything about the beast, not thinking about the strangeness of being offered a dragon egg in the process. Once Fluffy slept soundly, Quirrell passed through the trapdoor and used a sunlight spell upon recognizing the devil's snare. He then passed the other trials skillfully, using a summoning spell to obtain the flying key and the broom to fly over the chessboard. He finally selected the right potion and found himself in the final room. Only to find that he wasn't alone. His lack of luck would have it that the teachers that Minerva had selected were part of the defense mechanism around the stone, and they had immediately seen the possible ruse behind the troll event. They had decided to send one of them to physically guard the stone while the others were actually searching for the troll, and Severus Snape was waiting for him, arms crossed and wand in hand. The potion master smirked. So then, it's the stuttering idiot who got the prize. Now that's a surprise. I never thought you could do anything useful, judging by your poor abilities. You know, so sometimes you haw avenue to hide your true nat nature. Expelliarmus. Not expecting the previously shy teacher to begin fighting, Snape was quite surprised and barely had time to sidestep the incoming spell beam before falling in a dueling stance. He then resumed the interrupted talk. I know that already, you worm. Stupefy. Protega. Snape dodged his own curse, expecting another one to follow, but Quirrell was looking curiously at the only piece of furniture in the room. The Mirror of Arised, which was standing behind the potion master, had been revealed to Quirrell because of Snape's dodging. The mirror, Severus had been told, displayed the inner desires of the people looking right into it. He knew that someone could lose oneself in it and had forbidden himself to even gaze at it. He also knew that Dumbledore had tempered with the mirror's magic, using it to store the Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell didn't know about all this, though. He was only considering the room and asking himself what to do about this unknown mirror. Petrificatus totalis, shouted Snape, and Quirrell barely escaped the incoming curse before returning to the duel at hand. After a particularly heated exchange of curses, leaving both wizards panting, a cold voice uttered a few words which made Snape's blood freeze. I've had enough of this. Release me. It wasn't the words themselves, but the tone of voice. Severus Snape knew that voice. It was in his nightmares and in his past, and he had thought that the Potter brat had taken care of it. When Quirrell finished removing his turban with one hand, the other still aiming his wand on the potion master, said potion master could only gape at the sight. Sharing Quirrell's head, protruding from the back of it, was a thin head with slit nostrils and pupils. It reminded him of a snake. And of course, it reminded him of his old master, Voldemort. SSSSSOOOO, isn't it our great Severus S. Snape? The boy I welcomed in my ranks, whom I elevated to my inner SS circle, and who, in this time of dire need, turns his back to me. Snape didn't know what to do. On the one hand, he could bow to Voldemort now, taking back his previous life, constantly torn between Dumbledore and Voldemort. On the other hand, he could try to fight the spirit of the Dark Lord. Either way, he would risk his life. Right now, Quirrell may be a stuttering idiot, but, with Voldemort at his side, Snape didn't stand a chance. As if to confirm that, the Dark Lord's spirit spoke a few words in a serpentine language, making Snape's wand arm become painful, as if a red-hot poker was pressed on it. On a certain place of it. On his dark mark. The infamous mark had dimmed after Voldemort's defeat, 10 years before, but, due to the spirit's closeness, it was as active as ever. He fell on his knees, clutching his arm, teeth clenched in pain. Ignoring his whimpering ex-servant, Voldemort went to the mirror. I guess that mirror is the last trial. No doubt the old fool made it SSSO. It was difficult, although ridiculously SS simple. Now let's SSC. ISSC Misself brewing the elixir of life, with the stone, but, where is it? After a few minutes of his master's monologue, Quirrell spoke up. If I may have a look, Ma Master. There's a possibility that, yes, come here. Hearing the exchange, Severus Snape grew restless. If Dumbledore had been true, Quirrell, looking for the stone but not wanting to actually use it himself, could obtain the stone from the mirror. Shivering in pain, he grasped his fallen wand back, aimed at the approaching Quirrell, and uttered the first spell that came to his mind. The first spell he could think of which could take Quirrell away for an indefinite time, regardless of the cost. Avada Kedavra. That spell, though, had an incantation longer than most, and Quirrell easily dodged the green beam, uttering a counter curse on the fly. Reducto. However, his aim was slightly off because of his dodging, and his explosion curse landed right on the mirror. The three men, well, make it 2 men and 1 spirit, glanced at the mirror in fright, but the charmed item seemed to hold the curse. For 2 seconds, it then shattered in thousands of shards which cut deep gashes on the 2 teachers' skins. The mirror being magical, the shards were, too, and inflicted some body damage to Voldemort's spirit. Not used to physical pain anymore, it howled for a few seconds, before turning toward Quirrell. I have had enough of your foolishness. I know others ready to welcome me in themselves. Be ready to SS serve your lord a last time. I need your life, now. Quirrell looked at Voldemort with wide eyes, before looking at Snape's unconscious form. The potion master had been closer to the mirror, and the shower of shards had taken him out. It was his last sight, though, as Voldemort uttered a few words in Parseltongue again, and the stuttering professor, who had voluntarily linked himself to the Dark Lord's spirit, felt his life leaving through that very link. The last words he heard came from Voldemort. Do not worry about Severus. I have plans for him. Back in 1989, Harry looked around, annoyed. Jorg and Gunther had brought them in a house in Hanover's suburban area, under the care of a middle-aged woman Jorg introduced as Ulrich, and they were told to wait. It had been a week, and the 2 men hadn't come back yet. James had recovered from his fever, and Harry had spent the first few days taking aspirin tablets to calm the headache occasioned by learning a new language so quickly. James had been impressed, though, and Harry had spent a good part of the week teaching him the basics of it. The 2 of them were quite free to do as they wanted, since, most of the time, the woman was sitting in front of a blaring television, mumbling incoherently to herself. There was something else of interest in the house. Ulrich visibly had someone living with her before, because there was a large set of electronic parts and books, as well as a strange-looking television standing on a desk. When they tried to turn it on, it didn't display anything. Curious about it, they opened one of the books nearby and, despite the fact that they had to read it in German, they understood that the funny-looking television was linked with the typing machine keyboard in front of it. It was the first computer they ever saw, an old Amstrad CPC 6128, and they began to experiment with it. Harry liked the various games, but James, having always liked puzzles and maths, was more interested in the strange-looking constructs described in the chapter, Programming, of the book. He also tried the many construction games products that could be linked to the computer, and became quite taken with his first attempts in Lego robotics. After a few more days, Harry grew restless, and began to explore his surroundings, using his expanded senses first, and then walking around the lot. He was alone, though, James spending all his free time with the computer. However, there weren't many activities around, as the nearest mall was miles away. They never had a chance to go there, though, as the woman never left the place despite the comfortable-looking BMW resting in the garage. The food was delivered every few days by a young man who sang listlessly on his Walkman's tune. And they were using old clothes Ulrich gave them, merely explaining they came from her now-grown children. It was one of these days, when Harry grew completely fed up. It was raining, a typical November sleet, cold and penetrating, and it was out of question to set a foot outside. His brother was playing with the computhingy again, not even a game he could participate in, and the woman was watching her usual TV channels. Harry plopped down in front of the television, and watched the shopping channel anchors displaying the virtues of the brand new belly fat reducer, Call Now. He looked at Ulrich. How could anyone be able to spend his or her whole life in front of such stupidities? He didn't want to be at her place, and didn't want to know what could be in her head now. He started at the thought. Why not? Remembering the way he had entered Georg's mind 2 weeks earlier, he pressed upon the woman's mind and found himself in a desolated landscape, populated with television anchors shouting all around. No wonder Ulrich needed to set the volume so high. He wanted to put his hands to his ears, before remembering where he was in his disincarnate state. Reflecting about it, he concentrated despite the sound, and finally got a bubble of silence around his head. He then explored a bit. Not only was the landscape more barren than Georg's mind, not only was it full of people yelling, but there were also fewer blocks of memories. The only ones he could see were relegated at the very border of the mind's territory, as if the woman had tried to forget their content. Suspecting somewhat sad or disturbing memories, Harry didn't approach them, and went in search of something else. Reflecting that he wasn't in a real countryside, and that regular laws of physics didn't apply, he made himself float with a mere thought, in order to see over the sea of yelling people. In the middle of the barren plain, previously hidden from view, rested a low white block. He approached it, and, to his surprise, found an open door on its white facade, from which more advertising shouting people came forth, yelling about the merits of a different product each time. Wary of any untoward surprise, Harry slowly entered a darkened room. The only thing giving a little light was a television set spouting shopping advices. His eyes slowly adjusting to the darkened atmosphere, Harry looked around and noticed that there was somebody actually looking at the television screen. It was a younger-looking version of Ulrich, and she was watching the television intently. After a few minutes, the woman pleading the virtues of a thief-proof safe escaped from the TV set and rejoined the other anchors outside. Harry looked at Ulrich, guessing that it must be the woman's conscience. He concentrated in the same way as before, trying to enter the conscience's mind. He suddenly found himself looking directly at the television, barely grasping the advertisement content because of the woman's cluttered mind. Personally, he didn't like shopping channels at all, and he desperately wanted to watch something else. To his surprise, Ulrich's fingers pressed the buttons of the TV remote controller. He decided to try his control, and willed the woman to stand. She didn't want, though, and he had to fight with all his willpower. He wasn't in his own mind, and the fight was difficult, but he was stubborn as a donkey, and succeeded in making her stand. Feeling the beginning of a headache, he pulled on the link leading him back to his own body, and saw her standing in front of the Discovery Channel, shaking her head in wonder. Harry suddenly feared that she knew about his intrusion, but she only switched the channels back to the shopping one, and sat down. Despite the headache, Harry was thrilled. If he trained this particular ability, he could push anyone to do anything he wanted. He calmed himself quickly, though. If the Secret Service agents knew about it, he would never see the sunlight again. He would have to restrict himself to do it only for little things, or only on certain people he was sure of. Petunia's story. She was having a hard time calming the kids. But she had to, and quick. The events which occurred after exiting the prison had unnerved the twin girls and, to tell the truth, herself, too. They had heard the crowd moving in the town, and their guardians had gone in the opposite direction, thinking that Jorg and Gunther wouldn't meet them in a crowd at all. However, in the shadows of the umpteenth shadowy street they took, there had been people waiting. They hadn't been waiting for them, but the gunfight which ensued took Steffi off nonetheless. The large woman had thrown Petunia and the children on the ground instead of protecting herself, and had paid for it. Uva had lasted longer, removing half a dozen enemies from the battle before collapsing. The enemies had then approached, intending to loot the bodies. They had found a quivering Petunia and the two kids. While their first intent had been to shoot them too, causing fear in the Dursleys' mind, they had thought that the three foreigners could serve as hostages. That's why Petunia, while not understanding her captor's language, knew that she had to calm the twins or they would take drastic measures. And she knew she wouldn't like these. Closing her eyes, and forcing herself to relax, she began to think about her home in England, before the whole traveling extravaganza, and the songs she used to sing to them. Singing them again, she finally succeeded in lulling the two girls into sleep, and she quickly followed, too tired to care about the hard floor. She was rudely awakened by a sharp kick in the ribs. A man was yelling at her, and she barely understood that she had to take her girls with her as they had to move. On unsteady legs, she was directed to the backseat of a rusty Trabant exhaling dark fumes. Once there, she was given 3 meager lumps of spicy bread and a small jar of milk, which she shared with her wide-eyed girls while the car was rolling. Petunia was on automatic pilot. She didn't have the time nor the luxury to plunge in shock, as her girls were in that state already, and if she couldn't protect them to the best of her abilities, they wouldn't survive. She painfully remembered the Halloween meal they had shared a few days before. She was quite sure that several days had passed since them, and asked herself if she would have another family meal ever again. She never knew where she was. She hadn't quite learned the names of every little town they passed through, only that they looked foreign to her. In her mind, she could be anywhere between France and China. And she wasn't quite wrong. On the rather long trip, they changed cars many times, and slept in abandoned houses, sometimes even in the cars themselves. The girls had calmed, and accepted any scanty food they were given with ravenous expressions. Petunia had also taken a bit of time to try to understand the men's language and their nationality and destination. Quite unsuccessfully, over the days, she found herself falling asleep in the car more and more often. After 2 weeks of uncomfortable travel, she awoke suddenly and found herself in a large bed. She smiled, thinking that the whole episode had been a nightmare, but the vivid light, as well as the sounds she was now hearing, weren't a part of her regular neighborhood. Scents of spice and sounds of the Oriental markets were filtering in through a window despite the closed shutters held in place by a solid lock. She sat and opened her eyes wide, taking her bedroom in. It was quite richly decorated, with intricate golden patterns on white tiles. "Who are you?" The voice came from her left and she jumped in surprise, before turned toward the voice, a little afraid. After all, she hadn't seen her daughters yet and wondered about their state. "I'm sorry," she stalled. The man in front of her was clearly Arabic, with a distinguished air which denoted an intellectual. And he seemed to speak English. "I thought I was clear enough the first time. Who are you?" I'm Petunia Dursley." He looked at her strangely for several seconds before speaking again. "How do I know it's your real name?" Petunia was quite shocked that somebody would question her honesty like that, and she didn't have a ready answer for it. "Well, I could tell you it's on all my papers, but I seem to have been robbed of them." "If that is the case, you have been robbed of them before we took you in." "About that, sir, you'll call me Salim." "Thank you, Mr. Salim. Can you tell me where my daughters are, and where we are?" "Your daughters are in the room next to us. Their life depends on your truthfulness." He smirked at the woman's sudden intake of breath. "What's your name?" "I told you, sir. I'm Petunia Dursley. It's the truth, I swear." Salim looked nonplussed at the answer. "Can you tell me what you were doing in East Berlin with 2 agents of the imperialistic Germany's secret services?" Petunia gaped at this. She tried to utter something, but no sound escaped her lips. The man looked at his impeccable fingernails, and spoke again. "To answer your other question, we are in Istanbul." Petunia fainted. Salim looked at her with barely concealed disgust before calling a henchman in. This woman doesn't seem dangerous. Settle the kids here. We'll keep them for the moment. Hanover, December 1989. The two men hadn't returned to check on Harry and James. James had made great progress in his use of the computer, and several of his robots were seen walking around the computer on the cluttered desk. Harry had trained his mind control ability a bit more, getting less and less headaches and being more and more efficient in his orders. Beside making Ulrich highly compliant to his verbal requests, he had also explored her memories, and had discovered that she was in fact Georg's mother. The computer and other machinery was his, and she didn't know anything about her son's job as a spy. Her husband had been a spy too, and Harry had discovered that the man had died many years ago, while on mission. While directing the woman around, he also found out that he could plant instructions for her to execute while he wasn't in actual control of her. When he thought about that, he reflected that it resembled his brother's programs a little. He was going to talk to him about it, when a ringing sound erupted in the house. Harry jumped in surprise, as nobody had ever called since their arrival. He hadn't even known that there was a phone there. The woman wasn't moving either, still watching the television, although Harry had made it so that she was now watching the animal life rather than the shopping channels, and with a lowered sound. The phone was continuing to ring, and Harry decided that he had to make Ulrich pick up the phone because nobody was to know he and his brother were there. He entered her mind, and she picked the phone. "Hello, Mum." It was Georg's voice, speaking German, of course. "Yes," Harry answered through the woman. A silence ensued, as if Georg was trying to understand how his mother could answer the phone. He didn't reflect long, though. "Pass me Harry." Harry left the woman's mind and took the phone. "Yes, Harry, I want you to leave the house. My position has been compromised and I can't help you. Because of the wall's fall, there are enemies all around, and they know the house. Take Ulrich with you, please, and leave her in the nearest hospital. Tell her I'm sorry." Georg seemed to hesitate in his words, and Harry, understanding about the man's strained relationship with his mother, merely answered, "Okay. Wait, there is some money for you to take a cab and then the train back to France. It's in the pot labeled Spice, on the highest shelf in the kitchen." A pause. "I have to inform you, though, that Steffi and Uwe have been found dead in East Berlin. They didn't make it, Harry." Harry's entrails went cold at the news, and he didn't answer for a long time. "Harry," inquired Georg, "are you still there?" Yes, Georg. I'm here. What about my family?" "We don't know, son. No trace whatsoever. Are they held somewhere?" "I explored the agency's files as discreetly as I could, and I found that Steffi and Uwe had been killed right in front of a house belonging to the Turkish Secret Services." "I'm sorry." A longer pause, during which Harry reflected quickly. "Georg, yes. Is it possible that they are being held hostage somewhere?" "Well, it's a possibility, boy, but I'd advise you not to count on it." "Where would they be held if that was the case?" "Harry, you aren't serious." Harry didn't care anymore. He had drafted a plan, and he was going to build on it, whatever the danger. In no way was he returning to his father without his mother. He heard several scuffle sounds in his phone. "Georg, I need to know. Where, please." "Harry, I have to go, now. I've been found." "Where?" Harry's tone was desperate. A very short pause. "Istanbul. Good luck, Harry." Click. "You too, Georg," answered Harry to the lifeless phone. He reworked the first steps of his plan in his mind, before hanging up, yelling, "Jamie, prepare our stuff. We're leaving." He heard a vehement protest coming from upstairs. His brother was certainly in the middle of building a new robot. They didn't have time, though. Harry ran up the stairs and, panting, addressed his brother, recounting the discussion he had just had with Georg. James went white, but Harry, orienting the talk to another topic, suggested that he could take a few of the books around them. That softened the blow on his brother, and he packed quickly. Harry selected 3 traveling bags from Georg's room closets, one for each of them. These bags could also be used as backpacks through ingenious removable straps. While taking them out, he accidentally kicked the wall and a tile fell off its base. He bent and, searching with his hand, found and extracted a flat box covered in black leather and some cobwebs. He carefully opened it, and gaped at the sight. A sleek Walther P88 rested in the red interior, beside no less than 6 spare magazines. Harry slammed the lid in shock, but the weapon integrated itself in his plan easily and, after cleaning the cobwebs and replacing the loose tile, he stowed the box in one of the bags, which would then be his. James started to put every book in the bag, but Harry, by making him try to lift the bag, convinced him of the usefulness of choosing only a few. Harry then grasped the third bag and, after calling for Ulrich to join him in her room, he suggested she packed several days' worth of change. After packing everything, as well as some toiletries, they headed downstairs. After sending Ulrich to stow the bags in the car's trunk and open the garage door, as well as talking James into reading one of his books in the BMW backseat, Harry took the spice container in the kitchen and extracted a wallet with a couple dozen notes in it. Glancing at their individual value and making the total, he gasped. There were almost 15,000 Deutsche Marks in there, enough to buy a small car. He calmed his heartbeat and, silently thanking Georg, he stowed the wallet in the small travel bag he had also selected. He finally selected a road map of Germany and a world atlas from the bookcase, and they joined the wallet in the bag. Harry looked around for the last time, before heading for the car's backseat too. Warning James that he wasn't to be disturbed from his slumber, he took complete control of Ulrich and verified from her memory that he hadn't forgotten anything. Of course, he made her go back inside to grasp the car keys, as well as her own wallet with her credit card, even if he didn't know if it worked at all. She then took the wheel, Harry releasing a bit of control so that she could drive, and they left the house, the garage door closing automatically after them. Harry, having learnt from low-rated action movies that the credit cards could be traced or blocked, wanted to make a good use of it while it was still usable. He then made her first stop at her bank, and she went to the young teller there, whose badge showed, Ernst Kunstler, Junior Accountant. "Good day, madam. What can I do for you?" "Good day, sir. I'd like a statement of my account, and I'll make a withdrawal afterwards." "Very well. Do you have your account number?" She handed him her credit card and passport, and Ernst smiled. Of course, the cards and accounts were linked, and he quickly found her account, double-checking her identity with the passport. "Mrs. Grunberg, you have a regular account with 25,719 marks on it, as well as a life insurance account, with your son Georg as beneficiary. You can draw as much as 2,000 marks from that account, but a percentage fee of 3% will be added for the account management." Harry Ulrich stayed silent, processing the information, before speaking again. "How much can I draw from my regular account? I have to visit my son, you see." Harry lied on the spot. He's in a hospital in Albania, and they accept currency before everything else. "You can draw as much as you want, but for withdrawals larger than 10,000 marks, we have to process the request to our headquarters and it takes a full day." Ulrich looked distressed. "Are you sure I can't take more? I really have to go today." The man looked uneasily around him. Lowering his voice, he addressed the sweet old lady. "I can make it so that you draw that amount twice. I'll just pass the second paper tomorrow." "Thank you, young man, you are most kind. I will do that, then. 20,000 from the regular account, and 2,000 from the other one. And, can you make it so that it isn't two large notes?" "Hundreds, maybe. I'm not used to large banknotes." Of course. It took 15 minutes for Ernst to gather the necessary notes, but, when finished, he provided a complimentary bag for transport and thanked her for her business. Back in the car, she drove to the local mall and parked in the underground lot. Once there, she transferred the money from the complimentary bag to Harry's travel bag, only keeping a few notes in her wallet. She also took a 1,000 DM note. In the mall, where she went alone, she threw the banker's complimentary money bag in a trash can, and then bought a few missing items. Sunglasses, protection creams, useful tablets like aspirin, some clothes, as well as detailed road maps from the countries they were going to go through: Austria, Romania, and Bulgaria. When she paid with the largest note, the cashier made a face, but gave her the change anyway. Unbeknownst to them, at the same moment, 3 persons were breaking in Ulrich's house. The three people found nothing of real value and, thinking that they were gone shopping, waited for their return. They would wait for a long time until the food delivery team rang in. After questioning him, they would understand that the woman would never leave the house, and that they had been had. At the mall, the three fugitives refilled the car's tank, and finally left the town southward. Harry had drawn an approximate route, and they had quite a few countries to cross before arriving to their destination. They would also have quite a few other countries to traverse afterwards too, on their way back. Jamie was still in his books. Surprisingly, Harry found that Ulrich's original conscience, while still unable to decide by herself on the direction to follow, was quite happy at the change of scenery. After a week of driving through secondary roads, though, they were all exhausted. Ulrich from driving, James from reading, and Harry from planning the road and directing Ulrich. They finally arrived to the last frontier on a Thursday morning, and Harry slowly extracted himself from Ulrich's mind to concentrate at the man who had just addressed them in a foreign language. Quickly entering his mind, he acquired the language in the same way he had done with Georg and the other custom officers in the way, gaining another headache in the process. They were in Turkey, now, and he also learnt the popular customs from the still waiting officer's mind. Harry returned to his own body and addressed the man in perfect Turkish. "We are here to rejoin our dad. He's cab driver in Istanbul. Our mother is dead and this is our grandmother. She doesn't speak Turkish, though, nor does my brother because he was too young when dad left." The guard looked impressed that the Occidental-looking boy in the classy although dusty car was able to speak Turkish that fluently. He gave the boy a nod, before asking, "What's his name?" Harry blinked. "What, you father's name, for the records." Harry sighed. He didn't want to be sought after if he gave a wrong name. He painfully entered the man's mind and planted information there so that the man would let them pass without filling the log. He then let Ulrich drive by herself until they arrived in Istanbul, 3 hours afterwards. They quickly found a hotel in the tourist-laden town, and handed the car to a well-tipped valet for cleaning and parking. At the check-in register of the President Hotel, they took 2 adjoining rooms and paid for a week and the corresponding meals with 3 1,000 DM notes. They then went to their rooms and, after locking the door, slept soundly for the first time since they had left the house. Meanwhile, in Monaco's hospital, Agent Jones. The voice, even through the low-quality phone lines, had a cold edge in it, something which didn't sound good. "Yes, your charge." He had reappeared. Agent Jones had only one such charge, and it wasn't Vernon Dursley, despite his presence at the man's hospital bed. He stood up suddenly and started to pace while still speaking in the phone. Which towns do you know with a constant radio frequency monitoring?" Jones thought hard, but there were so many of them that he was still clueless. When he admitted this, the other man smirked. It was almost audible in his way of speaking. "I guess I'll see you there soon. He's in Istanbul." "First," began Jones, before remembering the insecure environment he was in. Moreover, the other man had hung up. Putting the receiver back on the cradle, he cast a glance at the prone form of Dursley. The man, recovering from his leg wound, looked up at him questioningly. "Was it about my family?" "No, Dursley," the man lied. "But I have to leave now. I'll leave a guard at your door, though." And Agent Jones left the room, the hospital, and the city, in order to catch the first plane eastwards. Let's have a look at what happens 2 years afterwards. Albus Dumbledore was cursed. At least, that was what the great man was telling himself, as he hadn't been that unlucky since his first year as a student. That had been when the headmaster of the time, Phineas Nigellus, was also teaching potions. A mishap in the class caused Albus' hands to be covered in the bluish goo, and later switch randomly between sticky to slippery and back at the most inappropriate moments. Smirking, the headmaster had forbidden him to access the hospital wing, because he was not wounded, and Albus had been forced to live in that state until school break, 3 weeks later. Thankfully, that had been Nigellus' last year as headmaster, as he was assassinated in the summer by some member of his own family wanting the power his position granted. That was then, though, and now was now. Albus sighed. He had left the castle on this fateful Halloween 1991, leaving the school in Minerva's good care, and had gone on a quest for information. Once in America, he waltzed through the incoming wizard procedure, and began to search for any signs of Harry Potter. He got no sign of the boy in the local archives, nor in the magical events file, which stored every registered Wizard of Witch's use of magic. Of course, finally thought Albus after a day's worth of work. The boy wasn't registered there at all. After that initial failure, he followed his primary lead and went to the local Muggle relationship office. The office had a magically updated folder for any Muggle entering, living, or exiting the American territory, and Albus Dumbledore asked several debts repayment to access these files in search of any signs of the Dursleys. "Aha!" he yelled, unconcerned about the people around him. He had just found the right folder. Opening it, though, he was quite shocked to see that it contained only one sheet. And a small one at that. Vernon Dursley, factory manager, and Petunia Evans, housewife. 4 children. Arrival: July 1987 from England. Departure: August 1988 to China. "Is that all?" asked the very annoyed wizard to the younger one. The other one, younger despite being over the century himself, huffed at the tone. "Sure, that's all. They came, and they left. When they leave, most of the record is wiped out. We just keep the bare minimum. It would be too complicated otherwise." They started to walk out of the office. Yes, I understand. Well, thank you, Jack. I'll be sure to repay your kindness when you come over to visit Hogwarts someday." Albus, I'll think about that. Greet Aberforth for me, will ya?" "I will do that." The wizards parted ways at the building entrance, and Albus headed straight for the apparition point. The search had lasted 2 days already, and had mostly failed. Only one lead subsisted, and it was a strained one. The relationship with the American wizards had been easy, but the Chinese. Albus shuddered, remembering a meeting with one of the Chinese elders, more than a century ago, when he himself was a young man working at the ministry. He had helplessly listened to the old man's words. "You British wizards think so high of yourself that you don't hesitate to call your country the wizarding world. Know that there are countries that don't accept that. In his eternal wisdom, our emperor has deemed diplomatic relationships with you unnecessary, whether it is in war or peace. So mote it be." With these words in head, Albus arrived in Hogwarts, only to be greeted by silence. Nobody was on the grounds or in the corridors. Unnerved by the eerie feeling, he headed straight for his office to recover the magical amulet which would reconnect him to the castle. It was the man's best-kept secret. He had found the item when he took the headmaster position. Before that, he had always been annoyed of searching after missing students all the time. It was a medallion which was attuned to the castle and which allowed him to see the content of most of the castle's public places and to locate anyone unerringly, and which also warned him if anything unusual happened. He smirked. Everybody had always wanted to know how he knew everything going on in Hogwarts, and they had all assumed it was his headmaster position. The necklace couldn't function outside the building, though, and it was even painful to wear the farther he went from the school. Putting the pendant on, and concentrating, he found out that the students were relegated in their respective dorms under the watchful guard of their respective house ghost. The teachers, minus Quirrell, were in the hospital wing, around a bed where Snape was sleeping. There were few reasons for students to be stranded and a teacher to be in the infirmary. A quick glance in the appropriate rooms told him that his plans had somewhat failed. The mirror was in pieces, and the stone had disappeared with it. He sighed. How would he inform his old friend and mentor about his failure? Losing the stone was akin to writing a death warrant for Nicholas Flamel. The well-known alchemist and his wife had lived more than 6 centuries thanks to the stone and the resulting elixir of life, and they won't be pleased to know about its destruction. Shaking himself awake, he went to Madame Pomfrey's domain to learn more about the events that had occurred while he had disobeyed his instincts, leaving the castle for a mere couple of days. On his 3rd night there, Harry woke up, panting and drenched in sweat. The sun hadn't risen yet, and the bedside clock glowed discreetly, 5:47 a.m. He had had his nightmares for a long time, now, and was quite tired of them. He couldn't even remember when they had started. However, he couldn't do anything about them, could he? He stretched and, walking to the room's kitchenette to grasp an orange juice, reflected about it. If he was able to enter others' minds, was it possible to enter his own? After sipping the refreshing juice, he returned to his bed and sat on it, having reached a conclusion. He wouldn't know if he didn't try. Concentrating on himself, he pictured his mind and, after a time adapting his mental schemes to act on his own mind, found himself in the usual landscape. Except that it wasn't as desolated as Ulrich's. Not at all. He had many memories scattered across the landscape and he shuddered at their number. Some of them were isolated while others were linked together in a seemingly random pattern. The complexity of the whole thing made him wary of exploring more, afraid that he would break something. After all, he was in his own mind, and he didn't want to break something and find himself stranded there. Levitating himself to grasp the thing as a whole, he found the usual white building in the middle, as well as the language blocks he had imported from Jorg and the custom officers on his way here, all connected to his own, but something else caught his eye. Several things in fact. Firstly, there was a large silo near the white building hosting his conscious mind, and it was radiating heat. A strangely comforting heat. Because he hadn't seen it in the other's mind, Harry supposed that it was related to his magic. The second unexplainable thing was a dark shroud in the farthest corner of the landscape, hiding something from view. It was black, and Harry knew, without explaining how, that it was alive. And evil, and linked to his nightmares. He didn't want to explore there, though. Nobody could help him if he did something wrong. However, he could perhaps separate the shrouded part from his normal mind. Perhaps, he could build a wall around the shrouded part. Or around the rest of his mind. Or both, perhaps. To his surprise, a mound of bricks appeared from nowhere, right in front of him, levitating in midair beside a cement machine and building tools, like the ones he had seen in several construction sites. He took one of the bricks and weighed it in his hand, thinking hard. In no way would he be able to build the wall himself, as it would take him years. However, he could do something else. He carefully released the brick in midair, concentrating on it. The brick stayed where it was, not falling down. He smiled, and mentally directed the brick towards the other ones. He found that directing the thing with his hands was helping, easing a bit of concentration. He went straight to the shrouded part of his mind, and stopped a few yards from it. If he was to do something, better start there. He gently lowered the brick's mound on the ground, followed by the cement machine and tools. Needing space, he also uprooted the memories that were there and slowly relocated them a few yards away from the shroud, keeping the connections between the memories. Once a reasonable expanse of bare terrain was freed, he started to direct the bricks around when an unbidden thought hit him. Weren't stones sturdier? The moment the thought came, the mound of bricks transformed into a mound of stones. Satisfied, he began to build a wall between the shroud and his mind. A few hours afterwards, he felt that someone was trying to reach him, and listened to his external senses. Up, Harry, wake up. It's 10 already and we haven't eaten yet. 10 a.m. Wow. Harry looked at his work and, satisfied about the 10-foot-high and 20-yard-long wall, decided to make a pause. He could complete it later. Besides, he had a job to do here, and he hadn't finished visiting the town. His nightmares could wait. He pulled at the tendril bringing him back to his body and, once there, opened his eyes to see a frantic James. Hey, he said, Harry, Ulrich's not there, and I'm hungry. Not there. She left. Harry was flabbergasted. How could she leave by herself when she hadn't had the least bit of will in the previous weeks? On top of that, he couldn't help feeling guilty that something could happen to her. And he needed her to drive the car. He could do it, but he would be arrested for underage driving. He sat up, and closed his eyes, opening his awareness to the surroundings. And felt two things. She's in the hotel lobby. Let's go. He said grimly. He was observed. Same time, another building. They exit the bedroom. Alpha team, follow them. Roger. A silence. Lobby. They found the woman. They talk. Primary target draw her out. Zephyr. On position, HQ. A short silence. They leave on foot. Follow. A long pause. They enter the market. Can't follow. I don't care. Park anywhere and follow on foot. Roger. A short pause. And don't forget your radio. No answer. Damn. yelled Jones, slamming his microphone on the Formica table. "I'm surrounded by imbeciles." An hour afterwards, in Istanbul Market, Dylan Peterson, the American agent whose cover was Taxi Driver, was sweating. Having been brought by Jones 2 days earlier, he wasn't used to the local temperatures which, even in winter, were higher than those of his hometown. The sweat was also caused by his current difficulties at trailing the boy, which had also prevented a return in the taxi to fetch his radio. That had been 1 hour ago, and he didn't want to return yet, intent on grasping the elusive boy. However, said boy had disappeared in a shop minutes ago, as well as the woman and the little one. He had waited outside, browsing the shop's outside selection, when a thought struck him. A classical one, especially in his profession. What if the shop had more than one entrance? He rushed inside, only to find he was true. Cursing his lack of luck, he exited the shop through the back door and found himself in an empty street. Not quite empty, though, as several men were quietly discussing nearby. He approached them, and asked if they had seen the fugitives, but they shook their head before resuming their chat. He didn't know if they hadn't seen them or if they hadn't understood him, and went to ask again, when he felt a distinctive object pushing in his back. "Who arranged by you?" asked a stern voice. Dylan kicked himself. How could he be stupid to the point of entering an unknown zone without backup? He raised his arms, before noticing that several Turkish policemen were entering the street. Seeing his escape, he tried to make himself more visible by slowly stepping towards the middle of the street. The next thing he knew, something hit him in the neck, and darkness engulfed him. He woke up with a start, as the bucket of water, now empty, clanked on the brick floor beside him. He blinked, and tried to stand when a shove brought him on his knees. "Who are you and who do you work for?" asked a man in front of him, absently playing with Dylan's gun. He swallowed with difficulty, before remembering the procedure. "I'm an American citizen. You have no right to detain me. If you..." The Glock's handle interrupted his vehement and desperate-looking speech by smacking in his jaw, breaking a tooth or 3 in the process. The man in front of him was standing, now, and visibly seething. No American citizen dares walking our streets with this kind of weapon on them. He sat again, surprisingly calm again. "As you said you were one, though, it leaves me a few choices only." He smirked, and loaded the first bullet in the chamber expertly. "Fewer choices than you have limbs. And more bullets." Dylan began to sweat. Despite his training, he hadn't been prepared to face torture, and didn't know what he could do. Imperturbable, the man aimed, and asked, "Are you from the CIA?" "No, but..." Bam! Dylan clutched his bleeding left forearm, gasping for breath and trying not to faint from the pain. The gun was making much damage and the point-blank range ensured his torturer's accuracy. He was sure that both his forearm bones were shattered as well. "Are you from the NSA?" No answer. "Bam! I asked you a question. Are you from the NSA?" asked the unknown man, in the same voice he would use in a friendly tea party. "I'm not. Bam! Are you from the FBI?" "Damn it, man, I'm not working foe." Bam! Dylan was now painfully sitting on the floor, left arm and leg broken in several places, fighting for consciousness. He really didn't want to die here and now. The Turk approached, and placed the still hot gun muzzle on his forehead. "Who do you work for?" he whispered. Dylan was in pain, and only one answer would appease them. "CIA. Good, very good. You see, when you want. There's nothing to fear from me, really." The man smiled genially. "We'll take good care of your wounds, but I want other answers first," he said, becoming serious again. "Firstly, your name." "Dylan Peterson." The Arab nodded slowly, writing it down. He then asked his address in the States, the current plans of the CIA, and the reason behind him being caught armed near the Central Market. Dylan didn't know everything, but he told him that they had to watch over a boy. A certain Harry Dursley. The family name immediately rang something in the other man's mind. The man whose parents named Muhammad Rahiyad ibn Sa'il al-Fahd, and who was more known under the name of Salim, exited the room suddenly. Dylan didn't have enough energy to call after him, and collapsed on the floor, bathing in his own blood. A few streets nearby, Harry knew that he had lost his pursuer, but something told him to go back in the market. While using his senses to know where the CIA agent was, he had caught a familiar presence. Petunia. As it was the main reason for his presence in Istanbul, he dragged James and Ulrich back in the crowded market again. The throng was making the search difficult, though, and he found the lead again only after an hour. It wasn't a true presence, though. He focused on it and found that he caught a residual presence instead. As if his mother had spent a long time in a place, but wasn't there anymore. Still, it was as good a lead as one can be, and he pressed on. He wasn't prepared to what he would find, though. A bit before, the disguised commando arrived in sight of the target building. One of them was prisoner there, and they were to free him. The leader motioned his men onwards, and they advanced. They arrived in the back of the old tower, and started to walk around it, preparing themselves to shoot. The crossbow wasn't a weapon as effective as the handgun, but it was useful nonetheless. Especially as it was almost silent. They took out the 3 guards quite easily, and hid their bodies before entering the building. There, they first reloaded their weapons, and then, using the memorized map, they went straight for the underground levels where the prison cells were. On their way, they succeeded in killing silently another trio of guards. They advanced stealthily, glancing in the mostly empty cells, until they heard an exchange of voice. It was in a foreign language they didn't know, and they advanced with even more caution. When the commando leader peered inside, though, he gasped. Each and every man of his commando knew the man there. Every Kurd knew the butcher of Diyarbakir. And the whole commando was Kurd. The butcher was speaking in an unknown language with 4 other persons. The first, an Occidental-looking man, was chained to the wall, and bleeding from several wounds. The others weren't chained, but their submissive attitude told the leader that they were as much prisoners as the man. The butcher, also known as Salim, was yelling at the chained man, pointing his weapon at the woman, who cringed, while the 2 little girls clutched her, crying. Using hand movements, the commando leader informed his men of the situation, and they positioned themselves around the half-closed door. When the leader kicked at the door, it surprised Salim. The Turk didn't have enough time to react as 6 crossbow bolts flew his way. One of them was off, but the others pierced the man and stuck him to the plaster wall behind him by the arms and legs. The 5th bolt had gone through the man's stomach, and the commando leader smirked. The butcher was going to die a long and painful death. After gagging Salim and telling his men to find their target in the remaining cells, he grasped the fallen gun, which he looked at intently. The butcher wasn't known to use handguns, and even if he had, it wouldn't have been a Glock. It must belong to someone else. He then looked around. The woman was looking at him, eyes wide in fear while clutching the girls protectively, hiding the hideous scene from them. Obviously, she was someone important for the Turks if the butcher was using her. He reflected about the scene intently. Because of his wounds, he couldn't take the bleeding man with them, but the woman was able to walk. Her daughters would slow her, though. He looked at the 2 girls and got another surprise. They were identical twins. He had a superstition about twins, and didn't want to incur the wrath of his god by separating them from their mother. His men returned with sad news. The man they had come to deliver was dead, visibly tortured. He looked at Salim with a murderous look, but caught sight of the woman. Telling his men to take her and the girls out, he unsheathed his knife and approached the now frightened butcher. 1 hour afterwards, they were driving eastwards in a rusty van, and Petunia Dursley was asking herself if her tribulations would stop one day. In the bloodied cell, some time after the Kurds' departure, Harry extracted himself from the man's mind, shuddering. The man in front of him, who was known by many names, had committed more murders than anybody he knew, and these weren't clean ones. However, he had had the information Harry wanted. Taking a pill from the aspirin bottle which never left his pocket nowadays, Harry calmed himself and rejoined James and Ulrich outside, with a great lump of confidential information in his mind, as well as a new target. Petunia and the twins were detained by the Kurds, now. He decided to go back to the hotel despite the returning sensation of being observed. He didn't have any choice about it, because all their belongings were in their rooms. However, he succeeded in avoiding most of the agents in the way, seemingly innocently. In the lobby, he bought a road map of the whole country, including the easternmost Kurdistan. When they entered their rooms, he got another surprise. Despite the immaculate state, he felt that someone had come in and had touched their luggage. Not noticing anything missing, not even his gun, he suspected that something had been done to track them. It reminded him of the device in his leg, but he didn't have time to check about that now. He took some time, though, to check if the intruder had touched their money bag, which had been hidden in the room's safe. Either they hadn't opened the safe or they had replaced everything afterwards. The separate folders were still containing the same amount of notes. One with the usual Deutsche marks, one with American dollars, and one with Turkish liras. The amount wasn't the same in the three currencies, but it represented the same value. To be able to change the money discreetly, they had spent a few hours each day to visit several banks around their location. After gathering their possessions, they headed for the valet office and picked up their car, with the tank full and the dust gone. With Harry directing Ulrich using the town's map he had extracted from one of the valet's mind, they left the place toward the harbor. Waiting for the larger shuttle to pick them up with their car, Harry felt several agents entering the vicinity. 2 were walking around, seeming in a deep conversation, and 4 were in a car, waiting in the shuttle line 2 cars behind them. Harry decided to do something as unobtrusive as possible about it, and planted a thought in the mind of the driver following them, so that he would want to turn back around. When the shuttle arrived, after unloading its content, the cars started to advance and, as if on cue, the man behind them started the difficult maneuver of turning around in the one-way path. The other cars behind them horned angrily, but it was of no use, and Harry noticed with a smirk that the agents began to panic as the shuttle doors began to close. The 2 agents on foot abandoned all pretense and ran to the boat, while the men in the car tried to extract themselves to do the same. Only one of those 4 succeeded in joining the 2 others on the boat before it left the pier. They were 3 and, during the trip, Harry went to each of them and updated their memories so that they would return with the next shuttle, thinking they had lost him. It took the whole trip's time to do so, and, once they left the boat, they drove eastwards, only stopping to fill the tank, buy food, or sleep. As they left the town proper, when Ulrich was tired, Harry was taking the wheel for some time, having learned to drive the same way he had learned to speak German, importing Ulrich's memories. While Harry was fleeing the town towards the Kurdistan with James and Ulrich, Agent Jones was seething. How could you lose him? You were on the same boat. You should have seen him getting out of it. The 3 low-ranking agents looked meekly at their feet. They knew that their rank was going to shift even lower, especially as they didn't have a valid answer to their superior's question. Jones was pacing. He had to find this unexplainable boy, and he had to find him quick. He could fly there and start searching manually, as the fugitives, trackers had escaped the CIA's coverage of Istanbul eastwards. He could. He stopped, as a thought caught him off guard. He could use the brand new military satellite. It wasn't very efficient, only tracing signals with a 10-mile radius zone of imprecision, but it would tell them where to start their research. Smiling, and completely forgetting the 3 anxiously waiting agents, he exited the room to get a secured international phone line, intent on finding the satellite service's boss. 3 hours afterwards, he was back in his office, fuming and mumbling to himself. Christmas. Damn those family men. Gone for weeks. Can't access it. Damn. He finished, slamming his fist on the table. Said table was already broken, because of another of Jones' temper tantrums, and the hit was enough to break it again. Jones looked, confused but still angry, as his piles of carefully stacked folders went to the ground in disordered mounds. Damn. A month and a half later. It took a long time for Harry to feel Petunia's presence again. During that time, he inquired about her, the twins, and their captors, but nobody knew anything in the few towns and many settlements in the way. They went through Diyarbakir, of course, Harry having extracted the location from Salim's mind, and headed southeastward from there, but not crossing any frontier yet. Each of them had also bought small presents and offered them to each other in a make-believe Christmas spirit. Harry had offered a silken shawl to Ulrich and a book on mathematical puzzles for children to his brother. From them, he had gotten a bottle of strawberry-flavored liquid aspirin and a t-shirt from a local football team, respectively. Ulrich and James had also exchanged a soccer ball and a small makeup kit. Despite the uneasiness of doing it in a hotel room, they had thanked each other and enjoyed it. Harry knew about the country's traditions, and understood that people were reluctant to speak freely to unknown women and children, whereas a man, preferably old and Turkish himself, would have no problem speaking with the people they encountered. To ease the discussions, Harry had then kidnapped such a man, named Mustafa Saleh, after a few days. Of course, he double-checked that the man didn't have anything else to do, and that he had no family that would miss him. The quest for information was then quickened, the man being able to enter the cafes where men debated about everything. It was still fruitless, though. During that time, Ulrich was faring better and better by herself, content in exploring the country, and offering gentle advice at surprising times. James, however, had finished reading his few books, and had grown bored of traveling in the mostly desolated countryside. Harry had used his reprieve in concentration thanks to Ulrich's newfound independence, and discussed with James, finding that they could talk about programming quite easily despite Harry's thoughts being directed about programming people's minds rather than computers. Since that time, James's boredom eased a bit. Besides, they had often paused in hamlets where the local kids readily included them in their football teams. After 6 weeks of searching, sweeping through the towns and following every little lead unsuccessfully, they arrived in the suburban area of Heraki, one of the largest towns in the Kurd southeasternmost part of Turkey, situated in a mountain range 4,000 yards high. The small house from which the residual scent of Petunia and the twins came from was bolted shut, though, and Harry's senses perceived nobody inside, either alive or dead. Taking control of the old man who was traveling with them, Harry sent him to the local cafe to discreetly inquire about the house inhabitants. As usual, they didn't know anything, but one of the men seemed very eager to finish his drink and to leave afterwards. Releasing his hold on Mustafa, who then politely participated in the current debate, Harry used his senses to locate the fleeing man and projected himself into his mind. Like in Salim's mind, although on a smaller scale, he found several bits of interesting information relative to secret services, although in the case of this man, it was belonging to the Kurdistan's underground government. He saw that, despite the Kurds' pleas to the other nations since 1919, they still didn't have a separate country, and an underground political body had been set up to organize the Kurds against the neighboring countries. The man himself was a low-key agent of that government's secret police, posted there uniquely to report whenever anyone would inquire about them. And the man was on his way to do exactly that, reporting. Seizing the man's consciousness, Harry forced him to stop and turn around, and arranged his memories so that he forgot about Mustafa's questions and his report. When he left the man's mind afterwards, said man shook his head and returned to the cafe, not remembering why he had left. Meanwhile, Mustafa had returned to the car, and the dusty BMW, which the other 3 occupants hadn't left during the whole episode, had departed already. The Kurdistan was a large pseudo-country, which encompassed several countries, and the person the man had wanted to report to, named Ibrahim al-Sidahar, worked and lived in Erbil, in the Iraqi part of the Kurdistan. If he was there, chances were that Petunia was, too. Before leaving the relatively large town, Ulrich filled the tank once more, they bought food and other necessities, and they found a bank where they could exchange a bit of Turkish liras for Iraqi dinars. Afterwards, they left the town, this time heading southwards. That was when Harry felt observed again, although distantly. Very distantly. And, when he concentrated on the feeling, it came from the sky. At the exact same moment, on the other side of the world. "At last!" shouted Jones. The 3 others cringed. Agent Jones was known for being hot-tempered, and his recent failures had fueled the man's anger. Each of the 3 assistants was positioned at a console, and Jones was looking at a large screen displaying a small part of the Earth. The display was slowly zooming forwards, sometimes interrupted by static, as it was the view from the satellite they were currently using, and the winter storm raging outside wasn't helping the connection. When they successfully narrowed the signal to the maximum, they found that it was in the region between Turkey, Iran, and Iraq. They couldn't get a more detailed view, but they knew something: the target was moving. Jones barked orders to obtain a printout, and left to inform his director. He calmed himself on the way, as the director wasn't one to be impressed by his angry bursts, quite the contrary. Jones thought that, if he presented his case in a proper way, he could obtain a commando operation quickly. "Good afternoon, Jones," said the old man with the expensive-looking black suit. "Good afternoon, sir," answered Jones humbly. The director positioned himself comfortably, waiting for Jones to expose his case. You know about the mission I have been given. You mean the mission which failed to give any results since it began 4 years ago?" asked the man in a no-nonsense tone. Jones gulped. It was going to be harder than he envisioned. "About that, sir, our target fled Istanbul weeks ago, and we just got his signal in the Kurdistan." The old man blinked twice. "May I ask how you got his signal?" Agent Jones suffered from a sudden cold sweat. We got the opportunity to use one of our satellites which was hovering in the proper zone, sir." Sir, what are you going to ask the agency this time, Jones?" "A military operation, a suicide mission, a diplomatic agreement." At that point, Jones knew that whatever he would ask now would be rejected. Plain and simple, and no explanation given. He tried, though. "I'd like to fetch him, sir. He's really important. Perhaps, if I could be accompanied with a Marines team." "No." A disappointed pause. "No, sir. You heard me the first time, Jones. The agency has other priorities for the current allotment it had been given, and sending a Marine commando to fetch a boy isn't one of them, particularly in that area. Our soldiers are mainly American patriots, and have only limited knowledge of the area's climate, terrain, and population. Have you thought about the diplomatic repercussions should the commando be found out?" Jones was speechless. Of course, he hadn't thought about that. He had pushed his mission without thinking of the consequences, as usual. It was at these moments that he understood why he would never outgrow his current status of terrain agent. He mumbled an apology and started to withdraw, but the director wasn't finished with him. "Besides, the boy isn't even American, so he can't be recovered using the stranded American citizen procedure. The area itself is quite dangerous, too, as all the nations around that point are belligerent toward each other. If your target was to leave, perhaps we could do something. As it is, you won't try anything. However, as you seem quite taken by your mission, you'll be monitoring the target's moves." Jones started to smile, but the director's next words made his mouth melt into a grimace. "The others terrain agents, as well as the officials in all the places you visited had grown fed up with your temper. Therefore, you'll be relocated here, in this very building. You'll be stripped of all responsibilities and the corresponding salary bonuses. You'll be stranded to an office near the satellite service, but you'll have the lowest priority in the requests queue. Do you have any question?" Jones swallowed with difficulty, before answering. "I understand, sir. Thank you for your kindness." The director, who had almost dismissed Jones by turning his chair to the side, looked up sharply. "Was it a sarcastic comment, Jones?" "No, sir. I thank you for the opportunity to continue on this mission. I know you could have sacked me, or worse." True, answered the older man absently, before turning again, picking a report and reading it intently. Jones understood he had been dismissed and went to the door, when the director's voice caught him again. "Jones, pray that your target leaves the place in the next year. I won't be able to justify your salary longer than that." "Yes, sir," answered Jones meekly, before leaving. A month later, again. It took another month for Harry and his companions to find Petunia again. Of course, he had picked up her presence in Erbil, but it had been residual traces again, like in Hekari and Istanbul. They had had to ask questions and Harry had had to read minds for 2 weeks before heading to the southeast again, to a town called Sulaymaniyah. During that time, Harry had experienced his regular nightmares, but they were also less stressful than before, as if he was more an onlooker at the hideous scenes rather than a participant. He suspected that his mental wall was acting in that regard, and resolved to continue to build it once they would find his mother. He also felt watched again, only this time it was at random moments, and always the far and skyward sensation. They had also exchanged currency in Erbil and Sulaymaniyah, the banks reluctantly accepting to change their remaining liras, as well as some American dollars, into dinars. Upon arriving in the part of the town where he suspected his mother was held, Harry deployed his awareness to the maximum range, and found the correct building. He was ecstatic, but also wary of her state. He got out of the car, and told Ulrich to drive around for a while to prevent suspicion. He would call to her mentally later. Once the car left, Harry walked to the building, establishing his plan on the way. He suddenly remembered what had happened in China when he had been pursued by the drunken men and stopped in a dark alleyway to explore his mind in search of his full memory of it. Once found, he understood how it worked, and changed his face to look like the Kurd children he had seen several times in his travels. Once done, he approached the building, his awareness catching the visible and hidden guards, and he stopped several times to enter these persons' minds. Initially, he only wanted to know if he would be shot down without warning, but, learning that he would, he forced the men to look somewhere else for 5 minutes. 5 minutes afterwards, and 5 guards turning back to their original spot, Harry was inside the building, in search of the person in charge. He had guessed that, leading that person by the mind would allow them to escape without getting shot at every corner. Using the guards' memories to learn about the person's name and location, he quickly went there. And stopped. The man was in the middle of a squirming sandwich, being pleasured by 2 girls at the same time. Harry, his cheeks burning, learnt in one go several things he hadn't planned to learn. Especially not in that way. However, it was quickly clear that the girls were drugged, reluctant, and underage. Not supporting this in any way, Harry took control of the man, forcing him to settle the girls comfortably before dressing himself. Harry had progressed since his first attempts at mind control. He was now able to act while controlling someone, and he used it since he had to follow the man in the corridors towards the prisons. Once there, he almost cried upon discovering the famished state of his mother and sisters. Thankfully, the 2 girls were still much too young for the activity having taken place upstairs. He vowed to avenge them, but firstly, they had to be taken out. He directed the man outside, making him give the proper passwords to the guard posts, and the proper scowl to the other underlings. After leaving the building, he steered the man to a dark alley, and made him sit for 5 minutes. His mother, despite her tiredness, looked at him curiously, but, when Harry returned his facial features to normalcy, she stared at him in shock. And fainted. "Stupid me," mumbled Harry. He wasn't strong enough to hold her. Reaching for Ulrich, he directed her to their hiding place, and they put Petunia and the twins in the back seat. James was looking at his mother in shocked surprise, and Ulrich helped by trying to wake her and the twins up. She then gave the woman a bit of food and drink, while Harry turned to the man. Despite being a self-proclaimed figurehead for the Kurds, the man had murdered, BPD, and burned so many people and houses that he could be compared to Salim. Harry decided that the man was going to suffer like his mother had. He modified his conscious mind, delving into the limits of mind programming, to make the man avoid food from now on. He would only be able to eat a meager lump of bread per day, and he would also sleep on the ground. He would be a prisoner of his own mind. Thinking back, Harry also implemented a fail-safe condition so that the man would return to normal after atoning for all his deeds. They then left. Taking a quick glance at the world atlas he had, Harry decided that the surest and shortest path home was through the Mediterranean Sea, which they would cross on boat from Egypt to France. Egypt was Harry's choice over the other Mediterranean countries closer, because of the enmity between these. The most direct path, then, was southwards. However, their car wasn't agreeing anymore. The faithful BMW which had taken them from Hanover to Sulaymaniyah was now laden with sand. During the last 40 miles on the road from Dukan, the car had suffered difficulties, but they continued nonetheless, not wanting to have problems with Petunia captors. The poor car, however, choked its last breath at the village of Erbet, a mere 20 miles farther down the road. The village wasn't graced with a garage, and they only succeeded in exchanging their car, and a substantial lump of money, for a group of camels. 1 for each of them, and 2 for the luggage and water. It was a good deal, though, as Mustafa indicated. The camels didn't need gas, only water, and the riding beasts were the desert travelers' best friends despite their slowness. On top of that, Petunia and the twins needed almost constant help at the beginning. traveling along the Sirwan River and pausing a few days in the villages they went through so that Petunia could rest. They took a full month to reach the capital, Baghdad. Upon reaching the town, they sold the camels and went in search of a place to stay while they would find a car to buy. Using his enhanced senses, Harry felt that several houses were only inhabited by 1 or 2 elders while being large enough for their whole group. Mustafa, like Ulrich, had grown to like traveling with Harry and James, and was faring better by himself. With this fact in his mind, Harry decided to try the mundane approach and asked Mustafa for his help. Several seconds afterwards, the two of them knocked at the door of one of the selected houses. That particular one was near the center of the town, close to all the shops, while being in a seldom used street. When the old woman opened it, a good 5 minutes afterwards, Mustafa asked politely if they could host them, in exchange of services and eventually money. Surprisingly, the old woman agreed quickly and refused their money. To the group, she introduced herself and her husband as Almaya and Sulam Baranheim, and a routine promptly settled. Ulrich was buying food and other necessities for the whole group, while Mustafa, disguising his Kurd origins, was able to discuss with the local men, gaining some political information in the process. Harry explored his powers again. He was able to chat with James, Petunia, and the twins in English, but they were unable to talk to anyone else, and that had worn Petunia down during her months of incarceration. The twins were more resilient, but after recovering and chatting with their brothers about the time they missed together, they quickly grew bored. Noticing this, Harry had an idea. If he could learn languages through other people's mind, like he had done once again with the 2 elders, was it possible to give that knowledge to someone? Not wanting to force the issue, he explained his goal to Petunia, who readily agreed, even after being warned about the probable headache. They decided not to tell the other kids about it yet, but if everything went well, Harry would do the same thing for them. So, 3 weeks after their arrival, Harry went into his own mind, and made a copy of the memories related to speaking Arab. After doing so, he directly went in Petunia's mind and attached the memory chunk near to her own language block. He didn't stay much, because he distinctly felt her unease and growing headache. He could also perceive her peripheral thoughts, which were mostly directed on him and his magic. Just as he left her mother's mind, he saw one of her memories relative to him and his magic. It was the face of a bespectacled and bearded old man. She couldn't talk about it immediately, though, as she was grasping her head in pain. Harry gave her one of his aspirin pills, and he forgot about the memory about the old man. Something he didn't forget, though, especially as he had nothing to do while he waited for his mother to recover from the language acquisition, was the tracking devices. He knew that he had one, and he suspected that the Secret Service agents had touched their bags too, and perhaps their car. Said car was now out of reach, but the bags weren't. He emptied them, going for unusual thick sides. He found that 2 of them had strange bumps on their bottom and, using a sharp knife, undid said bottom and found the strange-looking devices. They looked like an overly large coin, full of electronics. As the 3rd bag was his own, he reflected that the agents must have done something with it, and explored the bag thoroughly. As the bag itself didn't seem to be modified, he rifled through his possessions, only stopping at his gun's box. Closing the door to make sure that he wouldn't be interrupted, he opened it and removed everything. When he finally removed the red velvet lining, he discovered another of the infamous coins, and stored it with the others before restoring the package to its original state. He didn't think that the other members of his family were tracked in the same way as he was, but still asked them to search their bodies for unusual bumps, especially in their thighs. He told Petunia why, and showed her his own thigh with the embedded device. She gulped but offered her help to remove it. He didn't want to force her to pierce his skin, though, and asked Mustafa to help, as he knew that the man had been used to seeing blood in his long life in Kurdistan. After gathering the necessary supplies of alcohol, bandages, and sharpened knives, the old man, assisted by Ulrich, proceeded to the extraction of the infamous tracking device. None of his siblings had such a device on themselves, nor did his mother. Gathering the coins in a small box, he thought about what he could do with them. He could simply destroy them, or he could just leave them in the house here. However, in both cases, the agents watching him would know about it, and would storm the house where their gentle and old benefactors lived. Harry decided to adopt a third way, to mislead the agents searching for him. Just before leaving the town, he would innocently stick each device on a different car, using bubble gum. The devices would be deposited on the underside of the car, making them as unobtrusive as possible. They weren't leaving yet, though, as James and Eva developed a quite incapacitating flu, and everyone was tending them, especially the still malnourished Maureen. On top of that, they didn't find a van large and robust enough to bring them to Egypt. Harry and Ulrich waited, and waited, but no new model graced the car seller's collection when the two youngsters finally healed and completely recovered, 2 months afterwards. During that time, though, Harry found some time, and a phone office kind enough, to place a call home. He felt guilty not to have called before, but honestly hadn't had either the time or possibility to do it. The chat was quite long, despite Harry's thoughts about the line being monitored. These thoughts were of no use, though, as Vernon Dursley had been categorized as innocuous citizen after his slow recovery. Not having the resource to monitor him, the CIA had dropped him. He had had to leave the large house, having just enough time to sell the furniture and collect his smaller belongings. Vernon had then gotten a small apartment nearby, arranging to keep the same phone number, in case his family wanted to phone. After telling him a much-edited version of the events, Harry thanked him again for keeping the phone number, and told him they would be back in a few weeks. When he hung up, his ear was red and hot from the time passed with the receiver on it. And when he went to the cashier, he saw that the young man was looking at him with disbelief at the sum he had to pay. Harry paid the required fare, and returned to search for a car with Ulrich. They really wanted to leave the area, and finally found a vehicle that could contain all of them. It was an old and rusty Chevrolet G20 van and, after filling the tank to the brink, and after Harry put into motion his plan of dispatching the tracking devices around the town, they all piled in, and started eastwards. Their initial plan had been to go through Jordan and reach Egypt from there. On their way, though, they met several city guards, the members of the elite force of policemen who always patrolled the city. Unfortunately for them, when they had bought the van, they had chosen exactly the same model than the one that had been used several weeks before in a terrorist suicide explosion near the current leader's palace. The city guards chased them immediately, and, confident in his abilities to prevent their interception by a mere patrol, Harry urged Ulrich forward. However, several police cars were quickly called to try to intercept them, and they found themselves taking turns after turn in the large city, until they found themselves on a large road heading southwards. The van was followed by several cars, thankfully not equipped with weapons. Moreover, the road's bad state prevented any lucky shot towards them. Harry had exploited his awareness to prevent being cornered while in Baghdad, and used his powers several times to connect to some drivers in order to make them turn around brusquely, thus blocking several cars each time. What he didn't know, though, was that these cars were quickly joined with a small detachment of modified M151 jeeps, and a little column of military jeeps sped through the villages, following the van, which was only a few miles ahead on the southward road. Harry knew the global route, and he also retrieved the proper directions by fetching the local road map from the mind of people they saw on their way. They drove around Najaf and the other larger towns to avoid traffic, and when they arrived to the frontier, 350 miles after their departure, Harry used his senses to branch to the custom officer's minds, convincing them to let them pass. Using the relative pause given by the quickened procedure, they switched drivers so that a fresh Petunia could replace a thoroughly exhausted Ulrich. According to the map taken from an officer's mind, Harry found that they had to drive another 100 miles to reach the next important town. Judging from the vehicle consumption, they could make it, although barely. The Iraqi military jeeps were stationed several miles behind them, waiting for the tanks. Once the strongly armored vehicles arrived, they crossed the frontier without asking, as their only order was clear: kill the terrorists, whatever the cost. They didn't think they would cause a diplomatic incident as they crossed the frontier forcefully and entered Kuwait. Before grabbing the telephone line reserved for emergencies, the officer in charge of the customs made note of the day and time of the invasion. The day was August 2, 1990. On the other side of the world. "My brethren," wheezed the elder, We have congregated here to celebrate our old ways and gods. May their light be on us. The assembled people in the windowless room repeated the last sentence. The room had no window for a good reason. It was a basement. The basement of a modest house in the suburbs of Mexico City. The 20 men there were the last remnants of the old Aztec priests of Tenochtitlan, and had only survived the onslaught of their city by creating a secret society that would intermingle with the invaders but not become subservient to them. Now, almost 5 centuries later, their numbers had dwindled to a mere 50, assembling in smaller groups to avoid detection. Some of them had succeeded in having an influent job while others were mere beggars, but they stayed together in their faith. Today, my brethren, we are to discuss the last prophecy our God Quetzalcoatl left us with. It has been passed from father to son from the time the evil Cortez destroyed our homes, and it is soon to be realized. The old man left the podium, using a cane, while another stepped up and read the prophecy. Its terms were clear. The sun god, whom they revered as one of the most important, was going to fight an important battle, and the day was approaching. Should he lose, the earth would be plunged into eternal darkness, destroying all life on it. They had to do something. They had to help their gods. Since they couldn't offer human sacrifice anymore, they had adapted their rites to offer their own blood, and all of them sliced their hands, dropping blood over a chalice. After the ritual, the old priest came back next to the younger one and explained the age-long prophecy and its unique interpretation. One of them had to help their gods to fight. By rights of birth, and because of his strength, the young celebrant was unanimously designated, and, after disrobing him, the old one poured the chalice over his head. The man was impressive. Naked, blood dripping from his head, it was a figurehead of war. The assembled men chanted a prayer to Tenochtitlan, their sun god, and to Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent one, who was said to accompany Tenochtitlan for that battle. When the chant ended, aides approached and cleaned the man from the blood. And they gasped. All of them did, before falling on their knees. Their prayers have been answered, and Tenochtitlan had sent a sign. The man in front of them, initially dark-haired like all his ancestors, now had fiery red hair. Another kind of peek into the future. Dear Director. Jones looked at the paper in front of him, and angrily torn it before throwing it on the floor with the other attempts he had made at writing a letter to his director. He was so tired that he couldn't remember how to start an official letter properly, and the cheap bourbon he was imbibing wasn't helping his cognitive functions. But he had to tell the man about his findings. In the short time frame he had been allowed on the satellite, he had found that his target hadn't left the Iraqi capital. The signals sent by the tracked luggage, though, were moving around the town with the same apparent randomness as the boy himself. Although he didn't know why, many explanations were plausible, and all pointed to the fact that his target was still in Baghdad. Agent Jones had also kept in touch with the international context around the Middle East zone, and learned about the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait, the month before. The United Nations hadn't reacted much, and the United States hadn't moved at all, giving Iraq quite a leeway in the process. Kuwait and Iraq were both providing good petrol, with Kuwaiti giving large discounts to Halliburton. Iraq, though, was a great consumer of many good American weapons and war vehicles since 1980 and the beginning of the war against Iran. That war had ended 2 years ago, and Iraq's importation of American products had dwindled. As it wasn't easy to take a decision, none was taken. Yet, and Agent Jones, alone in his bachelor pad in the residency nearest to his office, was struggling to write the letter which would upset the fragile balance. It took him several weeks to confirm his data several times and to reach his director with the finally written memo. When he read it, though, the old man's right eyebrow went up and he dismissed it as unimportant. At that point, Jones decided to circumvent the interfering old man, and address the presidency immediately. It took him another month of scheming, but he finally reached the Oval Office's ear and, sweating, explained his case in front of a curious president, several uninterested army generals, and his apoplectic director. He knew that he had put his career, perhaps even his life, in the balance, but that job had filled his life until now, and there was no other way out. The president was curious, though, and asked for more explanations on the target, and reading material on the topic. Having prepared for the worst, Jones had the required documents and more, and he left everything on the president's desk, with the recapping memo on top. He was asked to stay in a nearby hotel, so that he could meet the president again after the incoming Christmas. The CIA director was red in the face when he left the room with everybody, but nothing could deflate Jones' happiness at that point. If the president was interested, his director would have nothing to say about it. However, the director of the CIA had many advantages, and Jones found himself definitely silenced a mere week after his intrusion in the Oval Office. He had had the necessary time to meet the president again, though, and history was on its way. After meeting the generals and assessing the size of their available military forces, the president used the excuse of Iraq's threat towards Israel to launch on January 17 the military operation which would make the joy of CNN and several other media, Desert Storm. 40 days later, the Iraqi soldiers which were still searching for a missing van in Kuwait received the order to retreat and everybody ceased fire 2 days later. The American soldiers, who had been indoctrinated in seeking the tyrant, turned back home empty-handed before even entering Baghdad. However, everybody was happy when the official end of the war happened on April 3. What nobody knew was that an intelligence mission actually entered Baghdad right before the troops approached and caught the tracking device's signals, leading them to the vehicles where Harry had stuck the trackers. The failure of that search put the president in a foul mood which lasted a whole month, but he calmed in time to sign the end of war papers, mainly because the designated culprit, Jones, had been found dead months earlier. And, during all that, someone was going to school, learning the way of the world and listening intently to news reports about the Persian Gulf crisis. August 2, 1990, near the Iraq-Kuwait border. After driving the remaining distance to the outskirts of the Kuwaiti town of Al-Jarrah, they found a gas station and refilled their tank at a surprisingly low cost. When Harry thought about it, though, he remembered that Kuwait's main production was oil, and he shrugged. Harry and his family and friends then entered the modern town. There, they found a bank where they could exchange their remaining Iraqi dinars into riyals, the Saudi Arabia currency which was accepted as face value in Kuwait as well. Besides, they couldn't very well go back to Iraq now, and the other way to Egypt was through Arabia. They also found a car rental office, and they rented a Dodge Ram van. Of course, Harry's interference meant that they got the van without the administrative papers to fill, and with a reduced fee as well. They also didn't tell the hypnotized cashier where they would give it back, especially as they didn't know about it themselves yet. While the following Iraqi army scoured the countryside around the frontier, Ulrich and Petunia drove the two vans westward until they arrived in a completely deserted countryside. There, they finished transferring everything from the rusty van to the newer one, and put fire to the former. Not wanting to attract undue attention to themselves, they didn't stay and left the vehicle to die down to unidentifiable charred remains while they drove the rest of the 200-mile-long road to the first Arabian town of Hafar al-Badan. While Petunia was behind the wheel, the twins regrouped with the boys in the first row of rear seats to allow Ulrich a bit of sleep. Despite arriving late at night, they took rooms in a rather upscale hotel and everyone got a much-needed respite. During the first meal together afterwards, which happened to be dinner, Mustafa seemed clearly nervous, and Harry asked him the reason. It appeared that the man, although very old, had never made the pilgrimage his religion asked. And they were now in the appropriate country, heading in the right direction. Understanding the man, Harry drew a route from their current location to Mecca, using a road map of Kuwait and Saudi Arabia, gotten from the hotel lobby. They would then go north alongside the Red Sea, crossing Jordan and Israel to finally enter Egypt. Or they could cross the Red Sea and enter Sudan, then going north along the Nile. While they were quietly debating about it, Ulrich told them that cruising on the Egyptian river had been one of her dreams before, and Petunia wholeheartedly agreed to the suggestion. Laughing, Harry returned to the hotel lobby to buy maps from Sudan and Egypt as well. If everything went according to the plan, they would be in 2 days in Mecca where they would stay a few days while Mustafa would pray and circle the ancient shrine. The group would then cross the Red Sea between Jeddah and Port Sudan, go north to reach Alexandria, in Egypt, roughly 2 weeks afterwards. From there, they would take a boat to France. A month of traveling before being home again. At the beginning of their trip, Murphy's Law didn't make an unwanted comeback, and everything went smoothly, despite having to solve some difficulties and meeting some people. In Mecca, the pilgrimage was going full swing, and they couldn't even approach the town center by car. Buses were coming and going, delivering their flow of pilgrims. There were no hotels available, and the only free places were communal ones, accepting only men. With Mustafa, they decided to meet 5 days afterwards at Jeddah's first bus station, which, being only 50 miles away, was reachable by bus in a few hours. During these 5 days, the others played and explored the surroundings, but they mostly rested. Harry used this time to book a place for their car in the shuttle boat, and Ulrich changed half their remaining rials into Sudanese dinars and the other half in Egyptian pounds. After the agreed delay, they picked Mustafa at the designated place, and directly drove to the harbor where they waited for the boat to bring them to Port Sudan. The drive from Port Sudan to Wadi Halfa, at the frontier with Egypt, was long but uneventful. During these 750 miles, the only difficulty was the heat, which compelled them to use the air conditioning system, which in turn forced them to drive slower than intended, in order not to push the motor to its limits, and refill their tank more often than usual. After Wadi Halfa, they crossed Lake Nubia and found themselves in Abu Simbel, where they made a pause to admire the temples of Ramses II and Nefertari, and to exchange currencies again. Taking the road again, they reached Aswan, enjoying the view on Lake Nasser and its dam on the way. At Aswan, after taking information from the local tourism office, they decided together that cruising on the whole length of the Nile would take them too long, and settled on using their car again after Luxor. The women wanted to profit from the cruise, and Harry resolved that he could take the car with Mustafa. Uttering this, he knew that Mustafa would object because the old man had never learnt to drive a car. However, Harry shushed him mentally, as he was going to either teach the man or possess him. Wishing James and the women and girls a good cruise, he went back to the car and sat with Mustafa. He explained the solutions to him, and the old man chose to be taught how to drive over being possessed, even if he came to understand that Harry had done it already. Despite the strange feeling upon the revelation, the old man knew that he had felt more alive in the previous months than in the preceding years, especially after his pilgrimage. Harry gave him a preventive aspirin before copying into his mind the memories of driving, which he had taken from Ulrich, months before. Mustafa then drove northwards, and arrived in Luxor in the evening, a few hours later. Knowing that the others wouldn't arrive before the next day, they drove around the town and headed for the Valley of the Kings. At least, passing through Egypt, they would have seen some of its attractions. With a beautiful sunset illuminating the numerous temples in front of them, Mustafa and Harry tried to walk against the packs of tourists coming back from the East Valley where most of the tombs were. However, they were outnumbered and decided to leave the fat, sweating, and rampaging tourists to their schedule and explored the West Valley instead. And Harry got a surprise, which intensified when Mustafa asked what was wrong. Contrarily to what Harry had fetched from the tourist guides, the West Valley wasn't limited to 3 tombs. In front of his eyes were buildings even more impressive than those in the other valley. And Mustafa decided to break his stare by asking why he was staring at the bare and rocky mountainside. Bare, rocky. He had been looking at the largest of the temples around, which was ignored by the very few tourists around, and where, surprisingly, people seemed to be working. The magnificent building was at least 4 stories high, and the statues on it were reflecting the sunlight in myriads of colors. The building and statues also didn't seem made only in stone like the tombs in the East Valley, and they weren't broken either. Despite its brand new aspect, Harry instinctively knew that it was the same age as the others, perhaps even older. He described the temple to his old companion, and the man's answer surprised him again. He wasn't seeing it, and when Harry wanted to approach to investigate, the man clearly refused, indicating that he would be waiting for Harry in the van. Harry went to check on the ancient temple, trying to school his expression, but failing in front of the golden doors and jeweled statues. How comes no thief had tried to steal them in the centuries it had rested there? His expression must have given him away, because he had the surprise to hear someone speaking to him from his right. "First time around, kid." He nodded, mouth still agape. The man who had talked seemed in his early 20s. His red hair was pulled in a loose ponytail and a tooth of some large animal was dangling from one of his ears. He looked at Harry, a thoughtful look on his face. I remember my first time too. It was 6 years ago, and I fell for the country like one would fall for a beautiful wong. Remembering the standing boy's apparent age, the man stopped there, looking back at the statue and blushing slightly. He spoke a bit more to hide his unease. Well, it was back when I graduated. The goblins offered the job and I took it. Now I only break curses in Egypt. There is enough work with all the temples and pyramids. Have you visited the magical school in Giza yet? I know for a fact that it's almost as impressive as this temple can be, he said, looking at the boy again. Harry had been looking at the statue in surprised wonder. Now, he was looking at the man in the same way, not daring to move. He hadn't understood everything from the speech, but some words had caught his attention. Curses. Magical. After all these years, he had perhaps finally found someone with the same talent as his. He didn't dare moving, though, afraid that the man would disappear suddenly. Said man didn't understand Harry's stillness, and looked around in unease, before talking to Harry again. Are you lost, boy? Harry felt that the man would leave if he didn't decide to act, and he blurted the first question that came to his mind. Who are you? He blushed, but the man laughed. Of course, I didn't present myself. Shame on me, would say my mother. I'm Bill. And you are? He asked, extending his hand. I'm Harry, answered Harry, shaking the proffered hand. So, said Bill, straightening up, back to the topic at hand, are you lost? Harry shook his head. I'm not. I mean, unless Mustafa decided to leave with the van. Is he your guardian? I guess he isn't your father since you didn't say, Dad, said Bill, smiling gently. Harry's face went down. No, he's a nice guy who helped to get Mom out of trouble. We will meet them tomorrow at the docks. Bring them along, then. I'm sure that they would enjoy the sights. Actually, started Harry, before going silent. Despite the man's cheerful attitude and the relaxed appearance suggested by the ponytail and earring, Harry wasn't sure he could confide to the man securely. What? Asked the redhead after a few seconds of silence. Harry blushed. He had wanted to explore the man's mind to be sure of his loyalties, but Bill's mind was enclosed in a solid-looking wall of bricks, and he hadn't had time to levitate over it or do anything else before the question. Well, they can't. I mean, Mustafa didn't see, so I suppose. They are muggles, asked Bill. They are what? Muggles. You know, like in Muggle-born stew. Oh Merlin, you are one. How old are you? Harry felt lost in the rapid speech, but answered the last question nonetheless. I'm 10, and that was true. He had had a very small but heartfelt birthday party just 2 days before escaping Baghdad. 10, answered Bill. Okay, so you'll know of your school next year, I guess. School? Asked Harry. The more the man talked, the more he got confused. What did the school have to do with his age? Yes, school. Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, Durmstrang, Talib al-Giza. Harry looked lost. I'm sorry, I don't know what you are talking about. Where do you live? Well, I have been on the road quite a long time recently, he answered, looking at his feet and blushing. Bill looked at him, lost in thoughts himself. Strangely, he felt that he could believe the boy, even if he had just met a few minutes before. Suddenly aware of the darkening sky, he looked at the setting sun and motioned to Harry to follow him. Follow me, I'll walk you back to the Muggle zone, where that should be. After a few seconds following the man, Harry's mind reacted. That, didn't you mean, van? He asked in wonder. And, by the way, you still didn't tell me what does, Muggle, means. Oh, sorry, yes I meant van, even if I don't know what it is. At that, Harry's eyebrows shot up, but Bill continued. A Muggle is a non-magical person. As you saw the protected temple, I assumed that you must be magical. Your family might be, or not. The surest way is to bring them all here tomorrow. As the West Valley only has a few Muggle tombs, there are not many tourists here. Most are wizards and witches. Can I come back tomorrow? Did you see me putting up barriers? Asked Bill rhetorically. Well, no. Then you can come with them. Muggles are repelled by the wards, though, so if none of your family members is magical, they won't want to follow you. Harry nodded thoughtfully, and they walked in companionable silence for a few minutes before arriving near the parking lot. As usual before entering a public area, Harry expanded his senses, intending to scan the area and to check about Mustafa. Before getting the usual answer, though, he felt a jolt upon discovering the aura of the man next to him. It was an orange aura, extending a foot out of the man, and it was swirling with power, while radiating gentleness. The reason behind his shock was that ordinary people he had felt this way, had for the most part a dull gray aura which never went farther than a fraction of an inch off their body. Because of his shock, he completely forgot about his usual area sweep. Harry had stopped at the revelation, and the man had stopped as well. "Did you feel that?" he asked Harry, while removing something which looked like a twig from one of his pockets. "Feel what?" inquired Harry, looking at the twig in wonder. "I just felt a surge of power nearby." "You are sure you felt nothing?" he asked, browsing the surroundings. "Well, I felt something, true." Bill was busy muttering strange-looking words while swirling the wooden stick around. He finally sighed and pocketed it. "Well, nothing strange. Perhaps one of my colleagues worked late. I'll check about it tomorrow." Turning to Harry, he noticed the boy's gaze toward his wand and explained. "This is my wand. Every wizard and witch has one, as it is essential to cast spells. You'll have one soon, I think." At this, he extended his hand. "Will I see you tomorrow?" Grasping the hand and shaking it, Harry forgot about the wand and nodded enthusiastically. When Bill walked away, Harry expanded his senses again, but in a more discreet fashion. It went slowly and steadily toward Bill, and the redhead didn't appear as if he felt a thing. "Good," thought Harry. "Now I can detect magical people, wizards, around." It was strange to think about those magic-wielding persons, but, now that he had encountered Bill, he knew that they could be trusted. He was partly wrong, as the future would show him. Nearby, Muhammad al-Arwa sighed. Damn the boy, he was always accompanied and overly protective. He knew that the boy was magical, because of the state of his brother's mind when he had found him. His brother had been the Kurd officer in charge of the prison of Sulaymaniyah. Despite being a Muggle, he had been clever and ambitious. However, Muhammad had found him emaciated and barely living in a hospital bed, slowly dying of hunger. Delving into the man's mind, he had found the block, and tried to remove it, but the job had been made thoroughly, and he couldn't uproot it without sending his brother into a catatonic state, which would be deadly in his current state. He also found the failsafe condition, but knew that his brother, like himself, wouldn't atone for something he considered as normal. In the man's mind, he also found the face of his attacker. A mere boy had put the powerful man in that state. He explored more about the memory and found that the boy could change his face, and that he had some family, as well as 2 friends, one of them being a Kurd himself. From the Occidental-looking faces of the family, he had guessed that they would try to go back to their own countries and he had to find them quickly before they did. He had extracted everything he could from his brother's mind, and started to track the fugitives southwards. It took him 3 whole months to reach them in Luxor, and he found that the boy had discovered a wizard friend. He was as surprised by the sensor sweep as Bill was, but was too far to be discovered. Besides, the boy was focused to what the other wizard was doing with his wand. If he hadn't, and if he had continued to check around, he would have noticed the Kurd wizard hiding under a disillusionment spell. After the van left, Muhammad stood up and followed it from afar, on his flying carpet. Once they entered Thebes, he knew what to do. After all, the Hashishan sect was still present in many countries, and professional killers could always be hired. The next evening, Bill was castigating himself. Harry hadn't reappeared, and Bill couldn't search for him or send an owl, as he didn't have his last name. "Where are my manners?" he asked himself for the 10th time of the day. "I didn't give my full name, why would he have?" He didn't know that, at the same time, Harry and his companions were 50 miles to the west, sleeping under the starry sky of the Egyptian desert. Earlier that day, the sun greeted Mustafa and Harry as they were taking their breakfast in the hotel. The day started peacefully, and Harry envisioned a midday visit to the beautiful temple with everybody. However, he wanted to ask several questions to Bill, and convinced Mustafa to drive him there again. However, as soon as they entered the van, a loud detonation was heard and the driver's window shattered. Mustafa, who had been sitting there, hissed in pain while holding his obviously wounded arm. Noticing this, Harry lost no time in expanding his senses in the direction where the bullet came from, while moving away from the window. It was a good thing, as said window shattered also, and another bullet drew a hole in his seat. Meanwhile, Harry had just found the first killer, and taken control of him. The second one succeeded in shooting another time before being frozen as well. In the van, Harry's body was immobile, eyes shut in concentration, while Mustafa was trying to start the engine, intending to leave the dangerous place quickly. "Stop," said Harry mere seconds afterwards. "What is it?" asked Mustafa. "We have to leave. I don't want to be shot again. These two won't shoot us again, but others could. I have to find a way out." And Harry closed his eyes again, concentrating on exploring the memories of the now immobile sharpshooters. Minutes afterwards, the police would find the men frozen at the same place in the same position, still holding the rifles. Their memories, though, wouldn't be with them anymore, as Harry had uprooted them and taken them in his own mind for perusal. That's how he knew that several other shooters were planted in the town with their van's description in their mind. He also knew that the men, despite acting on their own volition, had had their minds trifled with by someone. Someone who was unidentifiable in the modified memories, but someone who had visibly cast a spell on the memories. With a wand. A wizard. If a wizard was after them, Harry thought, they didn't stand a chance in the large town. He checked the town map from the killers' memories, and found that there was a way through the shooters. He would need to overcome a few of them, but, now that they were warned about their position, he had the upper hand. He opened his eyes and, noticing Mustafa's weakened state, went outside and asked for a cab. When one arrived, he transferred Mustafa and asked for a drive to the international hospital. On their way, 3 shooters saw their orders modified by Harry. After the cab passed by them, they found themselves quickly stowing their weapon away and leaving their shooting spot. Their mission was now to try to find the person who had given them the killing order, and kill that person instead. Harry didn't feel ashamed about ordering the wizard's death, as the man had wanted them dead first. Because of everything he had seen in the elapsed year, through his eyes and in people's minds, he didn't have second thoughts about it. His Shaolin-induced serenity and the wall he continued to build around his mind also helped in dealing with the hideous memories. However, as their description was known by several ill-mannered persons, he supposed it would be safer to leave the well-traveled road to the north, and to escape through the desert. In the shooters' memories, he had picked the market's place, a spot where they could exchange almost anything. After leaving Mustafa in the hospital, convincing the doctors that the case was urgent, Harry went to the marketplace. There, he bought a pack of camels, which, once again, he managed to get for a good price. He also checked from the seller's mind that they were in good shape and condition, able to go as fast as possible. He also rented a guide who could direct them through the desert, and bought several water containers as well as proper protective clothes and creams, as well as sunglasses for everybody. Making sure that the guide was honest, he left him with the camels, outside the town gates nearest to the hospital. During all this exchange, which lasted 3 hours, Harry changed the mission orders of 5 other shooters, leaving the 2 remaining ones alone. Surprisingly, etched in the second professional killer's mind, he found the wizard's face. Obviously, he had been the last to have his memory modified, and the wizard had grown sloppy. Harry tried to find his other wizard-seeking shooters to give them the information, but failed. He could, however, give the information to the 3 subsequent killers, and 4 assassins were thrown on the trail of a bearded man whose face was scarred in a particular and unmistakable way. To be sure that his order was carried successfully, he also added a mental injunction to send a particular letter to his address in France as soon as the mission was completed. Midday arrived, and he took a van cab to get his family from the docks. They picked the remaining luggage from Harry and Mustafa's hotel room, and got Mustafa from the hospital, before going to the still-waiting pack of camels. On the way, Harry explained in English, which he knew the cab driver wouldn't understand, about the recent events. He didn't say anything about Bill, but the rest of the message was clear. They had someone on their trail, and needed to leave through the seldom traveled route. They headed to the west, and pushed the camels to their cruising speed, eating sandwiches on the way. 8 hours afterwards, they established their camp near a rocky outcropping which would incidentally hide their campfire. They would have been spotted miles away otherwise, and they slept. The next day, they arrived in the cargo oasis, and rested their weary bones. Hopefully, they would fare better after a few days. After a good night of sleep, they continued westwards again. After 3 days of using a well-defined trail, they refilled their water containers at the Dakhla oasis, resting their camels too. Their guide advised them to buy a few other containers to cross the Libyan desert, where they would spend at least 10 days without water and with no trail to follow. And they did. After a week of traveling under the unforgiving sun, they found themselves waking up with company. The sun was rising and its light was already blinding, but Harry still noticed that their captors were all clad in the same way, with a deep blue veil. The guide had told them about the blue-capped nomads who had traveled the desert for centuries, their indigo-colored veil giving a blue tinge to their face. The Tuaregs. They were also holding curvy swords, quietly preventing resistance, and 2 of them were talking with their guide in a dialect which Harry hadn't heard before. They seemed to argue about them, and one of the men suddenly lifted his sword to the guide's throat. Harry knew that he had to do something. Without their guide, they would be lost, and the men didn't seem amenable. He quickly delved into his guide's mind and extracted 2 specific memories. The first one he took was just in case they actually lost the guide, as it was how to find one's way in the desert without dying, the memory encompassing the location of water holes. The other memory was the whole language block, which Harry didn't measure before importing. To his dismay, the guide had traveled around the desert many times, and had learned the language and dialects of many countries and tribes on the way. Harry held his head in pain, before taking an aspiring pill. To the men around them, some of them startled at his move, he spoke. "What? I have a headache," he said in perfect Tomashek. The men jumped in shock, and his family looked at him as if he had grown a second head. The nomads had never seen a tourist able to speak their tongue before. The 2 leaders looked at the guide with a suspicious look, and the argument started again, although this time, Harry understood everything. The Tuaregs didn't want tourists to cross their land, especially as tourists generally belonged to the rich countries that had split their previously open desert into countries. Since that parting, they had been separated in abstract entities, forced, quite unsuccessfully, to stay in one country. That would have caused the death of their culture, as the waterholes they depended on didn't know anything about country boundaries. The guide, who appeared to have been one of them before lending his services to said tourists, told them that he had been paid to cross the desert and, as they had shared the bread and the water, his honor bound him to lead them to their destination. They weren't convinced, though, and wanted a ritual fight to decide. The guide blanched. Harry, peeking at the man's mind, understood that he wasn't skilled in fighting, something that had caused him to flee his former Tuareg tribe. In the man's mind, they would certainly all be emptying their blood on the sand soon. However, he also noticed, from the man's memories of Tuareg traditions, that any member of a group could participate, and that the Defied group could choose the weapon used. The Tuaregs always used the sword, but accepted any form of weapon in these fights, even none. Whatever the result of the fight, the placed price must be paid, after which both groups could live in peace again. These ritual fights were often used to settle problems between clans, and served as an outlet for any angry feeling between them. Harry stood up, and spoke several words which made the blue-clad nomads look at him with wider than usual eyes. "I will do it. I choose unarmed combat. First one unconscious loses. Shall it be written in the sand?" he said, finishing with the usual sentence. After several seconds, the blue men left and discussed about the proposal. The guide sat down, defeated and quite shameful at himself for letting one of his young charges in danger. Petunia frantically asked Harry, then the guide, about what had been said, but both refused to answer. After a few minutes, the Tuareg leader came back, flanked by a visibly large man. "We agree. If you win, we'll escort you to your destination. If we win, we leave you here with enough camels and water to turn back to where you came." Without your guide, he said, pausing for a second before concluding with the ritualistic sentence. What is written in the sand is read by the Almighty. Harry nodded, and started to prepare, while everybody looked at him. The 10-year-old hadn't forgotten anything from his lessons in the Chinese temple, and he started by shedding his clothes to improve his agility. He then took sun protection cream from his bag and put a large dollop in his hand before handing the bottle to James with a wink. Understanding the dual goal of the maneuver, James smirked before applying a good helping of cream on Harry's back while Harry himself liberally coated his chest and arms with it. Thinking that the fight will be over in a matter of seconds, the Torygs didn't understand the boy's actions, apart from knowing that any bare skin exposed to the desert sun would get sunburnt in seconds. Especially fragile tourists' skin. Thankfully for Harry, it was still early morning. He then went to the Torygs who had sat in a rather large circle, their champion waiting in the middle. Petunia finally understood what Harry was doing and cried hysterically, while being held and comforted by Ulrich. The fight was strange. The man was strong, but he was encumbered by his outfit. In a standard Toryg fight, the outfit helped to protect against the opponent's sword slices, but here, it was a burden. On top of that, the strong man had only fought empty-handed in brawls and didn't know about escape maneuvers. Harry, though, despite being heated by the sun, knew about that. The sun cream wasn't only protecting him from the sun rays, but also from the man's grasp, as it made his skin slippery. After several seconds into the fight, Harry resolved to use a quick way to end it, and put himself in the snake-fighting form, undulating like a snake. That elicited an anxious gaze from his opponent, as well as frantic murmurs from the Toryg onlookers. They clearly identified the animal being portrayed, and the snake was one of the desert's deadliest animals. James was silently cheering for his brother, and Petunia finally understood Harry's goal and chances of success. The snake form had the advantage of being able to attack vital points with both hands, while still having them available to defend. Harry didn't need much defense, though, as a mere step on the side made his opponent's mighty punches slip on his cream-coated skin. He continued to move slowly, waiting for an opening. However, he would never be able to hit his opponent's neck easily with the blue veil in the way. On top of that, he suspected that it wasn't easy to remove. He certainly couldn't snatch it out of midair and resolved to make the other man remove it. He went thrice for it, grasping at the veil and lowering it in front of the man's eyes, before the man got fed up and removed the veil, throwing it away in an angry gesture. The man thought he had removed one of Harry's weapons and smiled, but when his smile got reflected on the boy's face, he grew uneasy. Using the man's hesitation to his advantage, Harry jumped, and both hands landed at his opponent's neck. The man fell on the sand, unconscious. While the nomads looked at the boy in wonder, James hurried forward with a cloth to towel off Harry's sweat and cream, before helping him pull his garb again. During that time, Harry extended his senses to the fallen man to check on his state. Thankfully, the man was only unconscious. Harry hadn't put all his strength behind the strike, or the man could have had difficulties with either his blood flow or his vertebrae. However, when Harry noticed the man's aura thanks to the scan, he was surprised. The man in front of him, like all the other Torygs, had a deep blue aura with bright yellow swirling in it. None had the same than the others, and all were extending 2 inches outside of their body. Less than the Luxor wizard, Bill, but more than most of the persons he had met before. He didn't know why that was, though, and just supposed that it reflected the men's innate sense of the desert, mingled with centuries of experience evolved into instinctual patterns. James led a thoughtful Harry back to the others and Petunia scolded him for his recklessness, before hugging him in relief. The twins, not clearly remembering the Shaolin tournament, were impressed at their oldest brother's shrewdness. After all, the boy had asked for it, and prepared for it. And, when he had fought it, he had struck only once at the other man, his nimbleness preventing him to be touched. Ulrich and Mustafa shared a look before hugging Harry with Petunia. Both of them had shared some of Harry's thought processes while being possessed by him, and they respected the powerful boy, having just witnessed another facet of his possibilities. After hoisting their fallen champion to his feet, the Torygs willingly filled their part of the bargain, and accompanied them. After leaving the campsite, They slowly started to discuss about things, and Harry told them that they were headed for Europe through Tunisia. This surprised the guide a bit, but he understood that Harry and his companions had nothing to do in Sabah. The nomads proposed to lead them to Nalut, a Libyan town closer to the frontier with Tunisia, but Harry politely refused. He had checked before the trip, and knew that he would be able to get a vehicle in Sabah, thus reaching Tunis in a few days instead of several more weeks of camel riding. After reaching the Kufra oasis in Libya, where every human and camel refilled their water supply, they surprisingly continued southwards for 2 days, and the Tuaregs welcomed them in their current base camp, comprising many large tents in which women and children were living. On the evening, they also held a feast in their honor and told their families about the deal struck with the group. To the youngsters who weren't believing the story, Harry demonstrated some moves and got stuck in several mock fights. On the following morning, they left early and headed directly to the northwest, toward Sabah. It took them 12 days to reach the modernized town, and Harry made good use of that time to complete his mind wall, testing it himself several times. He also built another one around the dark shroud which was always at the back of his mind. After completing that one, he didn't experience nightmares anymore. Once arrived in Sabah, Harry thanked the nomads profusely. To obey the tradition, he insisted in giving their guides something of their own, and the whole group parted with all of their desert-adapted protective garb. If everything went smoothly, they wouldn't be wearing it anymore, and the blue men could make a good use of them. Harry also paid their guide his pre-established fare, despite the fact that the man was now reintegrated in his nomadic tribe and didn't need the money. A mere hour afterwards, a bank in Sabah saw 2 tanned Occidental-looking women entering and change a rather large sum in Egyptian money into Libyan dinars. Thanks to Harry, they had seldom used their money at all since Iraq, obtaining items and services at a reduced, if not null, price. They spent a night sleeping in comfortable beds and, while the others leisurely ate the subsequent breakfast, Harry helped Mustafa rent a used Range Rover. They packed everything in it, and soon left the town northwards. They switched drivers several times, Mustafa now able to partake in the task, and they spent the night in Tripoli where they arrived in the evening. The next day saw them rising early, before driving along the coast and then through Tunisia, where they reached Tunis as the sun was already set. On their way, they also spent a good part of the trip discussing about the newspapers Harry bought in Tripoli. The boy had wanted to get information about the world, but, to his amusement, most papers spoke about Iraq's invasion of Kuwait and United States' reaction. The second topic of interest was the treaty, signed by the 6 countries involved, with respect to Germany, and that raised a few eyebrows as well. The next morning, they returned the car and packed their belongings before heading for the airport. Harry knew that Vernon had moved, but he didn't know where, and he didn't want to go to their French house, thinking that it was still watched. They had discussed about it on their way to Tunis, and agreed that Petunia called him, something she had been so eager to do that she had jumped in place, causing the vehicle she was driving to swerve dangerously, before she calmed herself. They could have called him before, but they had been either in a deserted area, or in a hurry to leave. Now, though, in Tunis airport, Petunia found a vacant phone booth and, after buying a phone card, called her husband. They spoke for an hour non-stop, grilling the phone card, and when Petunia hung up, she blushed. Looking at Harry, she said, "I forgot to tell him to meet us in Rome." He smiled gently, and handed her the phone card he had just bought 5 minutes earlier. She phoned Vernon again, and this time, she started by giving him an appointment in Rome's Hilton Hotel for as soon as possible. Harry reminded her to ask Vernon to bring any mail they could have received, before letting her consume the second 1-hour phone card. During that time, he went with Ulrich to book seats on the next flight to the Italian capital, and they, bizarrely, obtained a seat upgrade for all of them. They then returned to their companions to dispatch the tickets, before heading to a local restaurant, taking Petunia on the way. They ate silently, all of them knowing that it was their last hours in Africa. Apart from Mustafa, they were on their way back, after almost a year of absence, and were thoughtful about it. They passed the controls and Harry, remembering about the gun he had taken from Germany and never used, had just the time to seize the security officer's mind while his bag was passing in the X-ray box. Their plane took off on time, and landed in the same way. During the flight, Harry learned to speak Italian from some returning tourists, and passed the ability to his family and friends. They all had to use aspirin afterwards, but it would be useful should they stay in Italy for a long time. From Leonardo da Vinci Airport, they called for a taxi van. While they were waiting for it, Harry looked at the numerous hotel prospectuses, and his brows were furrowed. Once the van appeared, they loaded their luggage inside, before packing themselves in it as well. Petunia then opened her mouth, but Harry cut her in. Arcangelo Hotel, per favor. Si, ragazzo mio. To the others, Harry motioned that he would tell about it later. They arrived in front of a beautiful yellow brick facade, and quickly took possession of 3 rooms, before Harry explained. I don't know about Dad's phone line, but I suspect it is still listened to by our dear men in black. Petunia looked confused. Why would they listen to it? And, even if you're right, why should we be wary of them? They are American agents, after all. Harry sighed. You see, Mum, when we were in China, I felt observed all the time. And I was. He added to quiet Petunia's protests. Don't ask me how I know, though. I just know. And I felt the same thing in France. They bought the houses for us, you see, so that they could place cameras everywhere. Cameras. Petunia was paling drastically, thinking about the things she did in the safety of her house. Everywhere, she added in a small voice. Harry nodded, and elaborated. In Zhengzhou, the cameras were almost everywhere inside the house. Because I knew I was observed, I didn't do anything strange, and I guess that's why they moved us. For our house in Beausoleil, they installed them outside the house, hence the large windows. But they didn't cover the bathroom or the other rooms devoid of windows. Mummy, Eva piped in, shaking her now pale mother's sleeve, were we camera-ed too? Petunia didn't react, but Harry confirmed it for her. Yes, Eva, but they only recorded my signal. Boo, spoilsports, exclaimed Maureen, before intently listening to the story again, even if she, like her sister, didn't understand everything. Signal, what do you mean? Asked James. They implanted a tracking device in my leg. I guess they did it when I was at the hospital in China. Oh my God. Petunia brought her hands to her mouth in shock. What does it do? Asked James, curious about the technical parts, as usual. I got rid of them in Baghdad. It allowed them to know where I was. I think it works better in certain places, because they only needed 3 days to find us in Istanbul, and I didn't felt them again until we entered Iraq almost 2 months afterwards. After a short pause, he continued. So, not knowing if Dad's line is secure, I preferred us to live in another hotel. I will go to the Hilton under disguise, and I'll wait for him here. We'll leave afterwards. In the meantime, he added, smirking at Petunia and Ulrich, you can pay a visit to the independent country nearby. Country? Asked Petunia. Which country? Harry paused for effect, before saying, the Vatican. He smiled to the surprised gaze of the 2 women and continued. We are quite close to it, and you could use a bit of real tourism extravaganza. Just ask me for anything expensive so I can get you a discount. By the way, Harry, how do you do it? Asked Mustafa in English. As they were going to spend a long time together, Harry had taught him the language during their desert trip. I couldn't prevent myself from noticing you doing it several times during our trip. Harry blushed. Well, I can't really explain. It's all linked to what the agents in black want from me. And to the fact that you are here too. He turned to Ulrich. You too. I picked you both without asking first, and never asked your forgiveness for it. I'm sorry. For you, Ulrich, Jorg had called and told us to leave the house and take you to a hospital. We couldn't really drive a car or travel by ourselves safely, so I forced you to follow. Looking toward Mustafa again, he continued. Same for you, Mustafa. We desperately needed information about our mother's location, and all the debating places were reserved for men. I'm sorry to have uprooted you both. He finished, looking at his feet in shame. A silence. When Mustafa spoke again, it was in a slightly altered voice. Don't be sorry. In fact, I'm thankful. You accepted me in your group, not like an underling even if I know you could have done so, and also allowed me to partake in my religious duties. I also visited several countries and learned many interesting things. The same goes for me, Harry, said Ulrich after wiping her eyes. I don't remember clearly, but it seems to me that I was always in front of the television, watching God knows what. The shopping channel, James piped in, and everyone laughed. She blushed, but quickly joined in the general mirth. Harry, asked Petunia after a while, how are you going to disguise yourself? For the Hilton, I mean. Harry merely smiled. He closed his eyes, and opened them again. She gasped, as the eye color was now brown instead of the usual green. She remembered what had happened when she had been rescued, and understood that her son was able to disguise himself quite efficiently. She nodded, afraid that he would answer her next question with an even more impressive display of magic. That's when she remembered. She had quite forgotten about it, but Harry had always been in control of his magic. She didn't remember her own early childhood, but now that she thought about it, it didn't seem that Lily was able to do anything magical before heading for the magical school. What was its name, already? Hotsmarts, Logwarts, Martwalls, and it was always with her stick. Petunia looked at the son they had adopted several years ago, wondering if she should have warned the magical people about him. She mentally shrugged. Even if she had to, she couldn't reach them, so the option was out. Harry prepared himself, keeping his brown eyes, and wishing his hair was brown instead of its usual pitch-black color. Unlike every other child, his hair obeyed, and Harry had just to modify his face a bit to look like a perfect Italian child. He then took a cab for the Hilton. Once at the place, he peeked in the valet's mind to get the floor plan of the hotel, and entered by the personnel door. Modifying the memory of the few people he encountered so that they wouldn't remember him, he arrived behind the reception desk. He then entered the receptionist's minds, first modifying their perception of him, and then extracting several interesting information. Their director, Mr. Giovanni Chapella, had informed his personnel that a few persons were to stay in the lobby for several days and weren't to be disturbed. Apparently, Vernon's phone line hadn't been secure at all. Harry mentally scanned the large lobby from behind the counter and found 3 tourists, 4 CIA agents, 1 carabiniero, 2 hotel maids cleaning the rooms, and 1. Danger. He stopped the scan suddenly, retracting his powers behind his now complete mind wall. One of the persons in the lobby had a dark red aura the size of Bill's, and it surely meant that the person was a wizard. Besides, Harry hadn't found about the person's identity, and supposed he, or she, must have a protective shield around his, or her, mind. He seriously wished he could be invisible, now. His magic stretched but had difficulties adapting to his demand, and he wasn't turning invisible at all. He would have to think about it later, though. For the moment, he just scampered deeper under the counter so as not to be seen even by customers bending over it. The receptionists were another story, but he had modified their perceptions so that they wouldn't see him. As if he had a "notice me not" note stuck on his forehead. He heard a feminine voice with an American accent asking the man at the reception desk if they had seen somebody entering the lobby, but he denied it, and she huffed, before going back to her seat. Phew, that was close, Harry thought. He didn't move yet, though. He couldn't guess why the woman didn't make a scan like him when a thought occurred to him. Perhaps she couldn't. Perhaps she was forced to use a stick, like Bill, to do magic. Perhaps she couldn't do so in a place full of non-magical people. How did Bill call them? Muddles. Gumlas. Ah yes, it was muggles. Harry remembered that Vernon Dursley was strong, and could take on several persons, especially in a public place where his public relation talent worked to its fullest. However, the magical woman, the witch, as Bill called them, was another story. Besides, a long time had flowed and things might have changed regarding his father. He decided that, being stuck in this uncomfortable place, he could at least try to do something to her. Like he had done with Bill, but with even more precautions as the witch was surely surveying the surroundings, he extended his senses toward the seat where he knew she was sitting. To his surprise, nothing happened and his mind eye found the woman, reading a glossy magazine intently. From the attention she gave to her reading, Harry suspected that he could try to enter her mind. Very slowly, his mind eye approached her head, before being engulfed in a red stream emerging in the usual psychedelic landscape. The sky, the ground, and the mountains around always were a different color depending on the person. Like in Bill's case, Harry found a wooden wall surrounding her active mind, but it was in a shoddy state. What was different, though, was the pair of hounds heading his way. Obviously, there was a patrol job around the wall, and Harry suspected that it was how the woman had known about his scan. He was ready to escape the hounds by pulling on his thought tendril when a dome suddenly appeared around the whole landscape, cutting that strand where it touched it. Harry was trapped in her mind, and the hounds were approaching. However, he wasn't finished yet. He concentrated on something he first did in Ulrich's mind, such a long time ago. He levitated. He had to concentrate harder, though, as the mind wasn't agreeing on him fleeing the hounds that way. He distinctly felt the gravity increase and knew that if he fell, he could break a bone. Virtually, of course, but still. Focused on finding an exit and knowing that it must come from the woman's conscious mind, he went over the wall while the hounds were howling in anger. Inside the enclosed area, he distinctly noticed the huge chunk of memory towering in front of him. It was called Magical Education, and had several smaller blocks hovering around it. He wanted to learn about magic, but, given the size of the chunk, it would give him the headache of the century, and his instincts told him to hasten his exit or something very wrong would happen. Still, when he saw a small block hovering nearby, that one called Mind's Active Defenses and Survival, he couldn't prevent himself from seizing it. Going back on the ground, he found the usual white building hosting the conscious mind, as well as a silo next to it. It confirmed his theory about the silo being linked to the fact one was a wizard. It raised another question. What would happen if he severed the connection between the silo and the building? He didn't have time to guess, though, because, with his new knowledge, he knew that his body was in deadly danger. His heart had ceased to beat when the strand had been severed, and a body couldn't survive a long time without blood coursing through it. He kicked the door open and barged in the conscious mind, where the woman was in front of him, ready to fight. She didn't have a wand in her mind, though, and couldn't use magic. Harry smirked. That was going to be fast. He jumped at her, helping himself with a bit of levitation, and used the snake attack to stun her. Once done, he bent over the unconscious body representing her mind, and entered it. He opened his eyes, her eyes, and found 3 persons looking at him worriedly. 2 men and a woman, all with revolver holsters dangling inside their open vests. She must be part of their team if they allowed these to show. He made her shake her head. He started, surprised at her tone of voice. Sorry, I have to go. I'll freshen myself. Harry finished lamely, having heard that line from every woman going to the loo, either in real life or in the movies. Need help? Asked the other woman. Harry jumped at the proposal, before guessing that going to the loo together was perhaps a common female attitude. However, he actually didn't want to go there. It was just to be alone. No, thanks, I'll be all right. He made her stand and walk toward the toilets. When he was sure they weren't watching, she entered the personnel's entry and ran to the reception, going to her knees when she approached the counter from behind. She saw the receptionists doing their usual job, and his body lying inside the hardwood counter, between the trash can and a computer case. Harry went to his own body in the same way he possessed others, exiting her head in the way, not noticing that she fell down from her kneeling position. Once in his own body, he began by restarting his body functions, reconnecting his mind to the numerous circuits in the white building. He tried not to forget anything, but there were several circuits he actually didn't want to reconnect. Particularly the one labeled pain. For a brief moment, he wondered what would happen if he switched the connections between that one and the one beside it, labeled pleasure. He shook his head and left it at that. He could always experiment with his mind later. He had to finish his job, and proceeded in possessing the woman again. This time, she was unconscious and didn't cut the tendril of thoughts Harry now understood as the connections he had just repaired. Taking full control of her again, he made her go to the toilets, put some water in her face and leave to join her companions again. However, before leaving her mind, he modified her memories and particularly her mission. When he left her slumped in her seat, he was smirking. As soon as his dad would appear in the doorway, there would be an interesting sight to behold. Vernon arrived just as the lobby clock chimed 3 p.m. As if on cue, the woman stood up and started undressing in front of her stunned colleagues, and Harry used the disturbance to head to his father. He stopped in his tracks, though, twice shocked. Vernon Dursley had suffered from severe leg injury and, despite the surgery miracle which allowed him to keep his leg, he was now limping, using a cane to straighten himself. His face was emaciated, surely because of the trouble caused by his whole family disappearance, as well as the subsequent questioning by the agents. After a few months, he had been freed from his job, and the house had been taken back. He had been living half a year in a cramped apartment in Marseille, low-rate suburbs. Not the happiest place at all. Despite the hardships of his life, the man's eyes were full of hope, darting left and right in search of his wife and kids. The second shock came in the form of the man following him. A man who Harry thought is dead. A man who had started the whole Oriental escapade leading to Petunia. Georg. The man looked older than before, and the folded sleeve hanging on his left side indicated difficult times, but the man looked around with the same kind of hope than Vernon. Unbeknownst to Harry, Georg had been taken by the enemy secret services, and they had tortured him for information before leaving him to die. He had been brought in a hospital and healed before going to Hanover. He had found his house in shambles, everything which could be salvaged gone, and hadn't seen his mother in the nearest hospital. He had then remembered Harry's name and had gone to France to meet Vernon. The two men had lived together since then, one helping the other. And when Petunia had called, Georg had held to that tiny speck of hope that his mother might be alive as well. Harry shook his head, clearing it. The disturbance caused by the witch's strip-tease wouldn't last long, and he had to bring the men outside. He resumed walking toward them and addressed them. "Harry told me to bring you to him." That sure got the men's attention and they followed him outside, into a cab. 2 seconds after the cab left, the agents finally calmed the witch and they resumed their now useless wait. A bit later, in a hotel room, the two women opened the room's door, talking animatedly. "It's the last time I come here as a tourist," said Petunia, entering the room. They were acting discourteously. "I saw that, Petunia," answered Ulrich. "But you'll agree that there were other places to visit. Besides, it's not every day that one holds the largest synod of the century, and they had to prepare." "Of course there were, but I so wanted to see the chapel. She stopped, noticing the open communication door. "And the people in the next room. Vernon," she shrieked, dropping her bags and practically jumping at her husband. It was a good thing that he was already seated on the bed, or he would have fallen down. Ulrich followed, but Harry took her hand, motioning her and the others back in the other room. Once there, he gently addressed her. "Ulrich, I know I uprooted you, but you revealed yourself a strong woman. Someone arrived with Vernon, and I just wanted to warn you about him." Who is it?" "It's your son." She frantically looked around. "My son, Georg, where is?" "I'm here, Mother," said Georg from the connection door to the other room. She fainted. Same place, hours later. Harry's throat was sore. He was sure he had never spoken that long before. Now, though, everyone knew about almost everything. Petunia learnt about the details of her imprisonment. Harry learnt about her feelings during that period, as well as Gunter's death and Georg's subsequent escape from the enemy spies. Vernon learnt about the whole trip. Georg learnt about his mother, awakening, and she learnt about his job. They had had their meal in one of their hotel rooms, and the other kids were now sleeping soundly. "You understand, then, that we can't stay here," Harry said. Several tired nods answered him. "From here," he continued, "we can either go north to Switzerland, a quite neutral country, or back to the African continent, hiding like we did before. We can also buy a boat and leave by the seas. What do you think?" "The boat sounds fun, but who'll buy it?" asked Georg. "We'll need a large one, and I know I didn't leave enough money to get one." Harry looked at Ulrich and blushed. "Well, I always get a knack at negotiating prices. And I also," asked Ulrich, to draw the maximum she could from her bank accounts. "I saw, well, that was in movies, but the spies always get their target because they use their credit card." "True. simply said Georg, before returning to a pensive mode. Perhaps we can settle a bit before moving, asked Petunia. I'm quite wary of traveling, personally. If Harry's right, dear, we should at least move from Rome, answered Vernon. Besides, Mr. Lakeson, you remember him. He was my boss at Grunnings. Well, he spent his holidays in Geneva and always told us about it afterwards. Seems a charming country to me. And if it's neutral, well, there are always ways, said Georg, but it's a more secure location than here. Especially if you said they are in town already. Harry nodded, before yawning. So, he said, everyone agrees. Switzerland tomorrow. Another round of nods later, everyone went to bed and slept thoroughly. They left in the morning, once again buying a large vehicle for a good price, a minibus, this time. On the way to Geneva, they discussed about the nosy agents and decided to do something to be less traceable. The first thing was their names. Except Mustafa, all of them were known by their name, and, if they were going to stay a long time, they had to change these. After a brainstorming pause over lunch, they renamed Petunia and Vernon as Grace and Benjamin Calder, James, Eva, and Maureen were going to be Jason, Emma, and Kathleen, respectively. Georg and Ulrich chose George and Victoria Thompson. They even agreed to have Harry trifle with their minds a little so that they wouldn't call the wrong name at the wrong time. Of course, Harry assured them that he would still have their original names somewhere in his own mind. The other difficult decision had been about the family structure. If the spies were searching for a family with 4 kids their ages, they would be quick to find them despite their changed names. Petunia and Vernon, now answering to Grace and Benjamin, had reluctantly agreed to the fact that Harry wasn't going to bear their name, even if it wasn't Dursley anymore. He would be Harold Thompson, so as to still have a link between the two parts of the group. On the way, too, Vernon gave Harry a letter, telling him that he had had to ask the postal services for it since he had left the large house a long time before. Harry looked at the writing and the stamp, and immediately understood why he received it. It was because he had asked for it. He opened it, and quickly read the message written in Arabic, to his father's astonishment. He nodded, and put the letter aside, intending to destroy it at the next opportunity. No need to start a fire in a moving vehicle, unless it's a funeral Draker. Apparently, the scarred and bearded wizard who had ordered their death had been caught by his own killers, and was now pushing daisies, or whatever plants there are in deserts. They arrived in Geneva on the 20th, in the morning. Once again, Harry got miscellaneous information from the locals, minds, such as the town map, and the places to visit. The first thing they had to do was finding a house, and they went to the first real estate agency to look for a house in a quiet neighborhood. It had to be small and innocuous, while being large enough to host all of them. After all their adventures together, Petunia and Ulrich weren't ready to part ways just now, and it was easier for Harry to watch over one house rather than 2. After a lot of candidates, they found the perfect one, in Lausanne Street, which coincidentally led to Lausanne, and asked to visit it. Situated near the Parc Mon Repos, the house was looking over said park's greenery to Lake Geneva. It didn't have a garden, but it had a direct access to the park, as well as a nice private terrace on the 3rd floor, containing a small 10 feet by 20 swimming pool. With only 6 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms, it didn't have enough rooms for each of them, contrarily to their large house in China. However, used to their smaller house in Beausoleil, the Dursleys only needed 3 bedrooms for the 6 of them. The subterranean garage could hold 3 cars, or a large number of bicycles. Harry cautiously expanded his senses, and didn't find anything abnormal in the surroundings. All in all, it was perfect. And expensive. They started to discuss the price and eventually shook hands over an interesting 15%. They then went to find a bank, where they asked for the manager in order to open several accounts. In the private office, Harry had no problem convincing the man of the identities of everyone present despite their papers stating otherwise, and 4 accounts were created. 1 for Victoria, 1 for George, 1 for Mustafa, and the last for Grace and Benjamin. According to the plan, they then stored a part of Ulrich's remaining money on each of the accounts, the largest part being for the joint account. For each of the accounts, the manager set the authorized debit limit to a ridiculously large value. 6 credit cards would also be sent to their address, so that Petunia and Vernon could both access their account, and Harry as well in case of problems. While giving out several booklets where were explained the means to access one's account, the manager had also confirmed that no foreign power could force the bank to forbid access to an account. Harry finally convinced the man that Vernon was having a well-paid job, something they would take care of later, and that buying a house worth £1,000,000 wasn't going to be a problem. The bank manager complied and used his greenish computer screen to validate the mortgage, bypassing several security screens with the appropriate passwords. The printer nearby made some screeching noises, as if it was reluctant, and the bank check was given to Vernon to get the house. When they left the office, the manager had conveniently forgotten everything. And the real estate agent who received the check an hour later also forgot about them all after handing them the keys. After unloading their scarce luggage from the van into their brand new house and driving to the local mall, they split. Petunia and Ulrich went to select some paint and furniture, while Mustafa was leading the kids toward the games shop. Harry went with Vernon to buy another car, as well as several bicycles. Vernon chose a convertible Mercedes 560 SL Roadster, and Harry, because of his guilty feeling of getting everything for free, didn't snatch the car from the manager's mind. Instead, he sat with Vernon and the man, and they discussed about prices and payment, finally agreeing on a 35% discount and an interest-free loan. Vernon was flabbergasted at the man's willingness about these figures, but he knew that Harry was able to do several interesting things, and that must be one of them. He didn't take the car yet, because he had to load the bikes in the van, drop them home, and come back later to get the others. During the man's trip, Harry went to see the ladies, and did with their purchases the same thing he did with Vernon's new car, arranging for a home delivery as well. After that, they recovered Mustafa, happily buying puppets for the girls and electronic games for James. They went to the food court next, where Georg and James discussed about computers while the others merely rested their minds from the morning activities. The day wasn't finished, though, as the afternoon saw the women buying everything they could think of in clothing, while Georg and Mustafa went home to wait for their incoming furniture. During this, Vernon brought the kids to the local school. The headmistress, a severe-looking old woman clad in gray, was curious about why they wanted to start the term now. Harry had to convince her magically because she wouldn't accept Vernon's stuttered excuses about stranded desert caravans, even if it was nothing but the truth. Once it was done, Vernon was handed a schedule of the school where their daily, weekly, and yearly program was presented, and the kids were dispatched in their class, the headmistress introducing them to the other pupils. During the walk from one class to another, Harry got inside the stern woman's head and recuperated the school's plans. He didn't want to be lost on his first day. That evening, Harry and the adults had a discussion about who was going to work, how, where, and for how much. Vernon, thanks to his experience with the nightclub, despite it being cut short because of his attack and subsequent wound, didn't need anything in particular, as long as it involved public relations. Petunia and Ulrich indicated that they preferred to take care of the large house, but that several activities could interest them. Namely, everything having to do with decoration and manual activities. Georg could work with a computer, and Mustafa indicated he loved to take care of animals. In the following days, Harry helped each of them getting something to do. Vernon got a spot in their own bank. Georg found a place as a programmer. Mustafa began to work for a horse center nearby, and the women were included in the local circle of housewives interested in decoration. After the hectic program of the first days, the group settled, and slowly entered a peaceful routine, only broken by the usual holidays. For Christmas, they all went to St. Moritz where they could learn how to ski on the mythic Winter Olympics tracks. Everyone loved it, especially the children, and they decided to schedule an encore for the next holiday period, which was Easter. Because of their sudden interest in that sport, though, they also decided to spend most of their free time in between in the ski stations around Geneva. In the warmer days, they also used the Lake Geneva to practice water sports or to just have fun. And they were really having fun. So much fun, in fact, that Harry got sloppy a few times, beginning to use his magic in public places. It was always discreet and not very visible, but he did it nonetheless. and several persons noticed it. During Easter vacation, a group of scientists from the CERN was having a seminary in St. Moritz, and two of them, accomplished physicians and talented skiers as well, noticed the speed of one of the skiers. They looked as the small body was going faster than the gentle slope allowed for someone of his bulk, and started to discuss it. The others in the group started to look as well, but the boy, perhaps sensing that he was observed, had returned to a normal speed, and the physicians finished their meal talking about another subject dear to them: quantum dynamics. The short exchange between the scientists hadn't been totally lost, though, as someone was dining near their table. Someone whose binoculars were never far from hand. Someone who had been put on forced vacation after Agent Jones' impromptu departure. Someone whose real name was Carla Mojaves but who called herself Carlita. Someone, finally, who recognized Harry Dursley's features in the boy she caught in her binoculars. She left the table suddenly, her meal hardly touched. Some things in life were more important than food. A few weeks afterwards, the commando looked around and at their leader. This time, their leader was a woman, and their target a boy sleeping in a house on the other side of Geneva's harbor. Despite the unusual mission, they had been told that the boy was dangerous, but that he was to be taken alive at all costs. Alive, but unconscious. They had also been told that some of them might turn traitorous suddenly, but that it was part of the mission to get them too. It had really been a weird briefing. Now, though, they were waiting for the signal to launch the boat to full speed. When the radio came to life suddenly, they knew that the time had come. It was 3 a.m., that April 21, 1991. After crossing the waters silently, the ship accosted the darkened park and the black-clad men disembarked, three of them getting their long-range rifles out of their case. All the commandos' weapons were equipped with soporific ammunition and silencers. The three sharpshooters quickly strolled through the park to get into position, and the 7 other members waited the required 5 minutes before launching forwards. 3 of them took position around the house door while the other 4 used ninja-like equipment to climb the walls of the nearby houses, intending to enter the house by the terrace. At the light signal from the boat, they all entered at the same time, as silently as possible, using gadgets that even professional burglars didn't have in their list to Father Christmas. Their intelligence had observed the household for days and they knew where their target was. The door was closed. One of them took hold of the handle and opened the door. It creaked. Someone woke up suddenly. Pandemonium ensued. 3 hours later, back at the base. "Congratulations, Agent Mojaves." The man's voice was dripping with sarcasm. 3 of my best men out of service, one of them having even forgotten his own name. Can you explain, at least? The Marines' colonel wasn't happy. That CIA agent had used his men in an obviously badly prepared mission to retrieve what? A mere civilian boy. "Sir, I'm not allowed to talk about it, sir," she said to the man. The colonel huffed, and left the room. Once alone, Carlita reflected about the mission. She, in turn, didn't care about the wounded men. The dangers had been clearly indicated in their briefing, and they had acted accordingly. The reports from them hadn't been clear, but she knew that the infamous boy had awoken at some point, and some of the men had targeted others, resulting in a quick fight. However, between the 7 of them, 2 had had the presence of mind to disregard the brawl and fire hypodermic syringes to their target, and the boy was now slumped in the retraining bed, kept under the same soporific cocktail through perfusion. He was going home, her home, in a place disconnected from the world. "Uh-oh, I'm screwed." The sentence could have been from a cartoon character in a funny although deadly situation. In Harry's state, though, it wasn't funny. He remembered being shot at, the resulting sleepy sensation, and the subsequent escape to his mind to disconnect his body from his mind. He didn't want whatever byproduct they had shot him with to impair his reasoning. He only left the heartbeat and breathing connections up. He couldn't escape his mind, though, because a part of his magic depended on his body and it was deeply asleep at that moment. Not having anything else to do, he explored his memories and found several interesting things. The first one concerned the memory block he had imported from the witch in Rome, labeled, Mind's Active Defenses and Survival. It was floating alone, not connected to anything yet, and surely contained interesting things. Browsing it, Harry learnt about the different techniques of the mind, unconsciously linking the new memory to his conscious mind. He also learnt that the witch was named Sarah and had learnt about all that in a special school for American witches, the Salem Institute. Schools. Magical schools. The wizard in Luxor, Bill, had talked about them, too. Should he attend one? Bill had told him about. The next year, when he had told him his age. Was 11 a special milestone for wizards? Was he going to find a school by himself, or would someone like Professor Xavier find him first? So many questions. Nobody to ask them to. A school friend had lent him several comics over the months, and Harry had thought their description of psychic powers were on par with what he was feeling. And he liked the concept of someone responsible, like the aforementioned professor, building a school for gifted students. What an understatement. For the moment, thanks to his versatility, he now imagined himself like a smaller version of Jane Grey, the mutant with telepathy and telekinesis. But he knew he had other powers. Bored, he decided to go in his memories as far as he could, listing his powers and naming them in the process. He could alter his physical appearance, as he had done in Zhengzhou, as Sulaymaniyah, and Rome. He didn't know about limits for that one. He reflected about it, and thought that he could perhaps change his size and bulk also. He had remarked, though, that trying to do something really new with his magic didn't seem to work anymore. He could experiment and expand on existing talents, but he sensed he would have difficulties getting new ones. He remembered in the Hilton, when he had unsuccessfully wanted to become invisible. Perhaps his magic was stabilizing. Perhaps that was because of that milestone of 11 years approaching. Perhaps that was why the magical children couldn't be taught before. He shrugged the questions aside and continued his explorations. He could also heal himself, provided he knew the structure of the injured part, like he had done with his knee. He instantly resolved to absorb a doctor's mind in the near future, in order to be able to heal quickly and efficiently the next time. Perhaps he could heal others, too. He remembered healing James's arm and supposed that he'd have to experiment. In the list of powers he already had, came the very interesting ability to pass through walls. He remembered doing it in Beausoleil when he had found that he had been checked upon by Secret Service agents. That would be interesting when he would wake up. If he would wake up. That was not all. There were others, but Harry suddenly stopped inventorying his powers, because he had reached a barrier. His mind was admirably sorted, and he was able to consciously access any part of it, and any memory, but he couldn't go as far as his very early childhood. He couldn't reach his first birthday, and had the uneasy feeling that it was linked with the dark shroud now safely ensconced in the stone turret flanking his castle-type mind defense. Bored again, he checked his mind's connections with his body to see if it was able to wake up. Upon getting a negative answer, he sighed mentally, before parsing Sarah's memories of mind abilities, resolving to improve his defenses some more. A week later, in the 7th underground level of the brand new headquarters building of the Central Intelligence Agency, 3 persons were discussing quite heatedly. "Well, I want to know what's wrong with him. It has been a week already, and I haven't seen a sign of wakefulness," said a thin man with a white lab coat. His age was reflected by a white hair and beard, and wire-framed spectacles rested at the end of his nose. His badge showed that he was named Philip Fanier, and that he was here as a doctor. "What do you mean, no sign? Of course he's sleeping. With the dose of somniferous product we pump into his veins, he shouldn't wake for a long time. I'm more interested in his mind, though," said Carla Mojaves. "You'll have to wait for a miracle for this to happen," answered the doctor coldly. "I recorded almost no activity, whatever the level tested. The only thing I get is a peak at beta level every now and then, but it shouldn't be possible. I mean, if the boy is asleep, he should broadcast alpha, theta or delta wavelengths, but on these spectrums, I get nothing. Clinically, he is in a deep coma." "Fanier, you'll have to explain," said the third person there. Kevin, B.B. Lambert was a large man, whose demeanor indicated a martial arts addict, hence his nickname, Black Belt. And he was the special agent in liaison with their project in the White House. As such, he was superior to whoever worked on this in the place. The addressed doctor swallowed, before explaining the functioning of the human brain and the sleep cycles and patterns. He tried to keep his explanations and words as simple as possible, and succeeded somewhat. I should record that, he thought. I never explained it so well. However, it still went over Kevin's head. The man, visibly not a science nerd, huffed at the wiry doctor and, turning suddenly, he left him and the woman. At the elevator's door, he turned and yelled that he needed a report on his desk by the end of the day. It's already after the end of the day, muttered Philip a short time afterwards, looking gloomily at the clock above the now closed doors. This boy isn't my only case, and if I continue to work overtime like this, I'll. He suddenly remembered the person in front of his and looked up, blushing. Sorry, it wasn't meant to be said aloud. She chuckled, though, but her gaze stayed serious. In this case, you should watch your mouth. Especially in the new building. Now, I want to check if I understood everything from your handy explanation. The subject is in coma. Yes, I'd say that if I hadn't monitored all his mind activity levels for so long. You see, the beta level is associated to concentration, delta to sleep, and alpha and theta are in between. Even in the deepest sleep we should still record some activity on delta level. Only people in coma get the kind of graph the boy has. But the peaks in beta, it's almost like. The doctor stopped, turning to look at the window behind which a boy was sleeping, monitors around his body and the needles secured to his arms, which were, like his legs, firmly attached to the bed. On his left arm, the soporific drug was delivered while on its right, it was a cocktail of nutrients. Yes, asked Carlita, it's almost like what? Philip said something, but she had to make him repeat, because it was so low she hadn't heard it first. It's as if he is out of his mind, only coming back in to check from time to time. Another week later, Agent Kevin Lambert was generally a happy man. He loved his job, especially when he was sent to the field. He loved his physical training and the reaction he got from the female population wherever he went. He loved his country, ready to defend it to the death. Even and especially if it involved some form of physical attack against a designated enemy. However, he had been recently promoted and, something he hadn't thought about when he had accepted, is that it involved office work, something he disliked profoundly. He had been affected to a project he knew nothing about, with people who often used words with more than 3 syllables. The only thing interesting was that he was often talking with the president. Privately, few persons could boast about having a little chit-chat with the big ol' one. He couldn't boast about it, though, as the whole project had been labeled top secret by the president himself. And, despite liking the fact that he was chatting with the White House current resident, he didn't like the content, as it was linked to his office job. He hid his reluctance well enough, though, and continued to work. Today was one of those days where he would visit the Oval Office again. The conversation which took place, though, jarred the habits he had taken since starting with the boy, 2 weeks before. The president wanted to see the boy, up and about, alive and kicking, awake. Damn, and that doctor who spoke those strange words. He had tried to read the first report he got from the thin and wiry old man, but had failed to understand the first 3 pages. He only rifled through them, now. But one thing was certain. The woman agent didn't want to stop the IV. She was afraid. He slammed the accelerator angrily, not heeding the fact that he was cutting through several incoming vehicles. Afraid of a mere boy. He pictured the boy's face for a second, before chortling. How could one be afraid of such a weakling? He would show her, and then, he would bed her. He smirked. He was sure that the two of them were compatible for a little game between the sheets. A red traffic light allowed his mind to wander into the kind of thoughts which make a story rating soar. Distracted by his thoughts, Agent Lambert didn't see the quite large man in the car nearby point a stick at him and mutter a particular word, concentrate for a moment, and stowing the stick back in his Hawaiian shirt afterwards. When the light turned green, Agent Lambert drove forward to enter the famous Interstate 66, heading to his headquarters, not realizing he was followed by a rather nondescript car driven by a curious man. That afternoon, Harry had been bored before, but now he was getting real difficult. He had visited every memory he had, sorting them into appropriate chunks. He had revisited his defenses, turning his stone walls to white. He also had created creatures to roam around it. These creatures would never harm him, but any trespasser would have severe difficulties passing through. He didn't know how they were called, because Sarah's memories had been incomplete about the creatures' name, but they had contained a precise description of them, as well as a comment. Too difficult to manage, we'll stay with the hounds. All Harry knew was that these were four-legged winged reptilian creatures able to breathe fire. In the long time he had passed in his own mind, he had had enough time to create 4 of them, which were now roaming his domain. His mind. Several times, he had checked on his body, but it was still out. He couldn't stay longer than a mere second, because the soporific product which was coursing through his veins was strong and he didn't want to be sleeping in a potentially dangerous environment. After listing for the umpteenth time the things he'd like to do once out, he checked on his body again. And got a surprise. The soporific's potency was lowering. In the safety of his own mind, he danced in joy, doing a few cartwheels in the process. After a few seconds, he stopped and reflected about his options. As soon as his body was all right, he would have to scan his surroundings, trying to find a secluded spot to regroup, and going through the walls toward that spot. He checked his body more often now, and started to hear voices around it. "Is waking," said a feminine voice. It had a tad of uncertainty about it. "See that graph? He's," said a high-pitched male voice. Harry didn't know why, but he imagined a bespectacled old man speaking. He christened him Mr. Nerd. "No, I know, I'm still not sure it's a good," answered the woman. "Don't worry, sweetheart, it'll be fine." Another male voice, deeper and sounding confident, although Harry had an immediate dislike for it. Harry dubbed him Mr. Spy. 3 persons, 2 men, 1 woman. "How about what he's able to do?" "He has," said the woman. "Ease, stay quiet, I'm trying to understand." That was Mr. Nerd. "Can it, old fellow? He wakes up, no strange." Mr. Spy answered. "Give you, old fellow? Never before have I," was Mr. Nerd's indignant answer. "About him is so special. I don't understand," asked Mr. Spy. The woman answered. "You don't seem to understand anything about." Harry felt more and more alive. He was starting to hear complete sentences. In a moment, he would be able to. Wait, what's this stinging sensation on his neck? His keepers were gentle enough to inform him about it, although they did so unknowingly. "Don't think he's dangerous enough to have that syringe stuck in his neck, baby," said Mr. Spy. "Stop calling me baby or I'll have you for harassment. For your information, we needed 10 fully trained Marines to get a hold on that boy. 5 of them got several wounds, and 1 of them doesn't even remember his own name." "Wow," thought Harry, 10 Marines. I didn't know they were that many. He quieted his thoughts, though, because what she said after was of a vital interest for him. "And this syringe," the woman was saying, "contains a concentrate of the same soporific mixture we used on him already. Anything strange, and I inject it. I can't risk anyone's life, especially the president's." "The president's," reflected Harry. "Which president?" "The president." The woman's voice was vaguely familiar. He instinctively frowned. "I think he's going to wake up soon," said Mr. Nerd. It had gone full beta for a few minutes. "Harry?" asked the woman gently. "Ah, as if someone could be gentle while having a syringe ready to inject something into your bloodstream." "Wake up," said Mr. Spy brusquely. Obviously, the man wasn't keen on children. Harry suspected that he would never have one. He played along, and opened his eyes slightly. The light was so intense, though, that he closed them, hoarsely speaking. "Too bright. That's why he's dangerous?" asked Mr. Spy with a laughing undertone. "He's a gremlin." Harry frowned. He didn't know about the movie, and couldn't think about why the man had called him that way. The woman knew about it, though. "Very funny," she said in a sarcastic voice. "Go fetch him 2 glasses of water instead of citing children movies, I think he's thirsty." "Sure he won't transform. It's after midnight," said Mr. Spy in a mockingly alarmed tone, before fetching the required water. While somebody, surely Mr. Nerd, turned the projector away from his face, Harry felt the glass reach his lips and quickly drank it. He didn't know why the woman had asked for 2 glasses, but the answer came quickly. When the water reached his stomach, which had been empty for 2 weeks, the organ reacted quite violently and he retched, expulsing the water quite violently. Now, said the woman gently, offering him the second glass while putting the syringe back to its place after Harry's brusque movement. Here's another. Should go better this time. Harry drank again, unused to the metallic sensation in his mouth. He felt better, and ready to move. Looking at the bottom of his glass, Harry remembered how he had moved from his house in Beausoleil to the agent's hideaway. The memory, painstakingly sorted for the occasion and cleaned of any external influence during his 2 weeks of isolation, allowed him to act immediately. "Hey!" exclaimed Mr. Nerd, who was looking at the monitoring devices. "What's this curve?" Too late. He switched reality. He knew that was a lame terminology, but he didn't have anything else. One moment, he was lying on a quite hard bed with people around him. The next, everything around him went gaseous, and he knew he could move through the people, the walls, everything. He also knew that, whatever his physical state might be, he moved thanks to his mind. He could move really quickly in that way. Perhaps he could go real far. He was still hearing his captors, although it was as if he was hearing them in a wind-beaten environment. The voices weren't distinct anymore, and some words were missing. What were? "Ing." Graf went wide, before stopping. "Put a tracker on him. I didn't think he'd WOU." Harry didn't understand everything, and decided to try something to solve that. As he didn't need to concentrate to stay in the gaseous, parallel universe, he supposed he could do something else while being there. He concentrated on the fuzzy contour he thought belonged to Mr. Nerd and successfully entered the man's mind. Harry quieted his surprise and explored around. The man's memories confirmed his initial thought of him being a doctor. He was working for the CIA on sometimes dubious subjects. Like him, Harry didn't have time to explore much, as he was still hearing the desperate voices of the 2 other occupants, and he didn't know how long he could stay in that vaporous state. He simply selected 2 memories, about anatomy in general and about his own medical state, and copied them into his mind, before removing the man's memory of anything related to him. Switching to Carlita's mind, he learned that his family and friends hadn't been moved from their location in Switzerland, but that a close guard was kept on their house. He repeated the process of erasing her memories of himself. After doing the same with Mr. Spy, he learned the maps of the 2 headquarters buildings, the old and the new, as well as the white houses and several spots one could use to enter said buildings discreetly. Trying to quench his burgeoning headache, Harry decided to quickly separate from his captors. Using his current shape and the abilities it offered, he passed through several walls and occupied rooms until he found a broomshed in which he could become tangible again. However, he quickly discovered that, despite his mind being in perfect condition, his body wasn't. He crumbled on the floor in an undignified heap, taking several brooms and buckets in the process. The sound wasn't missed by several people in the nearby corridors, though, and Harry heard several footsteps nearing the cupboard. He focused, and returned to his ethereal form, just as the door opened. The 2 employees who were facing him didn't see anything that a broom cupboard which content was disturbed, and came to the normal conclusion that someone must have stored them in an unbalanced way. They didn't see, or feel, the anguished boy staring back at them from his ghostly state, and closed the door. Harry sighed. He would have to think of another way to get out of the building. He sat on a large overturned buck to think, but didn't even start thinking. In his state, his rear had passed through the plastic object, and he was sitting on the cupboard floor. He contemplated this, and reflected about his state. He could pass through walls, why couldn't he pass through floors and ceilings? As soon as the thought hit him, he decided to try. Concentrating on levitating his ethereal form, he successfully lifted himself a foot from the floor, 2 feet, 3. Now that he knew he could fly, he accelerated, and shot through the 7 floors in one go, not even registering their content. He found himself in the air, looking down at the smoky shape of the building he had been held into. Now that he was free, he thought about himself. His headache was growing, and his body was weak. He had to find a place to rest, at least temporarily. He knew that, once the newly integrated memories would have had time to soak in, he would feel better. The aspirin would have made the pain bearable, though. He couldn't even disconnect that particular pain from his mind as he had done with his body, because it was linked to the mind itself. Discerning an expanse of trees nearby, he went there, hid behind several ranks of them and under a bush or two, and returned to the real world. The sum of experiences he had got from the moment he had woken up was suddenly too much and, finally able to, he fell into unconsciousness. Later, Harry woke up in a bed, and turned around a few times before remembering the event before his slumber. How could he find himself in a bed? He jumped out of it, quite relieved by the lack of restraining measures. As soon as he was upright, the door opened and a large man entered. He looked in his 30s, and was clad in a Hawaiian shirt showing a deep tan. "Hi, dude," he said in a cheerful voice. Harry looked at him in wonder, and the man shrugged. "What, it's all I get for my pain?" he asked, with laughter underlying his words. "Who are you, and where I am?" asked Harry. The man rolled his eyes. "Of course, the usual questions. Who are we, and where are we headed?" He chuckled. "Forget I said this. I'm Josh, Harry, and we're in my apartment in College Park." "College Park? You live in a college? And how do you know my name?" "No, silly. College Park is a town north of Washington, D.C. and is named that way because it hosts the University of Maryland's campus. I live here because I teach here. Sports. And as how I know your name, let's say I have my ways. But it's not what's important. Come on, I can talk over the breakfast I'm sure you are needing." As if on cue, Harry's stomach growled. Blushing, the boy followed his rescuer into the lobby. And he got a surprise. He hadn't paid attention to the bedroom but, seeing the lobby and the adjoining kitchen, he wondered how a sport teacher could earn enough to own such a large place. Several large pictures hang from the walls, most of them about islands, beaches, and high ocean waves. On the side, a large television was displaying the current news about the Bangladesh humanitarian operations, followed by a discussion about the upcoming speech of the Queen of England at the Congress. However, even if the apartment was large, it was scattered with strange-looking material and bizarrely shaped planks. Was it? Humming, Josh prepared a large helping of fruits, milk, and cereals, and put everything on the table in front of Harry. While the boy ate slowly, to ease his stomach's work, the man explained more. "I got the info that you were detained, but I found you outside of the building, hidden in a patch of trees. Judging by your state, you mustn't have eaten in a long time. Were you mistreated?" Harry stopped eating and seemed thoughtful. "No. What do you mean? I was kept unconscious. They didn't want me to." He stopped speaking and looked away for a second. He then shrugged, before returning to his meal. He was famished, after all. The man looked at him in compassion, before heading to his own bedroom, closing the door. While he was eating, Harry heard the man speaking alone and suspected that he was on the phone. He didn't pay attention to the conversation until he caught a word which awoke his paranoid nature. He listened intently, but the man was already at the end of his conversation. "From those muggles, quote. So, you agree, quote. Well, see you then, quote. Bye, babe," and he hung up. When the man returned to the lobby, holding a bag, he was surprised to see Harry completely still, looking straight at his eyes. He felt a swirl in his thoughts and involuntarily remembered his name, job, usual activities, and the reasons behind him taking the boy in, as well as the content of the phone call and the identity of the woman he had called. When the swirl stopped, both of them were in the same position, but Harry wasn't looking at him anymore, he was eating his cereals again. What happened? The man thought, before shrugging, his good-natured self coming up again. "I just called a friend," he said, while emptying the bag on the table in front of Harry. "Owie," mumbled Harry through his cereals. He swallowed his mouthful. "What is this?" he asked, pointing at the wildly colored clothes on the table. "Clothes, dude, I'd say. No, really, you ain't got a cloth, dude, so I picked my old ones. They'll fit you, I think." "What's with the colors?" Josh grinned. "That's Hawaiian, man. That's the uniform of a surfer's." The man was doing a strange motion with his hand, and Harry didn't know what it was until he fetched the information from the man's mind. as well as the whole slab of memory related to surfing and another one related to their location. Now he understood the meaning of the paraphernalia scattered around the large apartment. "Sweet," he said, and immediately tried the shirt on. While he was looking at himself in the mirror, Josh spoke again. "Harry, the friend I called, she'll be there soonly. We'll have a look around. You okay with that?" Hum. The boy nodded absently. "Her name is Allison. Allison Potter." Harry looked up sharply. He knew about her name from the man's memories, but, strangely, when he had pronounced the name, it acquired a particular substance. It called for something in him. He was curious, and asked the man to repeat the woman's name a few times. Curious, but not prying, the man did so while Harry went to his mind to check where the resonance was. To his dismay, it was in the separate turret hosting the dark shroud. He knew that something important was there, but he was still afraid of it. In no other mind had he witnessed such a strange occurrence. Not even in the other wizards. Not in Bill's, not in Sarah's, and not in Josh's. Yes, he knew that Josh was a wizard, and that was how he had gotten that large loft. Harry wasn't the only one to use his powers for comfort. Thinking back to the shroud and its link to his inability to explore his memory before the tender age of 1, he reflected that he would have to ask his parents about this. Perhaps they could explain about his early childhood. In the meantime, he opened his eyes to see Josh's worried face in front of his. "Dude, are you okay? Do you need something?" Yeah, no, I'm okay, man," Harry answered. "Great," smiled the man, before going to serve himself a glass of Coke. "Outrageous," said Harry under his breath. "What'd I say?" asked Josh from the depth of his fridge. "Nothin'," answered Harry automatically. Why in the hell did I pick his language pack too? He thought. A short time later, when the woman showed herself at the apartment door, Harry immediately liked her. Like Josh, she was easygoing and funny, and wore Hawaiian shirts too, although a dozen sizes smaller. He just browsed her mind quickly and noticed that she was a witch too. Unlike Josh, though, her mind defenses seemed solid, and Harry didn't want to break through them as it would certainly raise her suspicion. Besides, she was a friend of his host. He quickly got out of her mind. Well, perhaps I'll get a bit of interesting information on the way, he thought. They quickly arrived in the mall, where Harry was surprised. He was surprised at the large choice of shops. He was surprised at the mall population and their attitude. And he was surprised that both Allison and Josh were allowing him to tag along, asking his advice in several of their purchases of the day. It was at that moment that Harry remembered that the university campus at College Park had been quite empty. They were planning their vacation. They paused around a drink, and Harry had insisted to get a tea despite Allison's warning. When he took the first sip, he understood her meaning and almost spitted it back into the paper cup. It wasn't tea, he thought, or Hughescent British. She smiled and gave him a banknote so that he could get himself a Coke instead. Once comfortably sipping the liquid, Harry decided to ask about the near future. Josh, Allison, yeah, they both answered at the same time. Well, first, thank you for taking me in. It's really kind of you, and... Please, Harry, answered Josh. Any dude would do the same for a dude like you. I thank you nonetheless. And thank you both, for being fun and easygoing. You accepted me and included me without question. Both of them looked at him with wide eyes. Same here, Harry, said Allison. Anyone would have done the same. Okay, now, what do you want to do? He asked. Josh smiled. Well, continue shopping, and then get a bite and go back. Or the other way around. Go back and then get a bite. Which do you prefer? I meant later. I don't think you want me tagging along forever. Especially during your vacation. I'm sure you both share certain activities I'm not invited in, said Harry. They both blushed, and he smirked. I meant surfing. That elicited a round of laughter, and they slowly returned serious. Well, that particular activity, you can go with us, Harry, said Josh. He looked surprised. You mean it? Where? Not here, that's for sure, said Allison, smirking. Josh thought about it. We have scheduled a 2 weeks vacation in the Samoa Islands. The weather will be perfect and the waves awesome. The man had a passionate glint in his eyes, which transmitted to Allison, and both began to describe their favorite sport with much gesticulation, to Harry's laughter. Their exuberance wasn't to the liking of a grumpy couple of overly large customers, though, and they complained to the fast food employees, who transmitted the protest to the agitated surfers. The three of them laughed, but left the premises all the same, followed by the satisfied gaze of the two sticklers. However, just as they were leaving, Harry turned back and noticed something else in the couple's eyes. Thinking about it on their way back, he was sure that it was jealousy. Once back in Josh's flat, they slumped on the sofas around the den and laughed again. "So," started Josh again, "you gonna join us, Harry?" His good-natured smile faltered when Harry's expression darkened. The boy swallowed. "Thank you, both of you, but I can't go." "Okay, dude, no sweat," said Josh. You can't. I'm not crying." "Thanks," said Harry. "I will return to my family, then. I guess they are going to be angsty that I left. It has been," he looked at a tear-out calendar pinned near the door. 2 weeks already. Okay, you left your parents, explored the place, got caught by the big bad guys, escaped, I found you and you returned to your parents." Josh summed up. "No sweat, I tell ya. You want me to drive you over there?" Harry smirked. Not only the man was wrong in his assumption, but the thought of his used van driving to Switzerland was fun in itself. "It's partly true," he said. "But you can't drive me there." "How so?" asked Allison. "They live in Switzerland." If Harry had wanted a way to quiet them, he had found it. Both of them were looking at him with wide eyes. "I can't really explain. I need to go there quickly, though, because the big bad guys are keeping a watch on the house, and I don't know in how much time they'll realize my departure." "Do you need help, Harry?" asked Allison, who seemed to have recovered faster than Josh. Harry smiled. Help traveling. He had been doing that for a whole year already. "No, thank you." "But, how are you going to buy a plane ticket to there?" asked Josh. "You didn't have anything on you when I picked you up." Harry tensed. The man had asked the only question he couldn't find a way around. He frowned, trying to imagine a quick lie. "Well, I got an uncle not that far from here. Let us drive you there, then," said Josh. "No," said Harry, his eyes wide, before he closed them and huffed in frustration. Opening his eyes again, he saw that they were looking at him. "You lied," said Allison. He blushed, and wondered what to tell them. "Well, okay, I lied. The big bad guys kidnapped me from Switzerland because I got sloppy and used magic publicly." He thought that, with them being wizard and witch, they would understand. However, they looked at him with eyes even wider than before, if that was possible. "You used magic publicly?" asked Josh. "What did you do?" inquired Allison. "I don't remember exactly when. I think it was in that ski station and I was on a slight slope. I just pushed myself to go faster, but felt several people observing me and I stopped immediately." He stood up, and started pacing, not looking at them. "Sometime afterwards, a commando barged in my home. I turned some of them away, but the others shot me with syringes nonetheless. I retreated to my mind, and awoke 2 weeks afterwards. After going to the gaseous reality, I wiped their mind of my presence and escaped." He stopped for a second. "And you found me?" They looked completely gobsmacked. After a minute, Harry waved his hand in front of them. "Hello." Allison started, and looked up at him, frowning. "Harry, where is your wand?" "My what?" "Your wand. Every wizard needs one to do magic." Josh nodded, producing one from his shirt sleeve. "And, how old are you?" he asked, pointing his wand at Harry, his move mirrored by Allison. They looked damn more serious than usual. "Oh," Harry thought, "I sure opened my mouth there. Note to self. No talking about my abilities to wizards anymore. Harry stopped, seeming to count in his head, while actually concentrating on something else. A half-second afterwards, he disappeared, leaving 2 surprised wizards. "Where is he?" asked Allison, casting several detection spells. Josh looked at her in wonder. "Where is who?" he asked. She looked at him in surprise, but understanding dawned quickly, despite a sudden pounding headache. Damn, he wiped your mind already. Help me, Josh. He must be AR. She stopped suddenly. Josh looked at her. He must be what? And who must be what, in fact? She looked back at him, trying to speak. After a moment, she shrugged. I don't remember. That was unimportant, then. He smiled. Since you're here, come here, sweetheart. Oh, you, she purred. My place or your place? If you ask, I'd say your place. You have more toys. They apparated to her flat, and spent the next hour in a happiness-refilling activity, all thoughts of Harry gone from their mind. After having made them forget about him, it took a longer time for the girl due to her defenses. Harry stayed in the gaseous dimension and reflected, ignoring the hushed words coming from the shapes in front of him. He knew he was able to move quite fast in the reality he was in. As fast as he could think. Perhaps he could go directly home. He stopped thinking about that, when he heard two pops, one after the other. In front of his eyes, the two magic users had transferred into the gaseous dimension as well, only to quickly travel in the same direction. Harry was fearful that they had overcome his memory change and were chasing him, but a detail made him think about something else. When they had appeared in the gaseous dimension, they were completely unmoving and had their eyes closed in concentration. He needed to know more about it, and started to move in the same direction. Luckily, they had moved in a straight line, and the smoke they had disturbed when moving that fast between the houses hadn't settled yet. Harry quickly found them engaged in an activity he knew he shouldn't witness, but he had an important goal in mind. He went to the man's mind and explored his recent memories, forcefully disregarding everything concerning Allison. There, Josh had moved from his place to hers, using a special mean of transportation which wizards called apparition. And they thought it was only a teleportation system, which moved them instantaneously. They also believed that it was restricted to the inside of a country. Harry smiled as he extracted himself from the man's mind. And he blushed before leaving the room quickly. Shaking the suggestive images from his mind. Even if they were smoky, he understood quite easily the global action which was taking place. He decided to put that long-distance apparition theory to test. Remembering the map of the world which hanged on the wall of his geography class, and the county's local map from Josh's mind, he turned to the east, and pushed hard. He stopped a few seconds later, just as he was on the verge of escaping the stratosphere and, after a moment of panic, remembered about the Earth's shape. Whichever cardinal point you target, heading in a straight direction would inevitably send you in the air after a few miles. He was following a tangent, literally. He needed to go down, now, and aimed at the land mass further to the east. After a few hops in the high layers of the atmosphere, he recognized the shape of Lake Geneva and rushed downwards. However, the fatigue of the numerous jumps was wearing him down, and he missed his target by a few miles, also going several dozens of yards too far. 100 yards too far, exactly. And, as he came from the air, he found himself underground. No light, no smell, no sound. Wait, no sound. What was that humming? No light. Why was he seeing two lines of sparks going right and left? Why was their light intensifying? And why were they getting closer to each other? Sensing that something was amiss, he prepared himself for another jump, when everything went suddenly blindingly white. And then black. CERN, Large Electron-Positron Collider Results Building. The two young scientists looked at the chart that had appeared on their computer screen. It's not possible, said the first, typing a sequence of keys which would refresh the data displayed. It didn't change. Genevieve, are you sure your program works? It should, huffed the young woman. I spent enough time on it. I know, it's your thesis project, and so on. But come here and have a look. She looked at the screen, and repeated the man's words. It's not possible. What do you think it is? She frowned. I don't know, Jorg. It's the first time an experience yields so many particles. And yet, she began typing on the keyboard frantically, manipulating the 3D model in front of her. What do you think we should do? Call Osman, asked the man. Wait a second. It looks vaguely familiar, she said, continuing to type, rotating the displayed cloud of particles and zooming away, until she finally recognized its shape. She stopped typing and they both gasped in shock. In front of them, vaguely distorted because the L3 particle detector wasn't made to catch that kind of picture, was a face, mouth wide open in a silent scream of pain. "It's a joke," breathed the man. "It must be. I never saw such an experiment yield so many neutrinos before, and they can't assume a shape, can they?" He paused for a second, before asking, "Do you think Tim has done something with your computer?" "I don't know. His new tool has been sent to every next workstation, so he might have had access to it. His web thing will drive us all crazy. I think it's a joke. No collision can do that." The woman nodded, before slowly pressing the sequence of keys which would destroy the data. Somewhere else, a rush of consciousness, like an ocean wave. Water, pain, the wave withdraws. Darkness again, dreams, life, stars, death, explosion, the birth of a universe. I saw it all. Unconsciousness, again, memories, flying, missing, cheering, pain again. Oblivion, blue light, group, friends, swimming, together, caught, floating, air. Peace, man, hey, peace, man, hey, the burly man said to his colleague. "What in the hell? What in the hell?" his colleague answered. The two fishermen emptied their nets and the bloodied thing, which came out in the middle of the fishes, made them pause, before looking at each other and running toward the radio. None of them had the least knowledge in anatomy, but the thing had very definite and very human features. The problem was they weren't in place you normally found them in humans. And the most frightening was that it moved. It was alive, although barely, in obvious need for medical attention. Stop. The boat stopped. The men on it stopped running. The birds around them stopped in mid-flight and the waves around them stopped rolling. Pain. I hurt. I need to heal. In the middle of the fishes, the bloodied thing started to move. It was a sight to behold, but no one was looking at that particular moment. Bones which were sticking from strange places cracked and reformed themselves in other places. Flesh disappeared from areas to grow on others. The body finally looked human again. A young man. What happened to me? A memory. Witnessing a little Big Bang. Pushed. Traveling across the world. Through it, in fact. Across magnetic fields. Lack of concentration. Limbs catching matter on the way. Another memory. Not my own. Apparition. Splinching. Was that it? The healing process continued, and nerve endings connected to various body parts, making the limbs twitch. Matter which generally doesn't belong to the inside of a human body got expelled, and wounds closed. Burnt skin and torn hair grew back. But eyes didn't. It doesn't matter. I do see. The young man didn't even find it strange that he was able to perfectly see around him despite his lack of visual organs. He was even able to feel the structure of things around him, such as the two men immobilized in their rush for the radio, and the fishes below the hull, stopped in their swimming. He slowly pushed on his arms, and tentatively stood up. Balancing himself, he went to the boat's prow, and looked at the waves. The flow of time around him slowly returned to normalcy, and his vision stretched at the same moment. Although he wasn't surprised, strangely, he felt that he wouldn't be surprised anymore. The young man was curious. His eyes were seeing the scene around him multiple times. It was as though he was looking through a kaleidoscope, but each of the scene copy was different. In one of them, the fishermen were plunging knives through him and throwing him overboard. In another, they were on their knees in front of him, worshipping him like a god. In another, they simply didn't find him again and returned to work. And he was seeing thousands of these, some clearer than others. And, as he was watching them, several of them disappeared while others were created. Continually. What is the meaning of this? He had the faint inkling that he was going to find out. And soon. Hey, Chris, what do you think we should do? Hey, Chris, what do you think we should do? Said the first fisherman, returning from the radio. I don't know, Tucker. Stop invading my thoughts with your banter. I don't know, Tucker, answered Chris. The hospital isn't. Crash. Crash. The hospital isn't. Why are my kaleidoscopic visions all disappearing except one? One where? Crash. The ship wrecks. The boat had brusquely stopped, and the two fishermen, after recovering their balance, looked around in fear. "The reef," said the fisherman named Tucker. "We didn't change our course." "All right." My kaleidoscopic visions return. In one, they both live, in another, they both die. Or I could repair the boat, but they would kill me because they fear me. I should let them die. Although the boat was slowly going down and the two men were running everywhere, trying to fetch the appropriate material for this kind of emergency. The problem was that their boss, who the boat belonged to, was kind of sloppy and hadn't provided a life-saving self-inflatable skiff. Okay, I know. Letting people die is bad for my karma. They haven't killed me yet, so they are innocent in the present. Since when did I talk like that? The water was reaching the boat's edge and the men were still in its cabin, trying to dislodge the life-saving jackets from behind the propane bottle. To their dismay, they weren't self-inflatable, and one of the two was completely torn. I need to think. Stop. Once again, the time stopped. These two shall live. Their boat, well, let's say that the owner was sloppy and the boat shall plunge. However, those two shan't have memories of me, except as an already dead body. After all, they radioed the Coast Guards already, and it's not as if I can modify the mind of an unknown person hundreds of miles away, is it? The young man levitated, and two immobilized men flew out of the almost submerged cabin and followed him into the air. After flying at high speed for a minute, the two men were deposited on the nearest shore. Thankfully for them, a road near the beach indicated that the island was inhabited. After changing their memory a bit, the young man left, walking southward on the beach. The fine and warm white sand under his feet was creating a world of sensations and he wanted to experience it. And the time flew again. After a few weeks of non-stop walking, he had to lie on the sand, allowing his aching joints and cramping muscles a bit of rest, and he reveled in the feeling of the sand under him. As he wasn't intending to move soon, he noticed that his many visions reduced to only a few, and that he could actually enjoy a bit of stargazing, looking at the numerous stars that had appeared with the night. That was when he noticed several things. Firstly, he noticed that Mars wasn't appearing in the sky tonight, although his visions told him it would be bright soon. He also remarked that his visions had narrowed sufficiently for him to discern two scenes. In one, the place where he was now lying was empty and the sky was like it was now. It was the clearer of the two. In the second, he wasn't there either, but the stars had disappeared. He focused on that vision, and noticed that ominous clouds hid the stars, the seawater had disappeared, the surrounding trees were reduced to smoldering remains, and the sand, the precious sand of which he had taken the care to count the grains. The sand wasn't sand anymore. It was glass, melted by the high temperature generated by an unknown source. In his disturbed mind, whatever had happened, or more clearly, whatever would happen, would destruct his little haven and it had to be stopped. Several other visions involving death and destruction were also bothersome, but, as they didn't concern him, they were too blurry to identify properly, and he didn't know how he could help the people involved. In his detached state, he also didn't really care. He tried, though, to will his visions to change, but, apparently, it wasn't by will alone that events happened or stopped happening. Powerless, he saw the bomb exploding in Madras, and the plane crashing in Thailand. He saw them repeatedly, until it actually happened. He knew he could have done something, but his mind didn't provide him the needed information. After a long time focusing on his visions, he fell into a sleep-like trance. The sun was shining on a desolated countryside. Well, it wasn't exactly the sun, nor was it a countryside. He was in front of the ruins of what seemed to have been a beautiful castle. Behind the castle's fallen walls, several buildings were in disarray, some of them visible only by their traces on the ground. A black mist was enshrouding the back of the ruins. There was also a white central building with an adjoining silo, both damaged. The silo had a deep gash on its side, and a strange luminous liquid was leaking out of it. He didn't know where he was, nor if this was another vision, but he knew the leak had to be stopped quickly. And, on top of everything, floating above the ruins, was a twin spiral of light, rotating slowly. He ignored the dead creatures in front of him and instinctively levitated, like last time. When and where it was, he had no clues. He was sure he had already levitated before, but his memory was having troubles recently. He wasn't capable of remembering anything after a couple of minutes. There were things he knew instinctively and others he did in the same way, but he couldn't find any precise memory of his past. He didn't even know his name. How peculiar. However, the liquid was still pouring from the damaged silo in front of him, and that was more urgent than philosophical debates. The building beneath it had already been coated in a sheen of luminous white, and the leak had to be stopped. He reached out with his hand and several builder tools appeared. He selected a few and covered the gash with a generous helping of quick-drying cement. It wasn't pretty, and it would have to be completely repaired in the future, but it was working nonetheless. After making the construction tools disappear, once again without knowing how he did it, he washed his hands and looked at the handiwork. Raising an eyebrow, he remarked that the person who did that was sloppy not to have built a larger and more solid silo instead. He had completely forgotten he had done it. Exploring around, he noticed that the things he thought were buildings were in fact windowless slabs, as if made completely of concrete, and saw that there were connections between several of them. Most of these connections, though, were dangling aimlessly in the air as if a thoughtless butcher had sliced them off. It gave a sad appearance to the whole setting. He did remark, though, that a few of the fallen concrete blocks had mingled in an unrecognizable tangle right next the central building, and random connections had been made between them. He could say that these were very active connections, because of the sparks of lightning which erupted around them. He tentatively approached his hand, and a bolt hit him. He woke up suddenly. Salty waves were washing his body. He didn't remember what he was doing there, nor how he had arrived there either. He remembered was that he had traveled very quickly at one point, and that he had arrived in the middle of a bank of fishes. He remembered leaving two fishermen in the nearest island and then walking on a small beach. He remembered that he had wanted to feel every grain of sand under his feet, wanting to feel the minuteness of things in this universe. He had walked on the beaches of several islands, using his instinctive levitation to jump from one to the other. Led by his visions, he had headed north each time. He barely knew that several weeks passed by without him meeting anyone, and that his body wasn't coping well with the lack of nourishment. He didn't care. Nearby, a clearly irritated female voice interrupted his reverie. Riotously, "How can you be so partial?" A male voice answered, "I like surfin' in the mornin', what can I say? Besides, I'm not the only one." "Yeah, I know. I was there yesterday, you know. I counted the bottles you drank, and when I reached 15, I knew you'd push yourself in a sticky situation, again. I wouldn't call. You did bet with your infamous friends that you'd surf that spot. And we're Sunday. The locals don't take it well for us to surf today. That why you wanted to be that early. And on our last day of vacation. And, oh my God." The two voices stopped not far from him. From what the sand told him, the dozen others must have stopped too. He sat up, and glanced around. He wasn't surprised. He wouldn't be surprised by anything anymore. He knew that. How? That he didn't know. There were people, 15 of them, half of them holding a surfboard. Surfers. He glanced at the sun. July 10, 1991, 8:43 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time -12. How did he know? Apart the fact that he had now an intimate knowledge of how time worked, he didn't know. And he also didn't know what it meant. And he didn't care. But it seemed that the aforementioned knowledge had replaced some other important part of his memories. Like, how to sustain oneself. How peculiar. He slowly stood. Even if he had felt it was 2 weeks because of his control over time, 2 months had passed since his awakening in the boat, and one since he lied on that shore. However, the lack of food meant that his muscles had melted like snow in the sun. Upon seeing him, some of the surfers recoiled, a couple of girls blushed, and 3 young men guffawed. But most of them paled under their tanned skin. He was naked, something which caused most of the laugh. However, even the few merry ones paled like the others when they noticed his eyes. Or lack thereof. His eyes were still missing, displaying blackened recesses in their place, as well as largely scarred tissue around them. He didn't understand their reactions, but he didn't care either. He started to walk toward them, heading toward the place they had came from, intending to go somewhere where he could find help for his sustenance. The surfers slowly withdrew from his path, but he suddenly stopped, and turned around. If he had eyes, one would say that he was staring intently at two of them. He knew they knew something about him. His multiple visions stopped, only to be replaced by others. That's when he discovered the colored tinge about them. His previous visions had been a monochrome blue, some with a more intense tinge on them. The ones he was watching now had a red hue. He didn't know what it meant, though. Nor did he care. Typical. He forgot about it, and looked at the visions, which were coming and going, faster and faster. Most of them contained himself as central character. And, in most of them, he had eyes. He was looking at 3 human-shaped clouds in a smoky room. He was brushing his teeth. He was shot with syringes. He was going to school with his siblings. He was riding a camel in the desert. He was witnessing the birth of a universe in Geneva. Geneva. His school was there. His home was there. And he suspected that his mind was there, too. He had to go there. His blue-tinged visions returned in force and he understood that he was going home soon. Looking at the two, he spoke his first words since his awakening. He was sore, and it was more croaking than speaking, but they understood anyway. Bring me, Geneva, CERN, in the cafeteria, several weeks earlier. Osman wants my hide, the man whispered urgently. The woman he was talking to raised an elegant eyebrow and sipped her coffee. Of course. Seriously, he said that he wanted last week's experiment results, and You told him we deleted them because what they showed could only be a joke. But, yes, of course I did. Weren't you there when we witnessed them? Yes. The woman answered. Contrarily to her companion, she seemed to have recovered since the strange event. I don't think, however, that our hierarchy will see in a good light the erasing of data coming from an experiment whose worth is more than our salary. Do you? Well, she took a thin black box from her handbag and negligently threw it to him. When he opened it, he found several mirror-like discs inside. What is it? He asked, dumbfounded. This, my esteemed colleague who is going to work hard to sustain his thesis, is the only copy of those results. Where did you get them from? I saw you removing the files. She looked at him with exaggeratedly wide eyes, pulling the tip of her ears outwards in a poor imitation of a well-known movie's character. When like me long years you'll have passed, the procedure no you will. The LEP detectors, and especially the L3, keep track of each experiment for some time. When you saw me deleting the data, I merely removed the files from my computer. When I left the building, I had a doubt and came back to the detector's console to save the data. When I noticed its size, though, I had to make a dash to the warehouse because 1 CD wouldn't have been enough. Why, I mean, 1 CD should have been enough, shouldn't it? The data produced by last week's experiment should hold on a regular CD, one of those used for music, outside the CERN. And why did you say it was the only copy? There have been other experiments in between and the console doesn't have ours anymore. And, about the data size, you're right, but it's not the case here. On top of needing several disks, I had to use the double-sided multi-layered optical disks developed by our dear technicians so that everything could be stored in it. But, he counted the disks. But that makes 200 gigabytes. Precisely. She smiled. I don't think Osman will get your hide, immediately. Thank you. What do you mean, immediately? The data is still showing a face and, despite the similarities, it's not neutrinos. I checked the particles, weight, energy, movement and charge. I don't know what these are. I should concur on saying that it's a stupid joke. However, she frowned. However, it can't be a joke. I downloaded this data from the very detector's console. So what? Anyone could have put joke material there. He trailed off, looking at her expressionless face. She sighed and rose, her coffee forgotten. I can't say it's impossible, because it's not. I thought about it for most of the week, you see, and I know it's practically impossible. The console gives data that is obtained through the L3. In other terms, it's read-only and can't be forged, except by opening the detector and tweaking its insides. Do you have any idea of the clearance needed to do that? And to do what? A mere joke. Besides, I checked with the other experiments and they yielded normal results. Can't it be a bug of some sorts? He asked. grasping at straws to stay in a world he could understand. She shot his hopes down, though. No bug can yield that much results, especially with such a precise image. She walked toward the door and, not turning back, waved her hand to him. Say hi to Osman for me, will you? To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.